Fan. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metro. What a scene it is out here in Glen Heights at the Firehouse Tour. Stop number 3. This is by far the coolest thing that we have found in all of these stops that we've done on the Firehouse Tour. To Sean and RJ on 105 to the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy's Bobby Belt, and that is Eric Chiafalo right over there. Our beautiful faces are on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Oh my goodness,
dude! This is
you've always turned your microphone on.
There we go. Into yet. This is the strongest setup that we've had.
Dude, how nice is this?
You got these nice like lounge chairs. We got a ton of Tolos out here already. We'll do a check-in at 5:45. This has been pretty great so far already. We got these customized shirts. Sean here at the Firehouse. I assume he spells his name Sean correctly.
He does,
unlike ours. We got the little Firehouse shirts here.
They gave us our own Firehouse T-shirts, man. This is fantastic.
Yeah,
this looks
so
like
cool.
A brand new. I don't know the situation that you guys have been in these other stops. This looks like a freshly brand new. It still has the new car smell inside of the Firehouse. It's fantastic. It's shiny. It's beautiful. This is wonderful. And how about the Tolos that are already out here, dude?
Yeah,
this is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. We've already got like 24 Tolos out here. The Glen Heights crew has really shown up and represented, and that's a good thing. And I think this is partially because the other day, Chop, we were talking about how you need to be here 5:30 in Glen Heights. It's 1938 Southampton Road. Come on out. We're going to have Palmer's Hot Chicken out here for breakfast.
Yeah, buddy.
We got giveaways. It's going to be good. But we were talking about how 5:30 in Glen Heights, and Eric made the comment that that's his favorite Drake song. Of course, to play on 5 a.m. in Toronto. So we actually have
9 p.m. and 9 a.m. in Dallas. I think.
9 a.m. in Dallas is another one. He's got a lot of stuff. He likes timestamps in cities.
And losing teams, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. What we found, you remember, he placed a bet on the Mavericks.
That's right, yeah.
So try not to flex too hard. But we wanted to show you the power of AI. So we had AI write the lyrics.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. So you're going to judge if this sounds correct. But we had AI write the lyrics to 5:30 in Glen Heights, and then we had AI record it in Drake's voice.
Stop it.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead and hit it, Chris. Let Chop hear this.
Oh, my God.
It sounds like a Drake beat.
It does.
5:30 in Glen Heights, got the city on my back. Cruising through these streets, every corner hold the track. Memories of late nights, we were young and so alive. Now I'm chasing dreams, trying to keep my soul intact, right? Look, came up from the bottom, now we in the stratosphere. Friends turn to strangers, but the path is crystal clear. Dallas skyline in the distance, it's my muse and it's my vision. Made a promise to myself I'd never lose my ambition. Started from the basement, now we touch an elevation. Every verse is like a scripture, call it daily meditation. People talk, people judge, they don't know the tribulations. But we rise above the noise, focused on our aspirations. Back then we were reckless, now it's all about progression. Learned some hard lessons, every loss a new confession. Glen Heights taught me patience, taught me how to move in silence. Now my words carry weight like a poet with defiance.
That's pretty good.
All right, you can fade that out, Chris.
Wow, that's pretty good. The power of AI is
I said it to Will Chambers last night. Will said we have 30 months tops.
Yeah, I think Will's right. We got 30 months tops before AI just takes us over.
AI is just going to kill us all. It's going to take us over.
I mean, it's happening in every industry.
The
robots. I mean, geez, we can't even have real-life bartenders at Globe Life Field for the All-Star Game. We have Adam the Robot, who's still probably going to be
and I don't care for that name, Adam. Adam the Robot. I mean, it should be ATOM, Adam the Robot, but...
Ooh.
Yeah.
See, they should have had you in the think tank with them when they were coming up with this idea.
We are in Glen Heights, Texas at the Firehouse Tour. As soon as you get off the highway, there's a big Sean and RJ sign. Yes, Shane and RJ.
Like those traffic signs?
The traffic sign. Yeah, the traffic sign says our name, the time, the fan.
Well, it says your name.
You got to get out there. You got to get out here early because these beverage coolers, they are going to go fast. They're already half gone.
Dude,
they're going to go fast, baby. Hurry up and get out here.
The chalices, the pimp cups, the Stella Artois G-Bag Nation pimp cups that are also being given away.
Are they? I didn't see those yet.
I think those are the boxed ones.
Those
are
right
the
up
boxed
there.
ones.
Oh,
So
nice.
those are going to go really quick.
It's happening right now. But, dude, the hospitality factor, like Glen Heights pulling out all the stops here. I know they misspelled Sean's name, but honestly.
That was on purpose. I called that.
No, that again just makes it, I think, even better. I think this appearance is, and I think they're treating us so well because Sean is not here.
Right. I think that's 100% what it is.
Tell me right now if this is not the most comortable chair you've ever sat in.
It's great.
It's
There's
pretty
zero
great.
chance they're getting this thing back.
I know. I'm trying to figure out, can I fit this in my Honda?
The back needs it in a bad way.
I'm
Yeah.
serious. I was a little bit nervous because we loaded up the trucks for the Cowboys to go to Oxnard, and so me and Broadus have our little rocking chairs that we like to bring with us on remote shows. Just because generally we're sitting in
Just a couple of old
like
boomers.
a fold-out chair or something. It's just like for 5 hours doing a show, it's not that great. So we bring our own. But I just had to load it up so we can have it in Oxnard with us. So I don't have it. So I was thinking, man, we're going to I might be standing most of this show. And then I show up, and it's the most incredible, like, Oval Office chairs that I've ever seen in my life.
So you have rocking chairs there already set to because I'm going to use it this year because I got in trouble last year.
Yeah, well, that's because
Would you like to talk about it?
No.
You don't want to talk about
I
Shams?
mean, we can talk about it. I don't care.
Yeah, Shams' chair is the don't touch, don't ask, don't tell chair.
Yeah, I touched.
You can.
I definitely touched Brad Shams' chair.
Yeah, but that was unconsensual. My chair, that's consensual. You
Okay.
can touch the hell out of that chair.
Yeah, it was definitely an unconsensual chair touch.
And he was offended.
Oh, he was not happy. And then I made matters worse by tweeting about it the next day.
Yeah, with your little puckered lips.
Yeah, you just rubbed his nose in it a little bit.
I may or may not have had some alcohol, then tweeted about it the next
He
day.
puckered his lips and did like an above-the-head selfie.
You did a duck face selfie.
I did a
in
duck
the
face
Shams
selfie.
chair?
Yeah, I did a duck face selfie.
To be honest, you deserved all that blow.
I probably did. There's no doubt about that
Initially, all right, that's a misunderstanding. The duck face selfie in the chair at
Yes.
5:30 in the morning. That was just you're asking for it at that point.
All right, night off of sports. What did everyone take care of last night? What did everyone do? What did everyone watch?
I literally, after I sent the email to you guys last night, I was asleep by 7:30.
This is kicking your ass, isn't it?
You were asleep by 7:30?
I went to sleep at 7:30 yesterday, and I haven't been able to like readjust. You're tired, but my body's just used to going to sleep at like probably 10 o'clock roughly every night, and I haven't been able to get out of that. And then yesterday, it was just like a freight train. It smacked me. And I've done the RJ Choppy no nap situation as well. You get home, the kids are there, boom. You got crap going on. By 7 o'clock yesterday, I could barely keep my eyes open. 7:30 Dunsky. Because I had to do a 3:30 a.m. Wake up this morning. You know what I mean?
Is that what you did, 3:30?
I did 3:30 just because I didn't want to take any chances.
How did you do 3:30 and I beat you here by 20 minutes and I did 4?
Because I just moseyed. It allowed me
You're
to.
a mosier.
It
Yeah,
allowed
he's a
me to
mosier.
mosey. It allowed me to. I stopped off like 3 different places to try and see about an open gas station for coffee, and it was the last one that I finally hit here, 7-Eleven down the street, that was actually open. I could walk in there and get my coffee. So I stopped at like 3 different places. So it was perfect. Like it was a fantastic night last night because I was gone.
Yeah, it was a fantastic night for me. I had a bowl of cereal around 11:45.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah,
11:45.
11:45. But I got
how do you convince her to do that late at night on a weekday?
because we had gone
I
to
think
dinner.
so she
We had
falls
gone to
asleep.
dinner earlier in the night, and she had some drinky drinks. So
That's still pretty late. I mean, if it's after 9:30, I think it's just the kitchen's closed.
we did get a development though.
New baby?
Yesterday? No. Actually, the opposite. It's the outward. It's the push out. As Jacob informed us yesterday, 2 weeks and he's moving out.
He is.
Moving out in 2 weeks.
What? Mm-hmm. Really? He got a job and a shelter?
Yeah,
For himself?
Where's he moving to?
It's legitimately that. It is a shelter in Dallas that he's going to go stay in.
Is
for
it
him.
by himself or with friends?
He's got a friend that he's rooming with. They're going to need a co-signer, obviously, as two dudes who are 18 and just jumping out there. But
That's
yeah,
where you come into play, right, Bob? You going to be the guarantor?
that is not going to be me. No, it's actually going to be, I guess his roommate's grandmother was the one who had wanted to do it. So
There you go.
we would have.
grandma's involved.
I would have done it anything to free up the open, because the girls are giving me hell about wanting that room. They don't want to share a room anymore. So they can't wait to push their brother out because they're just like, well, that's going to be my room and I'm going to be over here and we're going to sort things out. And so the girls are just, they can't wait to get him
You got
out
to
of
get
there.
Zero Res to come on over and clean that room, man.
Spell it backwards or forwards.
Spells the same, baby.
Yep,
It is
exactly.
Zero
So what'd you do, Chop?
My youngest had basketball practice outside. It was perfect weather for that until about 8 o'clock. And
Outdoor basketball? That's what you're doing?
Well, they just found a court and decided they were going to do a practice.
That just sounds like a pickup game. That doesn't sound like a practice yet.
Yeah, your kids just tell you, "Hey, Dad, we
got."
got 9 baseball games this weekend in the sun. We'll see you there."
And
like,
then
you don't even have control over your own.
No, then I had to go over to my mom. My mom lives like right next door, so I went over there, hung out with her and Aunt Surrection during the presser. And my mom's like, "Can you help me set up my air tags?" And I'm like, "Mom, this is the easiest thing you don't need help. Just literally turn them on and they connect automatically. You'll be fine." So that's basically what I did.
Ah, that's good. And Luka came out here.
He came out here again.
You said he wouldn't come out. I said, "Is Luka going to come out?"
I didn't think
no
he
chance he gets up that early.
I didn't think he would, but we're going to a water park today. We're going to Hawaiian Falls.
Well,
and we're going to pick up his lady friend on the way home.
Ooh.
And I don't think she's comfortable riding in a car with just me.
I wouldn't.
Oh, yeah. No.
So he had to suffer by coming up here because it's on the way. I'm not going to drive all the way home, then backtrack and come get her.
Right.
So he had to get between y'all, basically. Like Luka's here to all right, no sketchy behavior, old man.
Well, it's not going to be sketchy behavior,
No creepy
Bobby.
old
Jeez.
man. No creepy old man stuff.
What?
No,
Okay.
it's just.
Like,
I think it's more just awkward. Do we talk?
That's what I
Are we
mean.
quiet?
Yeah.
What do we put on the radio
That's
here?
right. Yeah.
I want to take a
105.3 The
road
Fan.
trip. I road tripped with my my high school girlfriend's mom like 4 hours to the Houston rodeo, just the two of us one time, and it's just not something you want to do. Like I wish I didn't make that decision.
did you have a Zach Wilson thing back then?
No, I didn't really hit my peak until.
What
a
did
few
her
years
ankles
later.
look like?
The ankles were. That's why I bailed on the girl. That's why she's not my wife.
No. Oh, no.
All right, good morning on a
Oh,
Friday.
wow.
Sean and RJ and Bobby live from Glen Heights Firehouse, part of the Firehouse Tour. Stop number 3. Thank you to Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp, as well as Chill Boys Underwear and Firehouse Heating and Air. Get out here to Glen Heights. We'll be here until 10 o'clock this morning. Already a great turnout. Might have to go a little wireless. Might have to do a little sideline interview action with a couple
roll
of these
call,
solos
baby.
here. A little roll call. I like that idea. I may have a confessional as well about just the contents of this week. And we have a Wiley Swingers update from Bob. That's
We
next
do.
right here on The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for the best Ford dealership on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It's Platinum Ford.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
some allegations during Neighborhood Watch that we're going to have to address here. I believe we have a bit of an update on that. We are live here. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Sean Sharif out back on Monday. I'm Eric Chiafalo with the G-Bag Nation, and we are here in Glen Heights for the Firehouse tour. And big shout out to Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp. Already here, rocking and rolling, and I cannot wait to try that. Chill Boys Underwear and Firehouse Heating and Air. Glen Heights has been wonderful already. This has been a home run, dude. The hospitality is insane. They misspelled Sean's name on the sign, which was even better. They're
Best
in
part.
on a bit. It's just beautiful. And now we have a wireless Bobby belt floating around a sea of Tolos to do a little roll call action.
Yeah, we're gonna. We always like to when we have everybody congregated here, just kind of roll through and do a quick roll call of everybody. So we are back here at 545 out here at Glen Heights, 1938 Southampton Road. All right, so just name, city, and who do you hate most at the station? So we're just gonna go around. All right, lead off. What is your name, where you're from, and who you hate at the station?
My name's Scott McInerney. I'm from Hazlet, Texas, and I don't hate anybody. I love everybody here.
Oh, I love you all.
Dude, Scott, that's my boy, dude. I'm a Haslett guy. Went to Northwest High School, Haslett Elementary. Go Eagles.
All right, name, city, who you hate.
Nicholas Lasky, Irving. I don't know. It's hard to hate any of you guys, really.
Oh gosh, this is way too diplomatic so far. All right,
This is fantastic.
Artemio Cliff, and I don't really hate anyone, but if I had to choose, maybe RJ.
all right. Okay, name, city, who you hate.
Joel from Grand Prairie, and probably Bobby.
Sweet.
There we
all
go.
right.
That's right. That's
I'm
right.
surprised it took 5 people before we hit one of those. All right, go ahead.
Matt out of Villa. It's all love, no hate over here.
Oh, look at this. It's so warm and fuzzy. Hi, you.
You already know. What up?
Okay, all right, fine. Hi, we got
you.
Palmer here. Hi. Okay, hi, mate's walking away. All right, hello.
Hey, my name's Owen. I'm from Palmer. My least favorite person is Peyton.
Did he say my
All right,
least
I like
favorite?
that. Yeah, he said his least favorite is Peyton. All right, go ahead.
Steven from Palmer. I go with Bobby.
Thank you. All right, cool. All right, I'm winning this vote so far. All right, name, city, and who you hate most at the station.
Arthur Siegelville, and Bobby, I love you, but sometimes you're a little bit much.
Sweet. All right, 3 now. Okay, go ahead. Jim J.
Yeah, Cardio J, Mansfield. I don't know. Maybe Thank Kevin.
Oh, poor
Cardio
Gentlemen,
J, baby.
how is ya? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, name's Juan from Glen Heights, and I'm sorry, Bobby.
It's fine. I'm getting wrecked here, guys. All right.
you are.
Name, city, and who you hate most of the station.
Councilman Mosley, Glen Heights. Sorry, Bobby.
Damn it! I'm getting wrecked here. Hi, name, city,
Natanya, Glen Heights.
and you hate me most.
No, I love you.
Oh, thank you. Can you throw Eric out there? Nobody's gonna say Eric because of his beautiful bone structure.
Oh, Eric, God.
Eric, you're the worst.
Yeah, you're the worst, man.
Yeah.
Hi
All
there.
right, that's
Hi,
fair.
what's your name?
I'm Grace Askin Baker.
Heck yeah. Where are you from? You from Austin?
Because I love Tyler Carter.
That's what's up. All right, thanks for coming out. I appreciate you, man. All right, what's your name? Where's your city?
Steve from Glen Heights.
Who do you hate most of the station?
It's close between you and Sean.
Me and Sean. Okay, well, you're going to have to pick me because Sean's not here. And then final here, name, where you from?
Dakota from Rowlett. I don't hate anybody, but Sean's small hands kind of terrify me. So,
all right, so we cleaned up. Thank you so much, everybody coming out here. Thank you so much to everybody coming out here. That's our initial roll call here, and you guys can transition as I put up the wireless mic and then get ready to tell you about Wiley swingers who are very angry with me.
Oh, Eric, they made those. You know those little small hand things you put on top of your fingertips? You put your fingertips on it. They made those for Sean just so he would feel normal.
I know.
Around everybody else, so other people could wear them. It's kind of an inclusivity thing with him.
The biggest advantage Sean has against the rest of us is he never got the hand size too big to where he couldn't put the bugle on his fingers before he eats it.
It's true. I mean, and everything looks bigger in his hands.
Yeah, yeah, no question.
That's the key.
Except one thing.
Well,
Bobby?
So Wiley, you remember yesterday during the Neighborhood Watch, we talked about the swingers post in the Wide Awake Wiley Facebook group. So there were a lot of people who were thrilled by it. Somebody posted and said, "Oh my gosh, they were talking about Wiley on 105.3 The Fan. They were talking about our little Facebook group here," and most people were enjoying it, having fun with it, thought it was funny. There were others who thought this was terrible. Specifically, this one individual.
Oh, we don't need to name names.
I'm not naming a name.
Name names.
I'm not. But one individual who said, "Awful that you'd broadcast an unsubstantiated rumor all over the radio like that. Just terrible." So I had written back with the.
Some people just don't have any fun.
I wrote back with the Aaron Rodgers line. Relax. relax. That's what I told this young lady. I said, this segment includes a Facebook community group post every single week. It's meant to be a fun way to bring real community conversations in DFW listeners. That's how you connect locally. So this isn't like us watching local news with all the doom and gloom stuff, all right? It's pineapples, cantaloupes, and real people in the community laughing and making jokes about provocative rumors in a subdivision. It ain't that serious. So she wrote back to me. She said, not really stressed, just annoyed because this pops up on one of the Wiley pages every month or two. Now, having a man tell me to relax is a bit of a different story.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Oh, man.
She goes, anyway, as someone else has said, it's amazing how many people are so concerned about what goes on in someone else's bedroom. I also grasp that something covered on your show isn't exactly a major news outlet, so thanks for explaining that to me.
Wow.
So they're clapping back.
That's pretty good.
Most of the people in the Wiley page were great, and that was... Last year, that was probably our best stop on the Firehouse.
It was
tour.
great.
Was Wiley. That's where we got chili out there. That's the first
absolutely.
time you did something with the firefighters. It was great.
It sounds to me like she's a little sensy with the subject.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe something hit a little too close to home.
There you go.
Regarding that.
Yep.
Not necessarily to her, but someone she knows.
Yes.
Yeah. Someone she knows lives in that subdivision.
Probably.
Yeah,
and
I got you.
Because it absolutely can ruin lives if you go down. That is a road to nowhere.
The pineapple path?
Yes.
Yeah.
The pineapple path, I have a feeling, is a disastrous one.
It seems like one, but I don't know that you can say literally it's a road to nowhere. It's clearly a road to several places.
It's a road to somewhere.
Several places.
Nowhere good. It's a road to nowhere good.
Sure,
Yeah,
I can take that. Yeah.
Did you guys even know that the ESPYs were on last night, or were you as surprised as I was?
Didn't the ESPYs die out for everybody 6
Nobody
years ago?
has paid attention to the ESPYs in at least, probably since Norm Macdonald.
Who is the safe host they threw out there last night? Not to offend anyone.
I think it was Serena.
Oh, yeah, that's safe, right?
I want to see her monologue.
I do too. Yeah, I would go. Apparently, she took a shot at Harrison Butker.
I saw the one joke that she made, which was something about LeBron wanting his kid on his team, but it was more impressive that she won with her kid in her belly at the time. That was like a 10-second clip that I saw. So I guess she hosted it. And then there was apparently an awkward camera move to DeMar Hamlin, who was sitting in the stands or in the audience. And this is the Buffalo Bills player who had the almost death on the field. And apparently they had a Steve Gleason, who is like a paraplegic now.
Yeah, he is ALS.
ALS. Okay, so he's giving a speech and he mentions something about death, and then as soon as he does, the camera goes right to DeMar Hamlin in the audience.
That's a little awkward. We had talked about this at Super Bowl. Somebody had said that Hamlin at the Super Bowl doing some of his interviews had been a little just seemed a little put off. And I remember talking to someone, they're like, I think he's just probably worn out with the idea of hey, you need to be the spokesman for death in sports. And I that probably just gets exhausting.
I can imagine that's annoying.
Gosh,
I can imagine that's very annoying. Everyone's going to keep now. But look, I mean, that's let's be fair. He became a household name because of that,
right?
And you can't. He's not going to be able to run away from that and escape it. I mean, that is part of it. That is the major story in his life.
It's the exact same thing with the Hawk Tua girl. They can both relate on this. She doesn't want to be that girl forever, but I'm sorry.
You can talk Tua all you want, but at the end of the day, she's still Hawk Tua.
That's a hell of a way to tie those two.
Wow,
people
yeah.
together.
Just get
only Eric
started.
Chiafalo can tie those two together, man. Holy cow!
It's a Friday morning. Sean and RJ, thanks for waking up with us. Let's crank open that 6 a.m. club live from Glen Heights Firehouse, part of the Firehouse tour. Thank you, Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish and Shrimp, Chill Boys Underwear, Firehouse Heating and Air. Just getting started. How much will this weekend series in Houston affect the Rangers trade deadline strategy? That's next right here on The Fan.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Firehouse, stop number 3, Glen Heights, Texas, 1938 Southampton Road. As soon as you exit the freeway, you'll see a road sign. It'll tell you that, hey, you're in the right spot. Keep kind of heading your way down the road. You'll find us here, 1938 Southampton.
Head on right down the road. It's impossible to miss. If you're coming down, Southampton, you will see a giant illuminated 105.3 The Fan sign with a Firehouse tour sticker on it. Do you see that? That is an impressive sign we have out there.
It's right there.
9:20 today, you're going to be working with the Firefighters again. I just got that confirmed. 8:20, Eric Chiafalo is going to be asking some of his famous wireless questions of the Firefighters. So we got to stack that. Matt Pitman from Meat Church is coming up from Waxahachie.
There we go.
Just a little bit south of us here. So Matt Pitman will come up here, I believe, at 7:20. So we'll hang out with Matt Pitman a little bit. But it's been great. We've already had a bunch of Tolos come out here. I just checked in with a few more. Lupe and Miguel were out here. I also got a chance to talk to Patrick and DeSoto. And Patrick and DeSoto, after hearing the wireless segment where everybody listed me, or half of them did, as their least favorite at the station, Patrick said I'm his favorite. So I got one, boys. There you go. I got one.
Nice
and Patrick's all that matters.
Little pity vote, action.
You're going to get one.
No, it's a Dak vote, he said. It's my Dak defense.
Okay. Okay. I was going to say, I think the line of demarcation on whether or not you really like Bobby or really don't like Bobby is whether or not you like Dak Prescott or not.
I don't know about that because he really likes Dak Prescott. There's a lot of people that really like Dak Prescott, and everybody still hates him.
I think that's reflective of how people have felt about Dak since the Packers game, though.
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, just bad taste in your mouth.
Ooh. Yeah.
What have you done for me lately?
We're both similar that way. We both just leave a bad taste in people's mouths.
Well, I'm hoping that this Astros-Rangers series doesn't leave a bad taste in our mouths going into the All-Star break and then into the Rangers trade deadline scenarios, because this is a big one. A silver boot situation that feels like it's there's a lot at stake here. There's a lot at stake, and I don't know where you guys are at here in terms of, hey, you get the sweep, all of a sudden, dang, you might not be selling a dang thing. You get swept. I think that's really like the two ends of the spectrum there. I think you can go from being a team that doesn't sell at all to a team that's like, all right, you know what? This 3-game series, if you get hammered by the Astros, which hope to God we don't, you feel good about, hey, you got Heaney coming out, you got Evaldi, you probably got Gray on Sunday. You feel decent about what you're rolling out there.
Yeah,
but,
your staff's fine.
Yeah.
Your staff's fine for this series.
It's been fine for a good chunk of this season, and they'll find ways to lose 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a rough run at that. But I think there was a stat we had looked up at one point, Chop, that had said Texas had lost like more games between May and June than had lost more games, given up 3 runs or fewer than anybody in baseball, which it's felt like a couple different times where they lose 3-2 or 2-0 or you know, whatever the setup is. But man, this is obviously a massive series for them going on the road to Houston.
It is.
I don't know how much does winning 5 of 6 change their perspective potentially on saying this series is we bought ourselves some time. This series doesn't have to decide what we want to do. We don't have to make up our mind by the All-Star break. We can be a little more fluid with this, like Jared Sandler suggested.
Yeah, they don't have to make up their mind this weekend. I think there's a chance they already know what they're going to do. I also think there's a chance that they still have 3.5 weeks to figure out exactly what their plan is. Maybe not 3.5, maybe 2.5. Because they do, that's reality. But the problem is that you want to start putting the framework of a lot of these deals together this next week. Yeah, all the GMs are going to be here in town.
Right, you're rubbing elbows.
All the agents are going to be here. You want to put the frameworks of these deals together this week if you can. At least have the conversation started. Hey, is this guy available? Is this guy available? And you can do that, but it's going to be more difficult if they don't know what their intent is. And if they go in here and they get, they take 2 of 3 from Houston, and now they go into the break winners of 7 of 9. All right, maybe they're more apt to buy. But if, like Bobby said, they get swept, or God forbid, then that might change their. I would really doubt that somebody like Chris Young is going to overreact to 3 games at the end of the or 4 games if they were to get swept. It would be 4-game losing streak. He's not going to look at just the most recent 4 games. Oh, well, that's it. We're done.
Chris Young seems like a guy who it's going to take a lot for him to move off of the position of buying.
Yeah, he's going to have to be like.
I think he wants to buy. I think
ordered to sell.
I think he wants it not just sell. I think he wants to actively buy unless they're out.
I would think he does as well. I just don't think Ray Davis has any interest in doing any buying whatsoever. I think Ray Davis is going to Chris Young every time Chris Young's like, hey, could we maybe acquire this dude? And he's like, hey, you're about to reacquire the Jungle Cat. You're about to reacquire Tyler Malley or whatever. Like, I think that's how Ray Davis, who's actually is the one that's spending the money, I think that's how he views it. Hey, we just have built-in acquisitions at the deadline because we have our own guys returning. I don't see them doing much in the way of buying it all.
You know what my line would be back to that, though, if I was Chris Young? Like, okay, what do we expect Tyler Malley's OPS to be? Like, what do we expect him to hit? Because that's what I need.
That's fair.
I don't believe pitchers hit anymore, brother.
Yeah, that's great. If you can get me 0-0, like Tyler Malley can throw 12 scoreless innings. He can Harvey Haddix it up. You remember Harvey Haddix, the 12-inning perfect game? You can do that. That's fine. But, I mean,
we're looking for the dong ball.
If you have nothing on offense, then that's not going to work. Chop, I know you had your teams that could potentially be selling. If the Rangers did decide to buy, you've got a list of some guys that they could potentially be in on the veteran trade market.
So, like Chicago, there's a couple teams that are definitely going to be sellers because they have to sell. Would anybody be interested in a guy who seems to go to the World Series every year? Or if not the World Series, he goes.
I don't want Will Smith again.
He goes to the playoffs every. He always has like these big moments, right? That's Tommy Pham.
Ooh, and you get some attitude. You get some
attitude. You get some nasty.
You get a lot of attitude.
So everyone will be in his BJJ gym. They're going to be just working out nonstop.
Yeah, that's going to
people in chokeholds.
That's going to light a fire under everybody. I feel like in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
Immediately when you're a player on the Rangers, no matter where you are, what you're doing, when you get the notification on your phone that Tommy Pham is now on your team, you're immediately going into the weight room and doing some heavy back squats.
So, because I mean
that's the only reaction you can have.
Yeah, not only because you might feel inferior, but also because given Tommy Pham's history, like he may fight you. He may fight your own teammate, and you've got to be prepared to defend yourself. He is like the outfield version of Keone Kela. In terms of just short fuse and absolutely terrified. What was the audio we played a couple weeks ago of Tommy Pham talking about, y'all know how I am? Like, this is why I build up the way I do, because I'm going to bleep you up.
Oh, yeah.
If this moment calls for it.
He started the year well. He was hitting .327 with an .850 OPS in the first month of the season. Cooled off. But, I mean, he's come up with big hits in the playoffs in years past. So he's a guy that's going to be up there. Paul DeJong is another one.
That's a tile game, right? DeJong,
great tile game.
Yeah,
he's a shortstop, so he's an infielder. So they can if they need any kind of, which they kind of.
He's got to be a DH, dude. Defensively, he might be as big of a liability as you could have at the position.
I'd be out on that.
I think they're so like if I need a middle infielder, aren't I like I mean you've got so many in the minor leagues. Like, Duran just got sent down. I know he wasn't playing great, but, I mean, they had Foscue, who I know is not healthy. He came up for, 2 games before he got hurt. But, I mean, Foscue, they've still got not ready for majors, but Sebastian Walcott. I mean, they've been really they're very deep throughout their major league roster and down into the minors and middle infielders. So that would just be way down the list for me. Unless, Eric's talking about, you're talking about just DHing him.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, I would not be totally off on maybe a Kevin Pillar if you're just looking for some older dude to come in. I know the Nats are going to get rid of a bunch of people. Winkler's one guy they might get rid of because they brought James Wood up.
Hey.
It's a good Fonzie reference. I like that one.
Henry Winkler. There's a relation there, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that Henry Winkler's son? Brother?
No, it's not his brother.
Henry Winkler's brother has played Major League Baseball.
The ESPN.
It might be like a Kevin Hagelin son situation where his brother's like 20 years older than him. You know what I mean?
Could be. ESPN has a write-up of the Rangers here in a trade deadline article. It says the defending champs signed players with expectations they'd be contending this year. They've got Kirby Yates named an All-Star and Urena could bolster bullpens if the Rangers decide they want to sell. So if they do want to sell, they've got plenty of guys they can sell. They're still one of the teams, though, it's going to be listed as an up-in-the-air team.
Okay.
And if they wanted to jump the gun and offload a vet, I mean, look, you could look no further than themselves last year as a team that, they bought, right? Cole Reagans is an all-star.
Yeah.
Right? He's an all-star, but you got a World Series out of it.
Right.
So you make that trade 100 times out of 100 knowing that, hey, you're going to give up somebody. Well, what if the Rangers sit here and are like, hey, we want to sell, and we'll sell our closer this year, and we'll sell Kirby Yates, and perhaps you get a minor leaguer that needs a fresh start who becomes an all-star next year.
And obviously Nathaniel Lowe's been hitting better, so maybe this
he's been hitting much better.
Maybe this isn't anything that you'd want to go in on. But this article over at ESPN talks about how Justin Turner was signed by the Blue Jays in January with the intention of joining the contending team, and now here you are getting close to the deadline, and they've got one of the worst records in the majors. Is Justin Turner, who's obviously a third baseman primarily, but has played a significant amount of time at first base over the last couple of seasons, is Justin Turner somebody that you would at least pick up the phone and call on, or would you say I'd rather just run with Nate Lowe than dabble in those waters?
Interesting question, because he's having a real down year. And if you look at it compared to his past years, I mean, his OPS 100 points less than, well more than 100 points below his career average.
Mm-hmm.
But is that a byproduct of decline? Because he is, 39 years old, or is it, he's had a bad year or bad parks? Who knows, right?
His defensive wins above replacement right now is minus 0.7.
There you go. That's a DH right there. I think. Yeah. I mean, I would be open to it.
I would just roll with Nathaniel Lowe.
I'd rather have Nate Lowe. I think Nate Lowe's fine. I'm
talking about only in a DH situation.
Sure.
But even then, again, $13 million or whatever. I guess it's probably half that for the remainder of the season. I don't think Ray Davis is touching that.
If you're looking for DH, I mean, what is the health status of some of the guys that are coming back? Like
Carter and Young. That I think you're right. That's probably where, if Ray Davis is going to talk about something about returns, like you do have the pitch, but Ray Davis could very easily say, well, Evan Carter, he was the 5th ranked prospect in baseball coming into this season.
Yeah, and he was good. He was good last year.
Let him come back from the IL and bounce back the way Wyatt Langford did. Not just that. Let's Josh Young coming back. We're gonna have some options here.
Yeah, because if you get Young and Carter back and they go back to what they did at their normal level, I mean, now the offense looks way different.
Here's what I'm saying though, is that if they lose this series 2-3 or they get swept, to me that's enough to say sell. I think you're at the All-Star break. You're going to be, at that point, 7 games under 500 or 6 games under 500 if they do that. I would just say just sell at that point.
And if you get swept by the Astros, then you're looking at being 8 games behind them and maybe 10 games behind the Mariners in first place.
If you get swept by Houston, you're 8 games under, like you said. And then who knows what you're back in the division. You're at least 8 games back of them, of the Astros. You might be 10 back at that point of Seattle if they go on a sweep.
Yeah. So I think you're talking about, you're definitely not buying. It's just, are we going to do a full sell job? If you're selling Kirby Yates, you're telling us, okay, we're not giving ourselves a chance.
Right. Now, their run differentials, they're still in the positive.
They are.
So maybe Chris Young, and I know he does look at those numbers. He would look at it maybe and say, we should be right now 48 and 45.
It's not what the Pythagorean formula says. It says they should be 5 games under or 4 games under or whatever it said most of the year. To me, it's just, I understand you're in a bad division or a vulnerable
is this
decision.
moneypuck.com stuff?
Yeah, this is moneypuck.com. It's the deserve to win-o-meter for the Rangers. And when you pull up the deserve to win-o-meter, it says not a bit. The Rangers don't deserve to win a bit with the way that they've played offensively this year.
All right, it's a 6 a.m. Club Friday party here in Glen Heights at the Firehouse as part of the Firehouse Tour. Thank you to Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp, Chill Boys Underwear, and Firehouse Heating and Air. Let's have a Cowboys conversation. The countdown to Oxnard continues less than 2 weeks out. A former Cowboy has thoughts on why they can't win when it matters, plus some hotel pro tips next year on The Fan.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ? And now that's some quality breakfast for your brain. It's our commercial-free expressway, mornings at 7:20, right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Well, you've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of STP full synthetic oil with an STP extended life oil filter for just $29.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
because we are banner raising a G-Bag Nation flag right here into the rafters of Glen Heights Firehouse, and it looks fantastic. Nice work. We got a couple of G-Bag flags that we snuck in here. Look at the giveaway situation.
So we've already got the chiller koozies, the stainless steel koozies, the Sean and RJ Firehouse ones, which there's just a couple of those left. There's not a ton left of those. And then we've got the chalices from Stella, the G-Bag Nation etched chalices. And then on top of that, I just went to my trunk and found that there were still 6 G-Bag flags from my Market Street stuff last year.
You know, the
come get G-Bag. There's 5 G-Bag flags left here around if you ask for them.
Not the first time Bobby's popped the trunk on somebody.
Yeah, it is. the rates of both giveaways are leaving at about the same rate. So we're kind of running neck and neck. We're trying to see which one goes first.
Yeah, like do they give away Sean and RJ merch at their remotes?
Yes, from Firehouse tour of like a decade ago.
Then
we've given some of those teas out.
Yeah, I'll shut up.
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought we were being. Yeah. I thought that
just
you
keep
guys.
your mouth shut, Bobby.
I thought y'all were getting favorable treatment.
Spoken to.
I'm defending our show. Would you relax here? Shout out, by the way. I know you just got out to say hey to some solos. Shout out to Todd from DeSoto, who there are 2 broken down cars getting repaired right now in the shop, and Todd wanted to make sure that he was out here, but they had limited vehicles, so he took off from work just so he could get dropped off. To come hang out with us this morning. So Todd DeSoto is playing hooky from work.
Yeah, he told me. He told me. I'm like, dude, get that weekend started early. Big shout out to Delilah as well and her wonderful Tolo husband,
there, Delilah.
Freddie, showing some love, talking a little Cowboys, trying to get excited. We are going to be in Oxnard in under 2 weeks now.
I'm getting the itch, dude. So we've this is the least amount of Cowboys we've talked all off season in any off season
since you can remember, right?
Yeah, because even dating back till the Campo years, we still talked more. Because at that point, it was different because you're sitting there breaking down rosters. Because you had no idea who was going to make the team in 2004.
Camp battles.
Who were you talking Cowboys with in 2004? You're on KESM, but who would you have been sitting across? You and Mike Taylor?
Probably Mike Taylor.
Was he doing that one from Hawaii, too?
Chris Garcia. Yeah, no, he did not do it from Hawaii. Good reference, though.
Sean Dodge,
yeah, we would break down camp battles, right? So I can't remember a time that we've talked less, but we've gotten to the point where we're less than 2 weeks out from leaving.
12 days, baby.
And I'm getting excited. I'm getting the itch.
Really?
Yes.
Are you normally itching for the trip?
I love the trip. I think the trip is fantastic. The wake-ups don't bother me. Sleep to me.
I love it.
Yeah, I love the trip. Sleep to me is whatever. I'll sleep. I'll find time to get my rest. I love going to camp. I love going to spring training too. It just feels like it feels like the start of something.
Right.
So
right.
I love it.
There's hope in the air.
I can't wait. I got the itch because we also haven't talked about it. So I feel like it's more, it's like more important now because like we haven't talked about it. So it's not as monotonous and beaten down.
Yeah, it's fresh.
What is the you obviously outside of the football aspect of it? What are you really going to be eyeing or watchdogging on our Oxnard trip? Like
temperature.
But Dawson showing up to dinner.
Is Walchuk going to pick a fight at the beach with a jiu-jitsu master? Drunkenly,
yeah. Who gets into a fight? Like, I mean, there's a lot of different questions there. Are we going to run into our yearly friends from Oxnard? Are we going to do that where we bump into Chase,
some of the locals,
and Jade? Yeah. Say some of the local flavor.
If I don't see Chase, I'm going to be bummed out. But the rudder room time. I mean, all of it's going to be off the chain special.
Sean was arguing last year, if you'll remember, that he was going to try and like auction off his spot on the morning show the day after the Jerry party. Like he wanted to try and pay Eric like $300.
I was ready
$300 to come in and
I'm
host.
doing it for free today. I'd have done it for $300 then.
We could probably make that work if you wanted to switch.
And then he would flip, and Sean said he would sit in on G-Bag for that day because he wants to go hard at the Jerry party and recover.
I think it's a great plan. If we can work that out, just a little player swap for one day. Sean and RJ trading with the G-Bag Nation.
Eric Chiafalo traded, or Sean Sharif traded for Chiafalo in cash considerations.
For a player to be named later.
That's the now you've got hotel. We're changing our hotel this year.
We are. We did change the hotel up.
Now, obviously, I mean, like, we don't want to be overwhelmed like the Cowboys with autograph requests, so we can't disclose which hotel it is.
Yeah.
But
I
Eric
think you mean
Chiafalo,
motel.
You've got some hotel tips for us, right?
Yeah. Well, this lady has actually gone. This is Queen
Latifah.
Queen Evangeline.
Oh, okay.
25. She's gone viral on TikTok multiple times as a former hotel industry worker, and so she gives people tips on how to navigate the hotel situations that you can find yourself in. And some of this stuff is a little bit eye-popping, things that I had never really considered. Particularly, like, one of the things she says is, like, when you get to a hotel room, she says that she would never use the TV remote control.
Why?
Without wiping it down first with some type of Clorox wipes.
Okay.
Because she's like, those things don't get cleaned by anybody. The last person who knows what they had on their fingers, who knows what they had on their fingers. I mean,
so when we get in the hotel, like Sarah gets out the hand
sanitizer,
the sanitizing wipes.
Yeah, Clorox
wipes down. She wipes down everything,
even the remotes,
tables, everything. She wipes everything down. Whatever we put something on, everything gets wiped down.
Okay,
nothing goes on the floor.
Yeah, nothing.
The suitcase does not go on the floor. Nothing goes on the floor.
Except you.
Wait, so you're the whole time you're having to carry your luggage into the room.
The wheels.
So the wheels can touch.
Yeah, the wheels, but you got to use those trays. They give you those trays.
Yes,
like the suitcase tray.
Yes,
you got to use one of those.
Yeah, you don't want to put like I'm actively trying to avoid anything when it comes to the carpet. When's it been changed out? Like I have no idea what the deal is when it comes to how often they're cleaning these carpets. And so I'm trying to actively avoid them. I'm taking a shower, drying off, and trying to get my socks on in the bathroom before I barefoot walk through that carpet because
walk,
who knows?
You can't do the barefoot walk.
Especially post-shower. It's a little bit damp. It's a little bit wet. It's picking things up of disgust.
No, the barefoot walk in a hotel, you got to bring some kind of flip-flop house shoes. Otherwise, unless you don't care.
Is there a note in there about the coffee makers in hotel rooms and the disgusting note that I'm about to tell you? You're never going to want to get coffee out of the hotel room again if it's not in Chiafalo's note.
She says, I would never use the glasses in the room. I'm not talking about the styrofoam glasses or paper cups. I'm talking about the glasses that are sitting there for your use. She says she would never use them, period. But if you do, please God, wash them thoroughly first.
I had the what's up? We got our AT&T Stadium buddy here, Chris Wells.
We got Globe Life Field and AT&T security up in here. This is beautiful.
So I had actually heard. So I know somebody who he hosts a national travel radio show.
Well,
and he's told me before, he's like, don't ever use
they
the
have
coffee
travel radio shows.
He said don't ever use the coffee maker in a hotel room. I was like, why? And he said because a lot of flight attendants, whenever they're passing through town and it's a quick changeover and maybe there's not a laundry room or whatever, they will use the coffee maker and that hot water to wash their undergarments.
Oh, jeez.
Wait, what?
Yep. Wait. They will use that to what?
The pot?
Yes. To basically swish it around in hot water and get it clean.
I will say respect to those coffee makers, the versatility. I mean,
apparently it's just an old.
Hang on, those coffee makers are all Keurigs now.
This is my coffee maker / washing machine.
No, they're not. They're not all
small,
Keurigs. They have
individual
the
ones.
pots. I'm talking about the rooms that still have pots in them.
Well, are they attractive?
Well, yeah. Honestly, 9 times out of 10, probably not, Chop.
But they're female.
Yeah,
then I don't care.
I mean, it could.
So you're just any. I mean, we're going to be in California, dude. Female, you have to use quotation.
Whoa, God,
Eric.
Whoa.
They're fine with that.
What?
They love that. That's cool.
Oh my God.
That's their deal.
Yeah, I guess.
Thank you, Josh Smith, for the cosign. You should be an all-star.
Like Chris Strong's drop.
I think the hot water.
Really strong
I think the hot water, gets rid of all the.
I mean, you're the guy who thinks jumping in the pool counts as a shower, so that doesn't totally surprise me.
Hey, dude, here's the deal. I was going to ask you guys about this, but what's the longest you've gone without showering in your whole life? Can you think of what's the longest span you've gone? Because I think I hit my max number over this summer.
Yeah,
here
3 days. 3 days. It was that when the winter storm knocked out power for 3 days.
I get to beat you because I hit 4.
I went to my neighbor's house and showered.
I hit a 4-day where it was just pool, kind of swimming, whatever deal.
Summertime, Thursday to Sunday, basically every week.
Basically every week. Wow. Okay.
I mean, there's a good chance I'll shower. See, like Thursday I shower, and then I'll shower again either Sunday night or Monday after the gym. But I'm in the pool. I'm in the pool basically nonstop.
That's right.
From Friday at noon until Sunday night.
That
nonstop
does
in the pool.
not.
It absolutely counts. The pool
There was only
counts.
one
the
day
amount
this
of
week.
chlorine that we put in that pool. I mean, you're burning layers of skin off. Nothing could survive.
910 went 27 days in Iraq.
Are you serious?
27 days with no shower.
See?
Okay, can anybody beat 27 days of no showering? We have a couple of hands raising
Oh,
over
my God.
here.
Of course, the Wells boys.
I can smell the Wells boys. You can smell them coming from frickin' where they were coming in from. Okay, now the other thing that we have to acknowledge from a hotel standpoint, by the way, as we're getting set for Oxnard. Now, this is another thing I hadn't considered, and this is really, really sad because I love to wallow in the big quilts or whatever, the comforters.
Mm-hmm.
She says I would never sit on the bedspread of a hotel.
Oh,
this is
no,
a hotel
absolutely not.
expert.
Not a
Now,
chance.
I wish this is something that they should have you they should hand you the tips as you're walking in, just so you know.
Just the tips.
Just don't touch the remote without wiping it down. Don't get on the bedspread or whatever, because she says she would never make herself comfortable on the bedspread,
No,
sit on
absolutely
the
not.
bedspread or anything. The thing that comes off, she says that comes off the first minute she walks into the hotel room. One of the first things she does is remove the bedspread and put it in a corner by itself because there's no point in touching it. She says those things are borderline never washed. She says nowadays the upper scale hotels are actually better about it. If you notice the bedspreads, the white ones, they're actually more like sheets, yes, flat sheets. So they fold they fold a little bit better, and I guess you can use those a little bit easier. But if it's like an actual bedspread comforter kind of deal, she's like, don't touch it, don't sit on it, don't do anything.
They're disgusting.
I never even thought about that.
Oh, they're so bad because, I mean, people do you know what on that and they never get washed.
I do every time I go.
Every
to a
time.
hotel.
They never get washed, so absolutely not.
I guess just psychologically, I could just assume that they were being washed. That I guess disgusting things are happening, everything around the bed area for sure.
I mean, every time we get into a hotel, Kristen's paranoid that every hotel, no matter how nice it is going to have bed bugs. So she will go in there, and the first thing she does, first thing in the room before she'll set stuff down and go nobody touch anything because we have to leave this room. I don't want to be touched. And then she just immediately starts peeling back to look at the mattresses to see if there's bugs in them.
I don't think there's anything worse in the world. And I haven't experienced it myself, but I worked for my college apartment situation in college. Yeah, super high level. It was awesome.
Yeah. Did you tell people you were in real estate when they'd ask?
No, I was a community assistant.
You're going to Fry Street in college. I work in real estate.
Just the real estate. This school thing's just sort of a side hustle. No, I worked as a community assistant, and there were bed bug issues plenty of time.
Of course.
Just the amount of nightmare, having to treat that and go deal with all of it. You basically have to set your place on fire and then call Glen Heights to come out and water it down and then rebuild whatever your room is.
At 8:20, you should ask the firefighters that. Would you recommend as treatment for bed bugs just lighting your place on fire?
I'm totally down for that. All right, here we are. We are in Glen Heights right now. We're having a fantastic time. Shout out to the Tolos that have come out and shown some love. This is wonderful. We will be here until 10 a.m. It's a Friday. Sean and RJ, thanks for waking up with us as part of the 6 a.m. club. And big thanks to all the lovely sponsors like Palmer's Hot Chicken and Catfish and Shrimp. We got the Chill Boys underwear. You can actually sign up to win some free ones, which is pretty dang cool. Best underwear in the business. And shout out to Firehouse Heating
right now
and Air. You're wearing them right now. I know. You keep showing me. Every
Yeah.
time you say it, you have to show me as well, as if I'm not going to believe you.
No, they're great, dude. I love them.
I know. They are fantastic. Again, I can't talk to Broadus for 5 seconds without him mentioning, I'm wearing my Chill Boys today. They're amazing.
Socks. My Chill Boys socks.
I
love them.
Now that Klay is a Maverick, Choppy's actually sick of the word that's getting thrown around for Golden State, and we'll address that next year on The Fan.
The fight for justice never ends. In Texas, there's only one name you need to know. Thomas J. Henry Law. We're one of the biggest personal injury firms in Texas with the money to fight for you. We invest in expert witnesses, investigators, and cutting-edge technology because the best evidence wins cases. And you only pay if we win. No upfront fees, no hidden costs. We give back to the communities we serve, from school supplies for tens of thousands of kids to food for families and pets. Thomas J. Henry. Visit us online at tjhlaw.com. San Antonio.
RJ Chopper here for the greatness of Diamonds Direct. Are you ready to make this summer one to remember? It's that time again. Diamonds Direct annual summer sale. 20% off virtually everything in the showroom. So whether you're in the midst of wedding planning, like me, shopping for the bands, or picking out your next fashion jewelry must-have from Diamonds Direct, you can save an extra 20%. It's next weekend, July 19th to the 21st. All bridal, all fashion favorites at Diamonds Direct will be on sale. All your favorite bridal styles, plus the earrings and bracelets and necklaces and stackable bands and colored gemstone jewelry and more. It includes some of the beautiful pieces from world-class designers. You can even see their expanded selection while they're in town. Make an appointment to shop. You can get $100 off for your purchase when you make that appointment. Go see your favorite diamond expert. Save even more. Diamonds Direct annual spring sale. It's next weekend, July 19th to 21st. You don't want to miss these incredible offers. The annual spring sale, you're going to get an extra 20% off. Shop or make an appointment in store or online at diamondsdirect.com.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoflex lease, yeah.
If you want a new car for less, listen up. Leasing your new car is the best way to get your new car, any new car. That's right. When you lease, you can get a new car every few years. You can always be in warranty, and you'll save money. Autoflex Leasing is the leasing leader and is the #1 place to go to lease your car. Autoflex compares the top 50 lease programs in America, not just one or two like the others, so you can be sure you're getting the best lease. They call it the Flex Lease. Autoflex pays less for the cars you lease. They get the best rates, and they pass the savings and all incentives and rebates on to you. And do you know the best part? You can do it all over the phone. Don't waste another day spending too much for too long.
Skills?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
I was going to say, that's a great way to spin just not being able to remember a great name like Glen Heights. You've only been saying it all week. You know?
All week you've been saying it. Now all of a sudden you're here and you're getting
stage fright,
performance anxiety.
Yeah.
The mustache.
Bluetooth.com, promo code RJ.
That's right, baby.
The mustache game here at Glen Heights Firehouse is off the charts legendary. And one of these guys, I mean, if
the city manager is Raleigh Fingers, bro.
He does.
That beautiful mustache.
The wax on that.
But my guy here, look at my guy right here. Look at look at the thickness of that mustache. There's a length and girth to it that is just unheard of.
It's both. It's very Deadwood.
Like a young Wilford Brimley.
It's got a Deadwood look to it.
I mean, that's like Tom Selleck would be a little bit embarrassed being around this guy.
We always mock Peyton's mustache in general. Did I say funny or interesting? What was that? We always mock the Peyton mustache in general. I think today it would look even more pathetic if he was out here.
We'd have to run to the Walgreens and get a razor so he could cut it off his face. So
absolutely.
He doesn't have to be so embarrassed.
I got a chance to talk to Marcus from Glen Heights. He was very disappointed. He wanted to trash talk Sean Sharif, said he came out here just to do that. But I let him record a video message for him, so that was good. We also had Matt in Red Oak that I was talking to. He was like, "Yeah, we just." I was talking about how great the chairs are and how nice the setup is. Like you just walk around the corner, the aesthetics, like it's so aesthetically pleasing to the eyes. Looking at the city hall setup and everything else.
Yes.
But he was like, "Yeah, we just do things better down here. We're better south of Dallas."
He's not lying. First class from top to bottom. Klay Thompson is a Maverick, and Choppy is sick of the D word that gets keep thrown around about these Golden State Warriors. You need to get something off your chest here, Chop?
Yeah, Steph Curry was talking about how it'll be hard to replicate, and that, essentially saying that we'll never see this kind of dynasty again.
Agreed.
The dynasty era is over. We won't see this kind of dynasty again. And I just am like, we were talking, and it kind of, because we were talking about this over the weekend on our group chat with Peyton. And Peyton talked about the Giants dynasty, the San Francisco Giants dynasty, where they won in 2010, 12, and 14.
Would you have always objected to it even being a dynasty?
Correct.
Because they never won back-to-back, and they were you essentially view them as the Giants of baseball, the New York Giants of baseball.
I think we have completely, we need to define the dynasty, and we have completely gone soft.
Okay.
We've gone full-on participation trophy in the dynasty form.
So why isn't Golden State one?
I think you got to win a minimum 3 straight. Minimum.
You've said before that the Spurs were a dynasty, though.
Spurs, I think, is a different situation because they won.
They never even won back-to-back.
I know, but they won 5 in like a decade. All right, that is a little bit different. And I also think
Golden State won 4 in 7 years, and they went to 5 straight.
That's okay. This
is a bad argument for you. This is almost as bad as your Johnny Manziel opening a bar in College Station. No freshman is going to know who that is.
No freshman will know who that is. Absolutely not.
No freshman at A&M is going to know
he said Johnny
football.
opening a bar in College Station.
If you were to do it right now, I mean, it's been 10 years. The freshmen were 8 years old when he was there.
So he was like, nobody's going to know that bar.
What else would they have latched onto over the last decade?
Not Johnny Manziel. He's been actually more than 8 years. Let's see. If they were opening it now, that's 12. They were 6 years old. They were 6 years old.
But it doesn't matter. Just like how they
know who Johnny Manziel is?
Yeah, he said yeah. There,
Do
look
you?
you knew.
Well, who is he? The football player. He doesn't even know.
He just did the money sign.
Yeah, the football.
Hey, what was that? What was his sign? Texas A&M. Yeah, show your dad. What was the sign Johnny Manziel did?
This is the exclusive interview of Choppy interviewing his son without a microphone. Live at Glen Heights Firehouse.
We have completely. You need a minimum of 3 in a row.
Unless you're the Spurs because of that one thing, right?
And that's really, I think the reason with the Spurs is because you had different players in both.
So the only thing that gets you there is a 3-peat. So I'm trying to figure out, like, how many 3-peats have we had across? Like, how many dynasties then?
There's basically. I mean, I don't consider the Yankees in the 90s to be a dynasty.
Wait,
they won 4 out of 5. I don't consider it's too short. Even though they had the 3-peat, it's minimum. That's minimum. It's just too short. I need a dynasty to be
wild.
I need a dynasty to be the Cowboys from 1971 to 95. That's a dynasty.
You need a quarter. You need a quarter century.
What do you consider a dynasty in the global politics? The Roman Empire, the Ottoman Empire. You got to have multiple leaders, rulers. You got to have multiple superstars.
This might be your first good point.
You need to have Roger and Troy, and it's a consistent 25 years of dominance.
I'm curious.
Exception of 2 years at the end of the 80s.
We've got the fan text we can go to, but there are plenty of people out here at Glen Heights right now. So I'm just curious. Raise your hand if you think Choppy has made a compelling argument about dynasties just now. Okay, there's literally there's one hand.
That's
there's
right.
one hand.
Yeah,
101 Dalmatians back there is raising his hand.
He does.
He brought a Dalmatian.
I'm just hating on the Golden State Warriors. That's what I'm doing here.
But you just had to say the Yankees weren't one?
In
4 and 5 years.
Yeah, the Yankees had a dynasty from 1920 to 1964.
So you think Jeter never played on a dynasty?
It's a mini dynasty. It's a mini dynasty. A big dynasty.
You are fake news.
You've got to have different players.
So the Lakers weren't a dynasty to you?
Which one?
The Kobe Shaq Lakers.
No. It's too short.
Wow.
It's too short. I'm sorry. I've got higher standards in my life. I have higher standards.
Off the top of your head, list genuine dynasties of the last 40 years in any sport.
The Cowboys from 71 to 95.
Okay.
I would do the Yankees from 20 to 64.
Oh, I missed those days.
Yeah, I know, right? Way back when.
Were the Lakers in the 80s a dynasty? They didn't win 3 in a row.
I would say not them or the Celtics, no.
Oh, my God.
And you know what? The Bulls were. 6 and 8 years is that's – and the Celtics, obviously, in the 60s. I'm sorry. I got a higher bar.
I feel like this is one of these times where you backed yourself into a corner with a take, and you have to keep digging on other.
I have a much higher bar.
I've done it myself plenty of times.
You guys are.
I did it on Jimmy Garoppolo.
You guys are essentially just losers. You're participation trophy people, and I just have a higher bar.
You think we're just a bunch of Gen Zers?
You're just Gen Z. I just think you've got to have a prolonged success. You want to call it a mini dynasty? I have no problem with that.
The Lakers weren't prolonged success in the 80s. They were in the finals all but 2 years, and they won 5.
They were prolonged success in the 80s, but they also had the Celtics who took some titles away from them. You going to call the Birds Celtics a dynasty?
No, but the Lakers won 5. The Celtics won 3, and the Lakers were in every finals but 1 in the 80s.
Again, the problem with that one is, they didn't have a 3-peat. They won 2 in a row, right?
They won 3 out of 4, 85, 87, 88.
Yeah,
but
I said I need a minimum 3 in a row.
Minimum.
I need a minimum 3 in a row.
If you take the Rockets' 2 appearances in 81 and 86 out, the Lakers were in the NBA Finals every year in the 80s.
Great. Cool. Good for them. They didn't win 3 in a row.
Could LeBron be considered a dynasty just by himself? Because
LeBron by himself could be done.
Like 10 straight
He
finals
went with 48 different players. I'm sorry. You guys are participation trophy people. That's fine. Call it a mini. Can we just put the word mini in front of it?
The 817 says...
No, I don't think we can.
817 says Choppy shouldn't be allowed to drink on remote shows anymore.
What the heck, man? I enjoy... Who doesn't like to drink at 8 o'clock in the morning?
I love it.
469 says, I'd like to have a hit of whatever Choppy's smoking.
Yeah,
and,
look, you want to call it a mini dynasty? Go right ahead. I'm not going to call it a dynasty.
Choppy's
Dynasty's got to have...
Do the Chiefs have a chance to go dynastic on us with a 3-peat? They're about to go 3-peat if they put this one together this year.
Well, that would be the start.
That would be the start.
But the only 3-peat in the history of that Super Bowl era would be a start at a dynasty.
Yeah,
that's right.
I'm just a harsher grader. If you guys want to go ahead and put Ryan Sandberg in the Hall of Fame like he already is, and he shouldn't be, you go right ahead.
If
you go ahead, vote Eli Manning in the Hall of Fame. Do it. You want to put him in? Put Eli in.
The fan text wants whatever Chops this take. This is
that's all right, man.
East Dallas Reggie with some sticks and some twigs in it. That's what he is smoking with that take.
Touch of PCP.
Yeah.
No NFL dynasty. Wolchuk just texted me. He says there's no NFL dynasty. It sounds like Wolchuk might be on the choppy. The choppy train.
The Patriots
of bad
one
takes.
is interesting because
you and Wolchuk have the same opinion on a lot of things.
I know, right? It's it's just
Slappos.
Tom. The problem with that is it's just Tom. There's no – you got to have, to me, like the Packers, if they had one more with going far right into Rodgers, would have had a better chance because you have multiple people. It's just like, when you have a dynasty in like empires, you go from one emperor to another, and you keep ruling.
I don't know
That's
that
a dynasty.
I don't know
so
that
you got to go from Russell right into Bird, right into what you got to go bam, bam, bam.
I don't know that like our the standard for sports franchise dynasty should be like, well, did you do what Alexander did? Like,
I think it
did
should
you?
be.
Like, I don't.
I'm sorry,
think,
I just have a harsher.
Like, I don't think like global power is our
I need global power. I need global power. That's what I'm looking for. You guys can look for whatever you want. You can
I do
have
love
your
this. I do. No, I do.
Participation trophy dynasties. And those are fun.
I love when you better call
PTDs.
Huh?
PTDs, participation trophy dynasties.
Mini dynasties.
I'm down with
I got
PTDs.
nothing wrong with calling them the participation trophy dynasties. I have no problem with calling them mini.
Right.
The big word.
Yeah.
The big word. I'm sorry, I just can't use that.
Take that, Steph Curry.
They don't like to be called many. They like to be called little dynasties.
It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from Glen Heights Firehouse, part of the Firehouse Tour presented by Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp. Shout out to Chill Boys Underwear and Firehouse Heating and Air. I believe the chiller glasses have just been run through, but we still have the G-Bag Nation Stella Artois Pimp Cups here for you as well. I think I got some G-Bag Nation decals I'm handing out, so we're having a good time here. Great to be in Glen Heights. We'll be here until 10 a.m. We know Micah made the top edge rusher list, but do the Cowboys have any other players getting that kind of respect? That's next year on The Fan.
We chapter your favorite segments and even bring you the entire Sean and RJ show.
Thank you.
It's all there for you.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KRL-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Firehouse, stop number 3. Glen Heights, Texas, 1938 Southampton Road. And I do have to say, we have annihilated the G-Bag Nation when it comes to the choices of giveaways. They had a choice. The Tolos had a choice when they came down here. And by the way, we have not had ever a bigger 5:30, forget 5:30 crowd, a bigger 5 a.m. crowd. Before the show, even before I got here, I was the first one here, and they were already in full force. But they had a choice. They could have had the beverage cooler giveaway, the stainless steel koozies, if you will, or the Stella Artois chalice.
Which are the chalice, which are beautiful in and of themselves. They're great.
But they unfortunately have the G-Bag Nation name on them.
Yeah, if there was Sean and RJ on there, Sean and RJ.
If they said Sean and RJ, I mean, they could have been number. But
clean sweep.
They are almost still full stock.
This is the first time Sean has beaten Dawson at something.
That's true.
Except that small hand
But he didn't get credit for this. He didn't get credit for the win.
No, that's true. Yeah, because, I mean, people came out here because they thought it was Shane merch.
That's right.
No, I've had a lot of people shake my hand saying, I wish I was shaking Sean's hand right now. And I was like, hey, honestly,
I have seen that.
I understand.
This man over here can't stop socializing. It's like he gets out of the. I know he's been like floating around. He's a man of the people.
I want to make it a point every time somebody gets out of their bed early in the morning to come hang out with us on location, they're going to get the full experience. We're going to VIP this bad boy. We're rolling out the Tolo VIP red carpet here.
That's why you're the man of the people.
Firehouse. That's right.
That and the I mean, the handsomeness is the main thing.
Yeah, but not without the hair.
The hair did.
Now you're a jag. You're just a guy now.
Yeah.
When you had
all in line with the rest of them.
It looked much better.
Yeah, when he looked like peak Aquaman with the long hair.
Yeah.
And now he's cricket green.
You're the Samson of the fan.
Yeah, but here's the deal.
Biblical reference for you. I don't know if you get that.
Oh, I do.
Oh, he gets it.
I understand I've lost my strength, and I did meet a Delilah out here earlier today.
Delilah.
Okay, so let's just be honest. You're right.
I get that. I don't think I've ever had anybody do a Delilah reference like that. I went for "Hey there, Delilah," not do you want to talk to somebody you love tonight? Send a song to that special someone.
All right,
this is Daniel Bedingfield.
Sure, you follow no idea what we're talking
No,
about.
I
It's
don't.
fine.
This is the same as the
That's
Catherine
totally
Turner
fine.
line
That's
you
totally
dropped
fine.
earlier in the week.
It's 20 years ago. Love stories at night.
Okay, the other very exciting news here is the meat master, Matt Pitman himself, is here. Boots are on the ground. We're going to have a full-fledged food and meat conversation coming up here shortly.
Did he
during
bring his ticket to get in?
Did he bring his ticket to get in? Oh, which was smoked meat? Yeah, I think he showed up empty-handed,
man.
But he's wearing that killer Braves Del Murphy shirt, so
Dude, the
that'll
meat church,
get you in.
The meat church merch is so
it's very
clean too. It's such a clean looking hat. You roll up in one of those.
Have you been to their shop over here in Waxahachie?
No, I have not. I've not gone down there yet.
Great.
I need
Great.
to. I need to get there. I was using the Blanco all over my spaghetti again the other night. You throw some of that in the spaghetti sauce, so good.
I thought you sprinkled some of that in your post game cereal.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I pre-gamed. That was my performance enhancer. I just made a little line there.
All right, so we are at Glen Heights Firehouse in 1938 Southampton Road. We got some. ESPN is putting together. They're doing their. This is the time of year, the silly time of year, right?
Yes,
As they get ready for training camp. They put together all these, rankings of position groups around the National Football League.
It's not that silly. We like it. We enjoy it. So we have the top 10 at. We did the edge rushers yesterday. So we have out currently. We have safeties, defensive tackles, and running backs. Which direction would you gentlemen like to go here?
Go.
Well, Choppy loves the running back.
Yeah, let's go running back.
We should probably go there.
Running backs. It is his favorite position. Okay, I'll stop there. All right, top 10 running backs in the NFL. Let's go 1 to 10. Number 1. You already cheated and just saw it, Eric. I know you did.
I did see it, but it doesn't matter because we all know it's Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, you have to say that. You're contractually obligated to say it ever since that was part of your settlement with the McCaffrey family.
Yeah, it's a 1A, 1B with Christian McCaffrey and Zeke.
Yeah, that's Zeke. We haven't gotten to the best interior offensive lineman list yet. Christian McCaffrey is number 1, highest ranking 1, lowest ranking 4. Health and a killer offense have elevated McCaffrey to his rightful place as the best tailback and a top player in all of football. Would you like to dispute that notion at all? Or do you think McCaffrey is one of the rare running backs who still presents bang for the buck even at $15 million?
He's a great player. I wouldn't pay him $15 million.
What would you agree he's the top running back in football?
Easily.
What would you be willing to commit to that? Legitimately.
I don't know, like what's $8 million? 10,
Okay. Here, and I'm generally in line with Choppy on the running back stuff, but I will say specific to this particular team and scenario that Christian McCaffrey is on with Kyle Shanahan and the Niners, his value on that team is much more than I think it would be probably on all other teams in the league, with the way that Shanahan is able to use him and get the most out of him, coupled with all the other weapons and talent that defenses have to account for. Christian McCaffrey, I mean, when they made the move for him at the deadline a couple of seasons ago, their season took a huge turn for the better. And that was when Brock Purdy, and he was like undefeated to start his career or whatever. And a lot of that had to do with bringing in Christian McCaffrey and having an offensive genius like Kyle Shanahan to get the most out of him. And so I think in San Francisco, he's worth every dollar that they're giving him, but I don't know that he would be worth that anywhere else.
Let me ask you this. Would you rather have him at $15 million or Isaiah Pacheco at $750,000?
Who
9 times out of 10, I'm going Pacheco for $750K.
Yeah,
but I think here with San Francisco, I can understand why.
I can too. I get it. I mean, I would pay him. I'd pay him money.
Miles Garrett was actually just on record as saying the best non-quarterback in football could be either side of the ball. He went with McCaffrey. So just to give you a perspective of a defensive player, I mean, McCaffrey's striking fear into Miles Garrett.
That's weird because I thought they were talking about like Miles Garrett's IQ was a big part of why he was number 1 on the defensive ends, and then he said something like that. So that doesn't seem totally right. Number 2 on this list, Breece Hall. That is rapid. The number 2 running back in all of football is Breece Hall. His highest ranking was 2nd. His lowest was unranked. So that's the kind of spectrum you're talking about now. This is coaches, executive scouts. It took getting down, I think, the 7th edge rusher before we found somebody that's like here, there on the list, and they weren't even ranked on somebody's. But you go, the number 2 running back in all of football apparently didn't even show up on some people's list. He's 23 years old. Last year he was an honorable mention. Hall is considered the game's best running back under the age of 25 with big upside on year 3 projections. He looked brilliant as a rookie before tearing his ACL, then looked great again late in 2023 with 357 yards and 3 touchdowns over weeks 16 and 18 despite a non-existent passing game around him. One high-ranking NFL official said, natural rusher with acceleration through the hole. He's got power and can create his own shot by making someone miss. Breece Hall, I mean, if you're going to tell me you've invested all this capital into your offensive line in New York and you're still believing in Aaron Rodgers as a legitimate, franchise quarterback, and the league is going to tell me Breece Hall is the 2nd best running back, and we know the Jets have the defense they do. The Jets, if that's the case, the league is telling you they're setting it up to say that they think the Jets should absolutely be in contention to win the AFC East. Even with Buffalo
if Aaron Rodgers is top 15 quarterback,
and healthy.
Let's just say he plays all 17 games, or let's say he's at 15 games, and he's a top 15 quarterback.
Yeah,
they're absolutely a playoff team.
It's all going to hinge on the fact
they're a good roster.
You just can't account for the variable of the Jets' incompetence and Nathaniel Hackett being the one pulling the strings. And I guess with a healthy Aaron Rodgers, he's kind of saying, like, thanks but no thanks on that play call, Nathaniel.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and call it.
Yeah, the Jets' biggest issue is how much golf can Sauce Gardner get in after September.
Oh
in
my
New York.
gosh, we've got we've got a couple golf stories for you to get into a little bit later, because we've got the Sauce Gardner, and then we're going to tell you a little bit later why RJ Choppy has put in his prep, talking about the 13-year-old child he would like to punch in the face.
Punch
is
right in the
literally what he put in his prep.
And it's not his own kid, right?
No, because he's 14.
No, well, he's 14.
He puts him by age. That's the 14-year-old sometimes. This kid would be the 13-year-old that he would like to sock in the face. All right, number 3, Choppy, you get a Chubb. You get Nick Chubb there.
Right.
His highest ranking was 1. Again, lowest ranking, unranked. This one is complicated. They say Chubb has been the game's best pure rusher when healthy, but his future is shrouded in uncertainty because of severe knee injury suffered last season that required multiple surgeries. So that's the state of the running back position right now, is that you're talking about that's why they call it the 27 club, Chop, is because when you're a running back and you turn 27, you basically die.
You do.
And then it's over. So Nick Chubb is 28 and coming off devastating knee surgeries, and they still say that's the third best one in football. The second best one is a guy who's played parts of his first 2 seasons and he's had a bunch of injuries. And I think that tells you just how starved the position is. Nobody's coming up. Nobody's being brought up anymore in football ranks to play the running back position. Your best players are not going to that position.
No, they're not.
Tell that to Bijan Robinson.
They're going to wide receiver, or they're going to go tight end. I mean, like bigger ones, like the bigger wide receivers now going to tight end, because that is to me, the third wide receiver and the tight end are just mismatched central.
Yeah, I think that's I mean, that's where you can really take advantage. Look, if Jake Ferguson continues to progress, Jake Ferguson easily becomes, in all likelihood, your number 2 option in this offense for the Cowboys, for instance, because of the type of mismatch that he can be.
I mean, yeah. I mean, wasn't he? I mean, kind of was.
Yeah, in large part he was last year. Fighting for the second option, though, could be, Ezekiel Elliott, I guess. How far down this list do you think? We just run through the first 3. How far down this list do you think we got to get to Zeke?
If you're doing starting running backs,
28.
You're going to get to 32. You are.
That's assuming he gets to start.
He is.
You think definitely?
Yes.
We've been over this,
he's
right?
100% started week 1, and he's going to lead the team in carries.
Agreed.
For the season?
I mean, barring injury, yeah.
Interesting. I don't.
What do you think? It's going to be Rolls-Royce Freeman?
No, I think that he's going. I think that he'll start games. I think Dowdle very well could have more carries by the end of the year.
Okay, fair enough.
That's how I think it goes. The rest of the list here: Saquon Barkley, number 4 from the Philadelphia Eagles. You have Jonathan Taylor from the Colts. Boy, he's fallen off. That again just shows how rapid with the running back.
You cannot pay them.
The Jonathan Taylor thing 2 years ago, people were talking about Jonathan Taylor should be MVP.
MVP, I know. What a lunatic take that was.
6, Bijan Robinson. One person had Bijan ranked as high as number 1 in the league, above Christian McCaffrey. 7, Josh Jacobs of the Packers. 8, Jahmyr Gibbs from the Lions. 9, Derrick Henry of the Baltimore Ravens. And 10, Travis Etienne of the Jaguars. Ezekiel Elliott does not make this list.
Brooke, did Bijan lead Atlanta in carries last year, or was that
I think it was Algier.
Boy, you're going to put him in the top 5 or whatever?
It is what it is. No Cowboy makes the list, even an honorable mention, but a former Cowboy, Tony Pollard, was included in also receiving votes. So that sounds like 2 people put him number 10 potentially.
I like it.
But there you go. That is the list of running backs. And if we have some time later today, we might get into the defensive tackles and safeties as well. But no Cowboy, stunningly, out of what looks like about 24 names presented in the running backs group for ESPN.
Wow. Okay. Well, and that makes a ton of sense, dude. I mean, when you start grading running back rooms and stacking them up, I think Broadus told us Pro Football Focus had the Cowboys think they were dead last in terms of just running back rooms across the sport right now. So
are we going to make Choppy do this ladder?
Yeah, I'm looking at this. Is 105 feet.
Dude, it's 105 feet. That's the one when I did the one
off a fire truck. That was sweet the way they just
I did the one
launched that into the sky.
Yeah, I did the one in Wiley, and I think I got like halfway up it before I was just like, nope. So
the altitude up there.
Altitude
gets a little bit thin.
No, that one. Well, and it was concerning to me because when we were in Wiley, the firefighter was sitting like at the very top of it, just filming me. Like, did not care. He was just unmoved by it.
Have we decided what Choppy's fireman activity of the day is going to be?
Jaws of Life, baby.
Oh, yeah, you're going to love that.
Cut up a car.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah. Did you not know what I meant when I said Jaws of Life?
No.
Are you well?
You thought that was
Are
just
you unwell?
Did you think that was just slang? You didn't know that's an actual tool?
No, I wasn't 100%
Have you never,
sure. I've heard of it, but I couldn't explain it to you. I'm thinking of like a bear trap.
Yeah, basically.
It's kind of a bear trap.
Yeah, for a car?
Yeah.
Yep.
So you're going to use it?
Yes.
Does this take like man strength? Do you need high T levels to pull something like this off, or is the tool doing everything for you?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, have you been doing enough like bicep work to do this effectively?
That was yesterday.
Okay, so you have the soreness excuse, perhaps, if you don't perform well, at least.
I
think that's
suppose
a
I
good
could.
built-in.
I mean, yeah.
Crank up the old excuse machine if you need to.
Well, I mean, look, I can come up with any excuse I need.
Yeah, last time it was, they gave me a thicker piece of wood than normal.
That's it. They gave me the thick wood. Okay, they gave me the blue chew wood.
Promo code RJ.
That's what you asked for.
I said, give me the thick wood. I'll take care of that.
They set you up to break down the door and talk to it that thing.
All right, and Sean, RJ. Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
It was an inch thick. Yes, it was an inch thick.
Live from Glen Heights Firehouse, part of the Firehouse Tour on a Friday, presented by Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp, as well as Chill Boys Underwear and Firehouse Heating and Air. Shout out to the Tolos that are out here right now. We'll be here until 10 a.m. giving stuff away, having a fantastic time. Let's go into the expressway. Guess who's here? Meet church man himself, Matt Pitman. And then we'll empty out the junk drawer. That's next right here on The Fan.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
You're waking up with Sean and RJ. In just a few minutes, we go commercial free.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it?
Here live with us in Glen Heights at the Firehouse, and it's brought to you by Mr. Electric.
I also got to do a couple shout-outs. We have Tony from Glen Heights who's hanging out here,
Big
and
T.
he was just giving me the lowdown on how this is all brand new stuff that we're hanging out in today. This is a brand new Firehouse, brand new City Hall. Everything's great. And then similar to Matt Pitman, we had Ken from Waxahachie coming out. So he said he had visited G-Bag in Mansfield last year, and so he was like, all right, this is my chance to go see the morning show. So
Heck yes, dude. The turnout's been incredible. It's been great. The hospitality through the roof. This Firehouse is unbelievable. You mentioned it, brand new, spick and span. It's fantastic, and it gets even better now because Mr. Meat Church, Matt Pitman, is here live in the flesh. Matt, it's great to meet you, dude. I've been listening to you every other Wednesday here, Sean and RJ, for a while now, and now you're here with us on a Friday. Where'd you just fly in from? I'm sure you just got done cooking for somebody awesome.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to be here. Glen Heights is where I come buy my alcohol. We're dry in Waxahachie, so I'm a big Glen Heights guy.
Is Waxahachie dry still?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's bad.
Oh, my gosh, that's brutal.
That's what I say every election period. Oh, my God, why is this not on the ballot?
You should run. You should run for office.
I have too many skeletons in my closet.
Yeah, so there are a lot of people running for office who have skeletons in their closet. Matt, I think you're fine.
I think that's actually part of the line of demarcation to get in. Yeah, it's part of you have to have that on the resume. Well, it's great to have you here, dude. Did I hear that you, at one point, you had fireman expectations for yourself, aspirations?
Yeah, growing up, I didn't really know what I wanted to be, but I was always really enamored with fire, and I thought I would be a firefighter. But in junior high, I moved down to Texas at 13, and I decided to shoot some bottle rockets at my brother, and I burned down 600 acres in Mineral Wells, Texas. It made the front page of the paper. It looked like World War II ending.
Oh, my God.
And my dad told me
up.
that ended my firefighting aspirations before I got out of the 8th grade.
What was the fallout from that, both legally and in your house?
Well, it was we burned down I burned down like 6 different people's property.
Their homes?
No homes were damaged, luckily, but I replaced fence posts all summer. It was brutal. But,
oh my gosh! And you were actually firing that at your brother? Is that what I heard?
Oh yeah, growing up in the South, we spent all our money on fireworks. I was very Joe Dirt-ish, and anyway, it was a dud. Like went up and went down, and I'll never forget how fast that fire spread. It was. I went up to my barn 20 yards away to get a shovel. When I came back, the fire was completely out of sight. We were in the middle of what they call a drought, and I didn't know what that was.
So now you work with more controlled fires.
Yeah, so it's come full circle. So I'm still enamored with fire, just in a controlled manner.
So did you who tattled on you?
Oh, nobody had to tattle. The whole world knew. It literally, on the Mineral Wells newspaper, it looked like Hiroshima. Like, it was insanity.
No, but how'd they find out you started it?
I told them. I mean, there was all these volunteer fire departments, and it was crazy. Everybody was so cool. Like, my dad was a disciplinarian. I thought I was going to die.
Yeah.
But
for sure,
it was so bad. Nothing ever happened to me because it was that bad. Like, we knew.
Like the punishment was like being on the cover of the newspaper.
It was a huge lesson. So
that's a must-lie situation to me.
Yeah, for sure. But every situation is.
I mean, not every situation, but most of them.
9 out of
10. If I burn down 600 acres, there's a 100% chance you're never hearing from me.
No, but that's one of those things
I'm moving.
Everybody in the community, like your mistake is now a headline in the community. That is a heck of a punishment on its own.
They knew. And so I've slowed down the fireworks since then. But I was out of town for July 4th. I was in Colorado. And apparently my brother and a Grand Prairie fireman and another guy had this fireworks show in Midlothian, and I've seen pictures of it, and something went wrong, and it exploded. I'm like, finally, the focus is to you. There we go.
But see, that's where your brother thought ahead, is because he had the firefighter on site with him.
Well, I get to blame him now. You're right. He had a professional.
That's exactly what. So you were in Colorado. I know you were texting us. You got to cook some stuff for the Denver Broncos skill players, which I know was surprising to Chop.
Right, so I can't think of any skill players they have anymore. They got rid of. They traded everybody away.
You better give that shot.
Show some respect to Frisco Lone Stars Marvin Mims.
Okay? Damn,
that's right. There we go.
Damn right. How was the setup?
Crazy enough, I went to Colorado to do this Alpine cookout at the Madeline, and I came back and fed the Broncos here in Dallas the next day.
Oh wow!
Yeah, very random. You guys know I'm buddies with Jarrett Stidham, quarterback, and he had reached out and said he was going to have all the boys in town for like a throwing few days and some brotherhood and golf, and he said, I really want to do something Texan. Would you be willing to cook? And I said, 100%. Where are you going to be? And it just happened that they stayed at the Ritz, and I know Dean Faring, the chef there, and I said, is there a place in the hotel that I could just feed these guys? So Jarrett and his agent ended up getting the wine cellar or wine room at Faring's. So I've never served barbecue in such a fancy place, but it was so fun. I took my 11-year-old Sam, and it was a blast. They loved it. They told me they had the meat sweats, like literally, like one guy was like falling out, and Jarrett's like, man, we feel bad. It looks like we've barely touched the food. And I said, I learned the hard way. You never want to run out of food when you're cooking for football players. So I went big, but they were in a total meat coma, crushed them with a bunch of stuff. It's actually on Jarrett's Instagram right now. I'm going to repost it this morning. I had to come visit you guys first.
Have you ever cooked for a Firehouse before?
Oh yeah. I was mentioning
who's gonna crush food more, the Firehouse or a group of football players?
You're not beating football players. I'm not gonna lie sitting here at the fire station, but y'all remember when I cooked for the Cowboys last year? I ran out of food, and I mean those got not just the team; those families can eat. Like normally when I do a catering and football's attached to it, I double my typical order.
It's we had a question on the fan text a couple weeks ago when you were on, and it came in right at the end, and so we weren't able to get to it. But it was funny. You were talking about all these different tips, and we always have you on to talk about these different things that you're cooking up, or, hey, how would you advise people on this? And somebody asked, they're like, is there anything Matt still struggles with? Like that he feels like, I don't have this right yet. I'm still not comfortable cooking this. If you ask me for tips on this, I don't have a great tip for you. That is there an area where you're like, I still got to figure this thing out?
Man, that's a tough question. If it comes to outdoor cooking, grilling, all that, I'm very comfortable with honestly anything. Where I struggle is more on the inside the kitchen with, and I know this is not necessarily what you're asking, but guys that are traditionally trained like French style chefs, they'll the way they talk is over my head. But when it comes to outdoor cooking, I've been doing it for so long, and it's hard to explain how much of my hobby and passion it's been. Like I've poured everything into it, learning, like when it comes to brisket, I talk to every single Texas Monthly Top 50 type pitmaster I know and get their tips and tricks. And so I don't know. I've just devoted everything to learning why people do it. So, the thing I really struggle with is I'm so ADD that when I'm doing something, I'm bouncing around and I'm not paying attention. And because I love to entertain and host. And so, that'll get me because I'm running around. But honestly, the cooking part comes pretty easy to me. That's why I like it.
It's Meat Church. Matt Pitman hanging out with us here live at Glen Heights Firehouse, part of the Firehouse tour, and we're here till 10 a.m. today. Do you have a Wednesday video coming up here?
Yeah, so the one that came out this week was actually very exciting on Wednesday. Nashville hot pork belly burn-ins, but it's with my friend Cameron that owns Smoketown Barbecue in Fate. And if you don't know where Fate is, it's like 5 minutes east of Rockwall.
Pastry Chef Eric, our friend, he's from Fate.
Yes, didn't see him today.
No, he texted me earlier. He said 40 minutes, hell no. That's what he said.
I don't blame him.
Not only is it a super tasty video, Cameron got his start in barbecue apparently by watching my videos and Aaron Franklin's videos. And he uses my seasoning or some of my seasonings at his food trailer. So he has an amazing place, highly respected. So it's one of our guest pitmaster videos, and it's delicious if people want to try it. You could also go see him Saturday. He's going to run it as a special tomorrow. So that was super delicious, to be honest with you. And the video's doing really good.
How do you do your Nashville hot?
So we have a Nashville hot chicken recipe and video at meatchurch.com. And basically what I do is I take the chicken, I'll put it in pickle juice for about 2 hours, which, it obviously brines it, tenderizes it, gives it a little more flavor. It's not too pickly. And then I'll double dredge. So I drop the meat, I lightly season the meat with our voodoo, and then I will put it in a flour mixture, seasoned flour, and egg wash back in the seasoned flour mixture, and I fry it 325 gently until it's, golden brown or cooked. Then I take some of that hot oil, I ladle it out, and I will put a mixture of a little cayenne in it and also brown sugar, so you get a sweet heat. And you can adjust. That's where you control your hotness for Nashville hot. Then you take that and you ladle it over the chicken. If I'm making a sandwich, I do mayonnaise, pickle, toasted bun. And so this was very similar, smoked pork belly, and then treated the exact same way. And he put 50-50 Duke's mayonnaise and Melissa's ghost pepper wing sauce with a little pickle on top.
Damn.
So I'm a big fan. It's very popular. The whole Nashville hot method and the method I developed on my website is, I'd say it's I think it's a top 3 recipe on our site.
Because Nashville hot isn't saucy, right? Like typically it's like not like a saucy sauce.
They make the hot with the hot oil. I mean, some people use a spicy seasoning, but that's just spicy. But it's a component of the frying oil and cayenne and brown sugar that you can dunk in it that makes it Nashville hot.
So with my birthday a couple weeks ago, Sean got me a package of rye whiskeys, and I know you're a big bourbon guy, so I've not been sipping on a lot of bourbon lately. But those ryes are almost gone, so I'm about to go back to the liquor store and get a bourbon. So
How are they almost gone?
Because I was off for like 10 days, dude. Yeah,
I mean, I
come
can't
on.
talk with them.
I was off for 10 days, and I have a lot of emotional problems and instability.
And you don't drink them, you shoot them.
Right, exactly. I just chug them. So Matt, what are you sipping on that I should be chugging later on? What's the bourbon of choice right now? Because you're kind of our go-to bourbon guy at this point.
Yeah.
Too. Choppy likes to think he is, but it's you.
A guy just made me a custom bourbon case. It looks like the douchiest thing you've ever seen, but it's like a Halliburton case from the 50s, and when you open it up, it has inserts from Meat Church seasonings and whiskey bottles. So if I show up to your house, it's going to look like insanely professional.
That is awesome.
Yeah, I do like that. All right, now I'm curious because I just saw that the Minnesota State Fair has released some of their new food items. I want to get the Matt Pitman grade on these ideas. One of them has photo.
What is the food like in Minnesota?
I know the Juicy Lucy burger.
Is what they're famous
Juicy
for.
Lucy,
right? That's really all I know.
Yeah.
The first thing here I'm seeing is deep fried ranch dressing, and we have the photo here.
That looks amazing.
That looks amazing.
That sounds so deep fried. How did the State Fair of Texas not do deep fried ranch dressing?
That's a big miss. That's a big miss.
But
on
you
our
hate
part.
ranch.
I hate. Doesn't matter. I hate ranch. I don't like ranch dressing, but
you like ranch water.
I like ranch water. All right, but ranch dress. But you have to like that is the two things that are most synonymous with Texas food, or two of the most, is deep fried and ranch.
Could you explain how you deep fry something that is like liquid, like a ranch or something, or they do deep fried beer or whatever?
They'll do like a batter, like a harder batter around it. It seems kind of gimmicky to me, but I may buy a plane ticket to go eat that.
You like that, huh? The fried ranch looks good.
This could be a video at some point. You could do it as like a little side for one of your meat
What's
shirts.
this guy's name? I'm definitely trying. Okay.
Yeah, this is just.
It's Darren. Okay.
Darren Ravel is the one who tweeted it out. But that's at the Minnesota State Fair.
Have you ever had the Juicy Lucy, the cheese cooked into the patty?
Yes.
What's your thought on that? Because I know you're a Butterburger guy. You like those.
Yeah, I like the stuff inside a burger. So like whether we did those crack burgers, the cheese inside, butter inside. I'm a big fan of. I'm a big cheese guy too. So I'm all about that. I'm all about the gimmicks with a burger.
Bacon cheese cheeseburger egg roll. Is one of the ideas. That seems like a no-brainer. Candied bacon gnocchi.
See, nobody's voting for that. Like, you're not going to a state fair to eat gnocchi. I mean, come on, this is not Italy.
What does it matter with you?
Potato pasta. No, we're not.
What kind of Italian are you?
Just pipe down. Just pipe down.
Call it marina sauce too.
Deep fried hot Cheetos pretzel.
What does it matter? I can't. How is he just trying to go right past this?
Maybe.
That's a maybe.
That's a maybe.
Okay, we are grading the this is now, I got a couple from the Iowa State Fair. They announced like 80-plus new foods. So we're getting the grading here from Meat Church's Matt Pitman live at Glen Heights Firehouse here. Garlic ranch pickle pizza.
Some pregnant lady developed that. That is insane. That's insane.
That is a pregnancy.
I mean, I'm going to take a bite. Because I love pickles, I love ranch and pizza, but that's bizarre.
Do you imagine that being the ranch as like the pizza sauce?
Grilled ranch pickle pizza. I don't. That's bizarre.
Topped with pickles, perhaps.
Yeah,
it sounds a little weird. They got deep fried bubble gum.
I'm out.
No.
I don't like sweet and savory. That doesn't work for me. No.
Cookies and cream, ice cream nachos.
Again, like who?
Ice cream. I mean,
no. That's got to be like nachos. Couldn't that be potentially like a waffle cone broken into like chip pieces, and then there's ice cream, and then you're eating it like nachos?
Down with that. I think
if that's the case, I'm definitely ordering.
I think it could be a dessert.
I'll give them my 8 tickets.
Like a choco taco.
Yeah, and if it's not, I'm going to develop that, and I'm going to sell
kind of thing. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
And then they got a tequila funnel cake.
That sounds so Texan. I'm in.
Yeah,
that sounds amazing.
Now, when it comes to your competitions, I'm curious because you do all sorts of cooking and barbecue competitions, right? Are you used to?
I used to. I've now focused on kind of public-facing events that they're just more fun. And I said I kind of gave it up to teach because teaching barbecue is a guaranteed grand championship every time you do it. So I miss it. It was my favorite thing that I did, but I don't have a whole weekend to go compete much anymore.
I hear you. Yeah, I was curious what type of competitor you were in your heyday. What type of trash talking goes down? We learned this week that Jordan Lewis of the Cowboys is like the biggest ridiculous trash talker.
He is a ridiculous trash talker
on the team.
Yeah,
I didn't know what type of competitor you were.
The problem is in barbecue, it's like such a family, and if you talk trash, you'd be outcast. And so, it's all friendly. You know, I mean, everybody's very competitive, but it really is like a huge family. So, I grew up a trash talker playing hockey, but you don't want to do that here because you get humbled quick. You could make, in competition barbecue, you could make hypothetically the best food in the world, say, right, and you win this grand championship. You could make the same food the next week and get dead last because it's subjective. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not, the cream rises to the crop, but it's a frustrating food sport because I tell people you're not running the 40. You're not clock right. It's based on somebody's, what they look at and how they taste and how they feel. So
you should throw out to them sometimes. You say, bro, I've kept 600 acres before. What have you done?
Exactly. How big is your fire plant?
Hey, well, we'll be heading out to Oxnard soon. Hopefully we'll get to bump Indy out there.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Going to Cowboys training camp. Going to do a little cooking. My life is coming full circle. Kind of, really got my huge cooking start in a red parking lot at Texas Stadium. Will be 25 seasons ago, and who knows? By the time we meet next time, there may be some big Meat Church Dallas Cowboys news.
Ooh, that's quite a tease.
Rubbing them hands together, baby.
I love it.
He
Meat
gets
Church
the radio game.
Matt Pitman here live at the Glen Heights Firehouse, part of the Firehouse tour. We're in the Expressway commercial free. Matt, you're the man. Great to meet you, dude. Thank you for the time.
Thank you guys for having me. Love it.
Hopefully we'll get to see Matt in Oxnard.
Rudder Room, man. He said he's never done Oxnard before. We got to get Rudder Room and get him some of those giant double shots they pour.
Yeah, we got to break
$5.
Absolutely, absolutely. That was wonderful. My goodness, I've been looking forward to meeting Matt for a long time. Love y'all's conversations every other Wednesday here. Sean and RJ, brought to you by Mr. Electric. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from Glen Heights Firehouse. Let's go ahead and on a Friday, let's empty that junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
All right, so we just talked about the Dallas Cowboys in training camp, and in training camp, we will see one Jake Ferguson, right? Jake Ferguson, still a member of the Dallas Cowboys. He hasn't gone anywhere else.
One of the best interviews we had last year. One of the best interviews. He was fantastic.
Fantastic full leg tattoo.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So we're going to see him out there. I don't know that girlfriend Haley Cavender will be there. Maybe she will.
Maybe she will, maybe she won't. I just want to say your ability there in the middle of teeing up this story and then Matt Pitman going for the fist bump, you going for the handshake, and then immediately pivoting to the fist bump seamlessly was incredible. Watching that was I'm marveling.
I felt so awful when you were talking over here to these two young ladies, and I went to shake the hand, and I presented the wrong one, so then I was trying to present the other, and she had already gone to switch hands, and then I made her drop her new chiller, and it already has a dent in it, and I feel awful.
Bob.
And you know what she said to me? She said, now I see why everyone voted you the worst.
That's right. That's right.
Just everybody dunking on me. That's the first WNBA dunk since Griner.
So perhaps Haley Cavender of the Cavender twin fame will make an appearance out at training camp because she is the other half of Jake Ferguson. Her sister apparently also is with a football player.
Okay.
It does appear that Georgia quarterback Carson Beck and Hannah Cavender are linked right now.
Oh, really?
Yes, they were together over the 4th of July.
How much does Carson Beck potentially look like Jake Ferguson?
And this
not at all, dude. Carson Beck looks like a guy you wouldn't want your daughter to date.
How did we see these two together? On Jake Ferguson and Haley Cavender's Instagram story. They were in the background of the Instagram story. So that is the rumor that Jake Ferguson, his girlfriend's sister, is now with a football player in college, potentially the Heisman Trophy winner. I do believe he's the favorite for the Heisman Trophy in Carson Beck.
Man, hey, look, I think if you're trying to like if those twins are competing and you're trying to say who wins, just looking at, I've never seen Carson Beck outside of a helmet. I think Haley wins. Eric, am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong at all. Ferguson is he's a dime.
Listen, Jake's kind of a daddy.
Yeah.
No, he's definitely a daddy. But this is
whatever.
This is more like a second cousin here that I'm looking at.
Yeah, he's not winning any beauty contests here. This is a little bit surprising. But I am looking forward to watching this dude play because there is so much hype around him, and I just haven't seen anything from him actually doing anything.
Dude, he's just so
small.
He's so
he's thin. He's
he
wiry.
Has such
a bit wiry.
Thin build. I don't know how he's gonna be able to take the NFL hits at the next level because he's just wiry is the word for it. He is just so lanky.
Yeah.
But he's next year's quarterback class is not going to be as dynamic as this one we just had. But look. Consolation prize. Even if you have a bad year, you are dating a Cavender twin.
Yeah,
so that's pretty good for yourself.
Yeah, no question about it. Speaking of, as we empty the junk drawer here, I just saw once again last night Georgia. They say consistency is the mark of a champion, and Georgia's consistency with having players being arrested for reckless driving is they're on a heater right now.
Yeah, they are.
It feels like this is a half decade of every offseason, multiple dudes being in trouble for some type of reckless sort of driving. There's 2 more players now, and that's actually that's now 4 Georgia players arrested this offseason, and it's all driving related issues. So Kirby Smart just can't get a hold on the driving guys.
Dude, we're finding who's the most delinquent NFL team with the
Used
most
to be the
legal
Bengals,
problems. But who is it now?
Now it's the Chiefs.
It's the Chiefs 100%. Best team going. Georgia, most delinquents. Best team going. What we're learning is, the Cowboys haven't won a Super Bowl since they cleaned up their act.
Right.
What we're learning is bad boys win football.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I think you need that.
You need that edge. You need that intensity.
And the Patriots ever have that?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Particularly their second tight end.
Some guy named Aaron.
Yeah. That's why the Patriots killed everybody.
That basically equals
a decade. Equals everything, yeah.
That equals a decade worth of players being arrested, just having one capital murder.
Yeah, I think you're one capital murder charge and several other rumors about potential others is he hit the quota for the whole team. Just the fact that everybody was able to practice with him says that. We're doing the junk drawer here on 105 through the fan. All right, so we've talked about the driverless cars recently. Eric, you were not here for this last week, but did you hear that in Texas by the end of this year, we're going to have driverless 18-wheelers on the road?
Oh, no.
Driverless 18-wheelers on the road.
By when?
By the end of this year.
I don't buy that.
No, it's not as a whole fleet, but a couple of them as tests that they want to see.
Self-driving 18-wheelers?
Yep. Well, this may put a pause to it.
Have Frankel and Frankel on the favorites list on your cell phone.
This may put a stop to it. Over in Phoenix, a driverless car was accused of trying to flee police after swerving into oncoming traffic.
Oh, great.
So this is a Waymo vehicle.
That's hilarious, kind of.
Yeah.
They're fleeing police.
So Waymo, which is it's a driverless car service in the Phoenix area. But Phoenix police had to pull over this driverless Waymo car for driving on the wrong side of the road, leading the non-existent driver to roll the window down to speak to police. Waymo has released a statement since, apparently blaming the incident on inconsistent construction signage. The car, quote, was blocked from navigating back into the correct lane for about 30 seconds when the officer pulled it over. In an effort to clear the intersection, the Waymo vehicle proceeded forward a short distance and pulled into the next available parking lot, the company said, and literally rolled its window down for the cop. And it was something where there's body cam footage of it. Somebody walked over. This was on June 19th. The story just came out. A citizen walked over and said, "I couldn't help but come over here just out of morbid curiosity. I thought maybe there was a passenger." The officer, who was connected by the car to a service representative, noted that the car, quote, was going eastbound in the westbound lanes, which is real bad. Yeah, I'd say so. He also said that the car briefly tried to get away from him once he initiated the stop. I lit it up, and it takes off in the intersection.
Jeez.
So this car, and literally when the cop shows up, they had to roll down the window and connect to a service representative. So this is the future of traffic stops with driverless cars. They will connect you to a call center talk to a service representative, which is what the cop had to do.
The real future is going to be no cops in the cop car self-driving themselves around.
And then pulling
cars.
those over. And then,
We already tried that with those stupid traffic cameras. We got rid of those things.
Thank God we did.
Yeah.
I hated that's technicality. But I don't care if you bust me. But actually do it.
But yes, exactly.
Actually do it. And I don't care for them sitting behind objects either.
No. They're not supposed to be able to like hide, right? They got to make themselves somewhat visible.
Those cars, the cars that are like blacked out where you can't really see.
Oh
the
my
writing.
gosh, dude, they're hiding.
I got a problem with that too.
They're hiding these pretty good.
Yeah, I had a big problem with that one too. I need to see the big lights. I can spot them like a mile away.
I usually I try to. I'm the opposite. If I'm driving down the road and they've been able to hide out and catch me, then I'm just like, good one. I should have seen you. Like it's more like like kudos to you, like a tip of the hat, like you found a good hiding spot.
You're the problem.
I'm not part of the problem. I enjoy a challenge.
Part of the problem. I'll tell you, these people are part of the problem. This is a retired boomer couple. They're probably not boomers. They're probably like Gen X or whatever.
They don't look Gen X.
No, not them. Not them. It's these two. So they are retired now, and they have spent over $170,000 seeing the world. They've gone to Peru and India and the Maldives and Machu Picchu and Sri Lanka.
You should have had Eric read off these names.
Oh yeah,
like Marina and
butchered gnocchi. The way he butchered that.
He could not get past that.
I can't. I will never forget that. I will never forget that.
At least I didn't call bocce ball bocce ball.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't know who did that.
Actually, that was me.
It was. Oh God.
Eric,
you have a story to get to.
See, yeah, this is
come on. This is drive time. Come on, this is expressive. Get to it.
So they're telling their kid, "You're not getting a cent of our inheritance. We are of your inheritance. We are spending it all." They have told their kids over the last couple of years they've made this conscious decision, and everyone's calling them selfish. We are spending all of the money we made. You're getting not a dime of it, and we are traveling the world until we can't anymore.
If we had money saved up for this, which we don't, but if we had money saved up for this would be Kristen's steak right now. Because I told y'all Jacob's moving out here in a couple weeks. I told you that at the beginning of the show. She's not approving of where he's choosing to move, like where he's settled on moving. She's like, I would not live there. You need to keep looking. He's like, I just want to get out, so I'm going there. And so she told him, she's like, I mean, short of like a health issue, but if you just have like you're done with your money and you're out, she's like, you better go ask grandma or something for help because I'm not doing it now.
Is he living in an expensive part of town?
No, she doesn't like that. She thinks it's a more dangerous part of town.
Oh, wow.
So she's like, you should not go there. Because she literally just saw a news story the other day about there was a murder like a block from there.
Ooh,
but you know, when you're 18,
there was a murder
like,
in South Town Square like 10 years ago. There was a cartel hit. I mean, it can happen anywhere.
So I mean, that's the thing. Murder will find you if it wants to.
It will.
Okay?
Dude, it will.
When you're 18 years old, like those are the types of places you have to go because you can afford to actually live there. Like whenever I was in Denton, I used to like every night. It was sirens up and down right outside my apartment. It just was what it was.
Mothers.
Yeah. And you just when you're that age, you don't think about it. Like you don't think about it in those terms.
You're invincible.
It's candle birthday. But
You're
anyway,
just trying to get out of mom and dad's.
Yeah, just to say that's what if we had money saved up, that's what she'd be doing right now.
So
She'd be like, let's travel the world and blow their money.
Did these people save up all this money over the years with the idea of this is going to be something for their kids, and then they just pivoted?
And they basically just pivoted.
Maybe their kids are a little bit more well off based on marriage or whatever.
It's not.
They just woke up and decided, you know what? Let's be a little bit more selfish than we planned on being.
They
our
just decided,
entire lives.
hey, we worked and we're gonna go spend all this money. They should absolutely travel. That's what retirement's all about, right? Just having fun. But holy cow. Now making sure that they spend every dime of it, leaving the kids nothing.
That is a bummer.
I will say, my next junk to rhyme really quickly. The most viral tweet I saw this week was on the idea of traveling the world and stuff. This guy was getting killed. Okay, this gentleman's name is Jimmy Mackey, and he lists his bio as helping men transform their bodies and health, coach 200 plus to permanent transformation. So he posts this on Twitter. Call me unambitious, but I have zero desire for riches. That's nice. He says, I only want to wake up without an alarm, surf a little, meditate midday, train whenever I want, sip wine, and eat well with good friends. As long as I have money for that, I'm good. And he got roasted for, you are literally describing the life of a wealthy individual who has a ton of money.
A ton of money, doesn't it?
That is, you were saying all you want is riches. You want a life of riches that you can spend all of that and do whatever the hell you want. And he was just totally like, I don't understand what you guys aren't seeing. I literally said nothing about money. I said I want to, not have to worry about bills.
I want to
live
the wealthy man's life without actually having to earn it and grind for it.
We all
basically
do.
what he's
Yeah.
saying. Yeah, that's the American dream.
We all do. And like, I mean, look at him. He's sitting here on this like pontoon boat with this like 10 in his lap, and he's got abs and everything. Yeah, this dude, he was getting killed. He was the end. They say the goal on Twitter every day is not to be the star.
The main character.
Yeah, the main character. He was the main character.
Man, I'll tell you, like, if you could, yes, is that the dream? Yeah, absolutely. Like, if you could live off the land, and just live.
Yeah, just picking pears off the tree.
Move to Montana,
grow my crops,
live in the woods, kill everything you want to eat, and then build your own hut. All right, if you could do that,
self-sustained,
and you could self-sustain, and this is the key, because I think what the problem is when you do that, that is like serial killer vibe right there. Like, that's a starter kit. That's pre-serial killer when you go do that. When you go when you live off the grid.
Yeah,
you're a
when Joe Mazzulla's done with basketball, he's going to live off the grid.
You're a world is ending. You're a conspiracy theorist. You're a what do they call it? Where you're racing. You're a
prepper, a doomsday
prepper,
a Dawson.
If you could do that without getting that mantra, that label,
in his 1978,
definitely the guy you got to kind of keep your eye on a little bit.
Yeah, if you can do that without getting that label,
I'll say I could see Eric becoming prepper off the grid, man.
Oh yeah,
he's already got a half a foot there in the whole little I only eat honey from bees that have made it in Sherman, Texas.
He was there.
That's right.
And then he
local allergies.
Yeah.
Why would I buy a national honey when I'm trying to get a local allergy?
Do you know how many times
inside my body?
I'm not going to say out loud, but do you see this down here? Don't say what it is, but what I've got down there. When I offered him that one time, he was like, "Are you kidding me? You know how much junk that you don't put that in your body?" He's like, "That's gonna kill your inside." Don't hold it up.
No, I'm not gonna hold it up. I just want to read the ingredients.
You're holding it up right now.
I love his size. I love his length.
Get to your
Thank
story.
you, Broadus.
Get
I
to
do
your damn
appreciate
story.
That. Last night the ESPYs were on. Nobody knew it. I'm actually breaking news to the entire crowd of Tolos here because nobody knew the ESPYs
Nobody had any
last
idea.
night. But congratulations to Luka Doncic. Though he is not an NBA champion right now
What did he
or
win?
league MVP, he did win 2024 ESPY Best NBA Player. So
all right,
that is. I mean, I'm sure you get a plaque for that or something. That's going up in the Luka man cave, is it not?
Yeah. Now I guarantee you that unlike the NBA MVP,
there you go.
I assume they counted the postseason.
That's 100%. Yes, they counted the postseason on this type of award. Yes,
absolutely, and there's no doubt about that. Like when you count the postseason, you can't even have a vote. I mean, he had to be unanimous when you count the postseason.
Yeah,
the reasonable people could say that it was Shea or Joker or Luka during the regular season. If you had the postseason in, there is no doubt who he was.
That's right. They're not giving that award to Jaylen Brown. They're like, Jaylen Brown,
they won't even put him on the Olympic team because he wears FUBU or whatever. What was it? Fila? He was wearing the wrong shoe.
He's an anti-Nike
I guess
guy.
FUBU's not shoes. It was that's good, but he wasn't wearing Nike, and so Nike tried to punish him.
Well, we love the team.
We'll hear from Jason Tatum, who is on Team USA a little bit later. He's a Celtic teammate of Jaylen Brown.
So we'll hear a 30-year-old Kobe quote or something through the mouth of Jason Tatum.
Yeah, he will pull an old Kobe quote, and he will use that as his line for why Jaylen Brown is not on the Team USA basketball team. But there it is, Expressway in the books. There goes the junk drawer. Big shout out to Matt Pitman of Meat Church once again, hanging out here live at the Glen Heights Firehouse as part of the Firehouse tour, presented by Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish and Shrimp, as well as Chill Boys Underwear and Firehouse Heating and Air. Will be here until 10 o'clock. Let's take a look at some of these overreactions from the NFL offseason and the one thing that could keep Dak and the rest of these quarterbacks from getting that fatty boom bah. That's next year on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Click on GimmeTheVin.com and get your check on the spot, because selling your car, truck, or exotic has never been easier than at GimmeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Telesystems.
We make sure hackers don't mess with Texas. Telesystems' job is to allow business leaders to sleep better at night, knowing that their cybersecurity, networking, and communication stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. IT is about trust.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on 105.3 The Fan. It is Sean and RJ. Sean on his final day of paternity leave. Well, final day for this week of paternity leave.
That's right. We're watchdogging it.
We are watchdogging it. No doubt about that. It is Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Chris Strong back in studio. I assume Carter Freeman has woke up and is in studio as well. And then, of course, Eric Chiafalo from the G-Bag Nation, and still plenty of Stella Artois.
Not plenty. We are down to like our last 8 or so.
Okay, I consider that plenty, but I mean, it's,
well, I guess never mind. I guess they're stashing some. I got a wink that we're stashing some.
See, but this, what I love about this is that all of the Sean and RJ Firehouse koozie metal stainless steel drink cooler koozies are gone.
Yes.
And they've been gone for a long time.
So
we win. We beat the G-Bag Nation.
But you got Wayne here, who's from Cedar Hill.
Wayne.
Yeah, Wayne and his wife's Patricia and his daughter Anastasia, and that's the one who I made drop the chiller cup and damaged it. That was my fault.
Mm-hmm.
But Wayne was rushing over here though to get some of those G-Bag flags that I pulled out, because that's one he's got a game room set up with multiple flags, and that's one of the only ones he doesn't have. So he was rushing up here to get it, and he settled for something else. So
well,
he was actually it's the G-Bag pull.
Good news for Wayne and the rest of the Tolos. Flagtober's right around the corner.
A brand new flag.
Yeah. And from what I understand, this is going to be a really Texas flag like you've never seen before.
Okay, very good.
So let's just get excited about that.
Very good.
All right, Flagtober's right around the corner.
Don't tread on G-Bag. Is that what it's going to say?
Yeah. There's going to be an alternative flag that says that.
We also got a chance to say during the break, say hello to Cliff, who's the city manager here in Glen Heights. Dude, this has been I don't know. This may be our biggest turnout.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's in terms of consistently throughout the morning. So
it's definitely my favorite one that I've been to.
Yeah,
it's
your
this
top
is number
one.
one for you.
Number one.
This is the top dog, the Glen Heights Firehouse, 1938 Southampton Road.
Top two, and it's not two.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. All right, NFL overreactions for the offseason. I know we need to get to this because I was actually wondering. I saw a guy, Chris Koofman. You guys maybe have not heard of him. He used to be an NFL Network
guarantee you,
guy.
I've never heard of a guy whose last name is Koofman.
CK Parrott on Twitter. He's actually he's a great NFL follow, and he just
is it Kaufman, and you're just saying Koofman.
Kouffman.
I guess, yeah. I don't know. Chris Koofman sounds like somebody who would star alongside Emily Willis.
It's just like that margarita story from earlier in the week. You know, sometimes you just got to coof it. The NFL Sunday ticket ruling that happened on June 27th, right? So you have the NFL Sunday ticket, and the NFL is now going to have to come out of pocket.
$4 billion.
$4 billion.
No, I thought it was tripled.
Or yeah, it's tripled because it's an antitrust.
Yeah,
$12 billion.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I had Sunday ticket for a year, so I'm gonna get some money. Sean's had it every year, so Sean's probably gonna make $1 million off this.
I hope so. I hope he does. Then he'll be taking forever paternity leave after that, I would imagine.
Sean will make $1 million off this, and then he'll only have probably 20 years left on his house payment after he drops that $1 million on it.
The ramifications, though, of this could bring salary caps down. Like, the NFL's not just losing $12 billion and still conducting business as usual. We've seen the way COVID happens, we're losing money. Okay, then everybody's losing money. We're not just going to lose money at the top and everybody continues to eat the same way. And so now you're wondering, okay, with salary caps coming down, these big money quarterback contracts, Dak, is the NFL now going to have to switch up a little bit, like the ramifications of dollars not coming in the same way. Now, oh no, we're salary cap's down, quarterbacks can't get paid as much. So Trevor Lawrence and Jared Goff and some of these quarterbacks that just got the bag, they got in at the nick of time before this ruling came down. If you're a Dak Prescott, if you're a Tua, or maybe I guess a Brock Purdy, are you now late to the party and you just drew the bad luck straw with the timing of it, because for the next couple of years the dollar amounts might change.
What if Jerry knew all along that they were going to lose this thing, and that's what he was waiting for with all these signings? Because he knows it's not the dollar amount, it's the agents have been saying percentage of the cap,
Cap's
not
going
dollar
down.
amount. And if the cap stays stagnant or goes down, it doesn't go up. Could we at that point defend him and justify his course of action?
That's a good question. Let me see here. So I'm curious, how much revenue did the NFL lose during COVID? Because that'll tell you NFL teams lost almost $4 billion in revenue due to the coronavirus pandemic, according to CBS News. So, yeah, I don't know if that's a legit $12 billion.
That's triple the pandemic.
But also, like, how does that have to be paid out? How does it? Because the pandemic, they lose that immediately. It's just gone. It's not in their coffers anymore.
Does the NFL? I mean, I'm an idiot. Is that insured?
Very possibly.
I have no idea. Right? Are they protected against legal fights? I don't know how that works. And then, of course, like, do they have to pay it off all at once in a lump sum, or is it installments over years? Because if they got to pay $12 billion out at once, we're going to see a $70 million cap for 1 year.
I mean, it'll be tight for a year,
or a couple years.
No, because I mean, generally, like we had the first year after COVID was tight, and then you saw a huge jump that almost made up for it, and then by the next year it was caught up.
Right.
And
but
so
if this is Jerry's chestnut checker situation, that would be pretty incredible.
I think it's much more likely that it's instead just a. I think it's much more likely that it's an attempt to be the alpha in the negotiation instead, and this just has coincided with it.
Yeah, maybe he just got lucky.
Look, I think honestly, this has been I think this is the Cowboys looking at it, and it's the Cowboys have a history of trying to try and exert their power in negotiations, and I think that there's a decent chance that they approach some of these contracts and they're like, "We'll make you wait. You know, we can sweat this out. We'll play this game of chicken with you." I think that's much more likely than they know the cap could potentially go down with a lawsuit, because the NFL doesn't lose in court. The NFL doesn't take L's in court. They just don't.
Well, they're about to.
Yeah, I mean, they are, but I mean, they typically don't.
There's L's in the chat today, Bob.
L's in the chat for sure.
All right, we're live at Glen Heights Firehouse, and Choppy's got some
spinning
NFL
on it, Brody.
Overreactions.
Absolutely doing
Wow.
tricks on it.
Overreaction or not, this is from Dan Graziano. Dak Prescott will sign with a different team next spring.
Ooh, this is you said Broadus has gotten to the point where he's actually thinking this is the likeliest scenario, right?
Yeah, in fact, it was perfect timing, because yesterday they were talking about this. I think Wolchuk was doing a little NFL true or fart with the guys, and Broadus was saying, and you can actually go to the 105.3 the fan Twitter account and Instagram account to see the clip
after the show
of Broadus saying that he's fully on board now, believing that Dak is playing his last season as a Cowboy. So Broadus is convinced.
I'm saying it's in terms of, okay, so the way when you run NFL overreactions, because these are Dan Graziano's obviously, when you run NFL overreactions, you're saying it's not necessarily that you agree with it, but it's not an overreaction. It's worthy of discussion and debate, right? Like, that's typically how we handle your NFL overreaction question. So if I'm handling it similarly to that, I'm not saying it's a slam dunk that Dak's gone, but it's definitely not an overreaction. It is within the realm of reasonable discussion and debate that he could not be here. So I don't think that's an overreaction.
No, he's going into a walk year, and there is no indication that he's going to sign before the end of training camp.
Yes, we don't have anything definitive other than what we talked about earlier this week, and it's not definitive. It's just you could potentially read into it that they seem a little more he seemed a little more optimistic just in his tone the other day when talking at that camp than he did a month ago. And he acknowledged there were actual discussions this time. So that's the only thing trending that direction that would be a positive if you want Dak back. I'm sure there's a lot of people who would say that's a negative. But in general, I don't think it's an overreaction at all that he could be. Where did they fall down on it?
Same thing, not an overreaction. I'm not saying that that's the prediction, but it's the most likely outcome is that Dak and the Cowboys find a way to get the deal done before he becomes a free agent. They could even get one done before the start of the season, for all we know, but if they don't finalize something before or during the year, I think it would be a massive mistake to rule out this possibility.
1 year from today, who are we previewing as the starting quarterback at camp?
Here's why we don't know, because Jerry.
But that's the point, is that you don't know, and I'm asking you to make a projection.
Jerry trades the 4th-round pick to get the guy to replace Dak here in a couple of years, except his contract expires at the exact same time that Dak's does.
As does Cooper Rush.
Trey Lance is not even under contract for next year.
Not.
So I don't know. How much do you have to pay Trey Lance to keep him here to be your starter if that's what you want, or you just go get named that random veteran quarterback who's available, bridge quarterback style, you suck next season, and then you come back picking in the top 5 and you draft a quarterback in the future.
This is going to be like Sam Darnold is starting for the
As
Cowboys
the kids
a year
say.
from now.
There you go. People are putting money on
you.
him to be the MVP.
How about this?
Cody, nobody else.
This is another quarterback overreaction. Kirk Cousins will be one and done in Atlanta.
Yes, that I don't think is an overreaction just because of the Penix trade and the way the contract structure is. I'm not saying that's definitely. There's no way he lasts more than 2 years there.
Okay, well, say he's one and done, and there's your quarterback. I mean, if Jerry didn't want to go down to the rabbit hole of tanking.
I mean, Sean would say that's the same quarterback.
Yeah, it's a Spider-Man meme.
Spider-Man.
It's pretty similar.
I think Kirk's an underrated player.
I do too, but I think Dak is.
I think Dak's better. I think he's definitely better.
I think Dak is better.
But
I think
Kirk might be a
sort of
better
the same tier.
thrower of the football, just a pure thrower. But it's not like Dak is bad, and it's not like the gap is wide enough to discount Dak's just superior athleticism and ability to avoid pressure.
Let's say you get to the offseason and Dak is out of contract, Lance is out of contract. Cousins is free, and then let's say Miami doesn't work things out with Tua. Like, where would if you had those 4 options out of you, retain Dak at a high number, retain Lance at a moderate number, or go play in the waters of a Tua or a Cousins, where would you go? Knowing that Tua and Cousins would be cheaper than Dak, more expensive than Lance.
Right, but define cheaper than Dak. Like, if Dak is going to get $60 million in the open market,
then 50 to 55.
Yeah,
there's no difference.
I'm out on that. I'd rather pay minimal dollars to Trey Lance.
What do you think about Tua?
I think Tua is he's just okay. He's in an offense right now that is perfect for him, but he's still not a guy that can really win with his arm in a big boy situation. Put him in a cold weather situation, put him against a legit playoff type defense, and force him to throw outside the numbers, and he can't do it. He just simply can't do it. Their entire offense is throwing to the middle of the field. And shout out to Mike McDaniel for putting something together like that where the defense knows he can only throw in the middle of the field. Tua cannot throw outside the numbers. He physically cannot do it. And so ultimately that limits you in a huge way. And again, I think you're seeing the best of Tua right now because of the offense with the weapons and the scheme that he's got. Put him somewhere else, I think you're in a world of trouble. I'm not paying him.
Look at the NFL knowledge on this guy.
I love him.
I'm not paying him.
I love Tua. I wouldn't pay him $60 million. I think he's low. I think to me that's the perfect
bus driver.
No, I think he's way more than that.
Okay.
Because the problem that I think NFL fans have with Tua is that they get wrapped up in arm strength. Where, to me, the most valuable trait a quarterback can have is how on time with your throws are you. And he is easily top 3 on-time quarterback in the league.
Correct.
Easily.
But
and that's the most important trait a quarterback can have.
But you better have some level of, the play's broken down now.
That's the
Can
problem.
I do something? He's got none of
That's
that.
the problem with Tua. That's the problem with, I think, Purdy to an extent, and Goff.
I think Purdy sees things so much faster than Tua does.
Man, I don't know. Tua's throwing the ball.
Tua's accurate, but I think Purdy sees the game quicker.
Ooh, that's I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
I mean, they're both.
I think those three quarterbacks, Tua, Purdy, and Goff, all are very similar. They're all very on time, which I think is the most important trait a quarterback can have.
Well, and I think they all need their hand held by their play caller. And
I don't think they need their hand held. I don't think they need a handheld at all.
Who all?
Tua, Goff, and Purdy.
Oh, okay, those 3.
I don't think they need their handheld. I don't.
I think Goff has shown he doesn't. Goff got away from McVay, and I think showed.
Well, he's got Ben Johnson, who might be the best offensive mind in football outside of
Are these guys the best offensive mind, or is Sean McVay a good offensive mind because he had Goff and he had 2 number 1 overall picks? And is Ben Johnson really that good because he has Jared Goff? I mean, I don't know. It's chicken.
No,
or the
I
egg.
do think Ben Johnson's a good coordinator, but I don't think you can I don't think we can continuously just write off things that Jared Goff does, who was a number 1 pick. I don't think we continuously write it off as just like he can't do it.
But I don't think any 3 of those have the ability to laser rocket arm one outside the numbers 25 yards down the field.
Goff has the strongest arm of those, though.
Yes,
by
I think he
far.
does. Yeah, he does, and he's really good down the middle, over the middle, downfield. He's really good there.
Still not.
He's
as
not
good as
great
Dak,
outside
but,
the numbers,
yeah.
huh?
Still not as good as Dak, but yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to argue with you. Put Dak ahead of him. I mean, I think they're. My chair just dropped.
You just got hydraulic.
I did. I had one of those things where you just drop into.
Imagine how hard it would have fallen pre-soda.
I know, right?
Dude, we are in the most comfy seats of all time right now thanks to the Glen Heights Firehouse, part of the Firehouse Tour. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on a Friday. Sean will be back on Monday. Big shout out to Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp, as well as Chill Boys Underwear and Firehouse Heating and Air, and all the Tolos that are here and have come and gone throughout the morning. We'll be here until 10 a.m. Let's go around the Glen Heights Firehouse. We'll do a little wireless action, ask them the hard-hitting questions, and then we'll go below the belt. All coming up next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, to go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Eric Chiafalo for the G-Bag Nation. We are in Glen Heights, Texas, 1938 Southampton Road at the Glen Heights Firehouse.
This has been, I don't know, I was just, I know marketing consultant Cody all the way out there. I know that he would know. This is, I think this is top turnout, right? Yeah, Cody's now nice. This has been the most consistent audience that we've had out here the whole time. So it's been great. Glen Heights has shown up. This is a core constituency for us, man. Duncanville, Lancaster, Cedar Hill, like that whole group, man. It's this is where it's at.
It's fantastic. It's been great out here. So we want to kind of dive in a little bit and talk to some of the people. So we have sent our field reporter Eric Chiafalo out on site.
Eric Chiafalo, can you hear us?
Eric Chiafalo standing by.
Can you hear me? Can
Yes.
you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes.
This is a star-studded situation. I just met somebody. I'm going to introduce you to him here momentarily. But we got a legitimate athlete out here, and I'm not talking about the guy in the DK Metcalf jersey. All right, I'm talking about one of these firefighters. That's the real deal. But we got to start with probably the greatest mustache. Would everybody agree in attendance? This mustache right here on this firefighter may be the greatest mustache we have ever seen. We're getting a round of applause, standing ovation. Tom Selleck would be embarrassed getting around this guy. Now we got another one. We got another one here as well. It's a little bit more Monopoly style, but it's pretty classy, and I like it. But this lip ferret is something we've never seen before, and it is great to meet you. What is your name, sir?
Josh.
Josh, and what is your role here at the greatest fire station in Glen Heights history?
I'm one of the greatest firefighters at the greatest firehouse in history.
Is there a tier? Is there like a power? Like where's Chief at? Where's the big dog? Where's the absolute man? Okay, there's another mustache guy right there, looking good. So how far away are you from Chief level? Like when do you get to steal his job?
Oh, that's a hard one, man. That's a tough one to answer.
You know I'm going to make you uncomfortable. That's the point of this whole situation here. But it is absolutely fantastic to be here with you today. I'm curious, from a fire standpoint, has there ever been a fire that you showed up to and were like, I don't know if I got what it takes. Maybe I wasn't cut out for this. Or every fire you see, you're like, no, I got this.
We don't have time to think like that. We get the training that we need. We train every day. We do all the things that are possible. So when you roll up to the fire, you see what you got going on. You don't have time to think that you don't have it. To be the best, you got to think like the best. So that's why we are.
Eric, would you mind asking him? I'm always curious about this with firefighters. Would you mind asking him if the bunker gear has ever maybe made an appearance in the bedroom?
Ooh, okay. We ever do a little bedroom role play? You ever take the gear home with you?
No, sir.
Come on.
He doesn't kiss and tell, Bob. He told me that before we got on the mic.
Yeah, clearly not from Wiley.
Now, okay, here's one that's going to make you a little bit tough. Is it true that firefighters are just flameouts from the police academy?
No. Everybody wants to be a fireman. That's why we have police officers, because they failed the fire academy.
Whoa. We got a police officer over here. I bet he wants to disagree in a big way.
I do disagree.
In a big way.
Wow.
In a big way, I told you. Very passionate.
Is that Wyatt Langford?
Hey, I'm curious, Josh. Does he feel like Biden's done enough to reduce fires in this?
Oh my God, Bobby!
What?
I'm just asking.
What? Has Joe Biden done enough to stop fires? I believe is what Bobby's question is.
I regret to answer that question for you. How about that?
He pleads the fifth, Bob. He
good.
pleads the fifth.
Wow.
Understandably so.
Bobby went there, man.
Okay, can you explain to me why this gorgeous firehouse here in Glen Heights, borderline brand new, spick and span, and the hospitality out here has just been through the roof ridiculous. Why did I show up here today and I don't see a fireman pole anywhere? I thought that was the only reason why kids wanted to be firemen in the first place.
Well, there's a pole in the old station, but if you slide down, you're probably going to need a tetanus shot afterwards. But as you can see, most of us are old, and if we come down a pole the wrong way, we don't got a back anymore. So.
Oh, okay, so it's the back injuries. That's why you guys got the most comfy chairs in the world, by the way. Kudos to you guys. When I'm talking about hospitality, we're sitting in great chairs over there, so that makes a ton of sense. So what do? In a rush, you're sitting here, everything goes crazy, you don't have a pole to slide down. I've seen some places that actually have slides like you would see at a park or something. What do you guys have to make it the most efficient and quick into the rig and into the fire?
Straight out the door, down the hallway, straight out the door, and into the rig.
Okay, so there's no sliding, there's none of that stuff.
The house is right here.
Okay, so it's a first floor. Oh, so that's why there's no second deck necessary.
No, sir.
Okay. All right, very good. So that's why we don't have the pole for those wondering, like me. Now, we got to get to the athlete. I'm seeing Captain on here. Captain Britain. It's nice to meet you. What's your first name?
Honore.
Say that one more time.
Honore.
Honore.
Oh,
Mr.
like Justin.
Honore.
Justin Honore, one of our producers over the weekend. That's his last name.
If you were looking at Captain Britain right now, and I told you that he was a former football player, you'd be thinking this guy was getting after the quarterback. This is a full-on monster beast I'm standing next to. But turns out you can spin it. Where did you go to college?
The University of Southern Mississippi.
University of Southern Mississippi. Can anybody tell me a quarterback who played at Southern Miss?
Brett Favre.
Brett Favre. And guess who knows a little Brett Favre? Did you back him up? Were you on the same? Did you guys play on the same team?
Yeah, way back. We were on the same team. My freshman year was the senior year.
Okay, your freshman year was his senior year. Okay,
what kind of payouts from the welfare recipients was he getting?
There were no NIL deals back then, so.
No, just government deals in the back pocket of Brett Favre.
Can you confirm, they used to say things about Brett Favre when he was at least in the NFL, but like from an arm strength standpoint, he was like breaking receivers' fingers and stuff because he could spin it so tight. Could you confirm some of that?
Definitely. That's being confirmed here and now. He was, they called him the Coast Cannon. That's how strong his arm was. And he had broken a few fingers.
Have you caught up with him lately?
No, hadn't seen him since '92.
That's not. He does. Brett Favre doesn't send texts to guys. Eric,
no, just the ladies.
Yeah, was he wearing Crocs in college as well?
All right, we were sitting here kicking around a topic. Choppy and I were just talking while you're out there, Eric. I'm curious. These guys, when they get into their gears, how important is it to make sure that they use the restroom? Like you're a restroom revelations guy. How important is it to make sure that you use the bathroom before you get that gear on?
Yeah,
because that seems like a process.
Yeah. What if? Because if you got to go, you got to go. Like there's emergency situations out there that require literally some fires to be put out.
That's a good point. Sometimes you have to hold it, but sometimes you can go get a quickie in. So it just depends.
Who's the guy?
Have you ever ran into a burning house?
We're talking about going to the bathroom, bro.
Did you ever run into a house that was on fire and just stop and use one of their toilets?
No comment.
Is there a guy in the Firehouse though who's like he's all because like my youngest daughter, it's like clockwork. Like you got to go to the bathroom. No, then we get in the car. It's like I got to go to the bathroom. So is there a guy in the Firehouse who every single time you guys are like getting in the truck, he's like I got to go to the bathroom. You're like, damn it.
It's call out time.
On my shelf is all of them except for me. We got some guys. So yeah, sometimes we have some older guys on the department. I won't call no names, and so they got to get up about 3 or 4 times a night anyway. So yeah.
All right, now do you are you just like no kiss and tell Mr. Lascano over there, or do you bring some of this gear home from time to time?
No, sir. No kiss, no tell.
All right, now we got somebody up in here that could you make a big fire sound on this truck
boy.
here? We're about to hear this thing. It's about to get real loud.
Put the microphone near that.
Yeah, let's.
We're sort of. This is like we're like in the cockpit of the fire truck right now. Okay, and this guy's piloting.
Literally just the front seat, you could call it, Eric.
Yeah.
No, they call it a cockpit on the fire truck too. I learned this yesterday when I was prepping for the show.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's a fact. Here we go.
White 80 said that. Eric is holding the mic up to the side.
Oh my gosh!
Oh,
it's real. It's legit.
Look, do they ever get tired of that sound? Like, do they like riding in it? They have to. Like, that's got to be.
That is loud.
You just like it can't just be like white noise to them after a while, right?
It might be.
At any point, do you just sort of adjust to that sound, or is that always just screeching and loud, and you never really get used to it?
That's not our buttons to touch. That's up to the captain while we're riding in the truck. So the captain will sound it off, but it doesn't go as long and as hard as we just did. It's normally just to get traffic to notice that we're coming up behind them.
Okay, and when you're trying to become a firefighter, what's the one hiccup for people that can't make it? Is there a particular obstacle course or drill or physical thing that it's like, this is where you really separate the firefighters from the posers?
Probably being within close quarters, claustrophobic. There's a lot of guys that don't make it through academy because they have a claustrophobia.
Have you ever gone Laramie Tunsil on the gas mask?
No.
Man, when I put that gas mask on at the Wiley Firehouse, I got so claustrophobic within the first 5 seconds. It was crazy. I don't know how they do it.
What about?
No idea.
Do you guys ever do bet payoffs amongst each other and you spray each other with the fire hose?
No, not on purpose. If it happens by accident, it's because they were in the way.
Ask him what percentage of the fires around Glen Heights are just started. Let's be direct. Just started, frankly, from people just doing stupid things.
Stupidity fires, you guys call that?
I don't have an exact number for you on that, but
we'll get Choppy to do the analytics on this. We'll come back next time. We'll be more prepared.
Fire
sounds good.
All right, boys. Well, I think we've done it. I think we accomplished our mission. Thank you to Mr. Josh and Mr. Britton. You guys are fantastic, and obviously all the Tolos here giving a standing ovation for these firefighters. Out and back to Chop.
Fantastic job, Eric Chiafalo.
Way to go. That was it. I like those things. When you do the around the man on the street stuff and the ask the firefighters.
Yeah.
That's the way to go, man. It really is.
It's good stuff. Coming up next, we got Below the Belt. RJ Choppy, we're going to go through some of these remaining top 10s that ESPN has provided us. That's next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, baby. Man, my Chris Arnold impression is getting better and better, bro. We've got the 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Right up here with us.
The OG, the Waxahachie. He heard the Firehouse Firefighter interviews, and CA was like, oh, I got to get over and meet these guys. You had to see the mustache in person. I understand.
I'm telling you, this is amazing. Again, I'm in the neighborhood right down the road in Waxahachie, and I said I had to come by. Plus, I have an announcement.
Oh, hit us.
And by the way, what's up, Chop? Chop knows.
What's up, man?
RJ Choppy, yeah.
Yeah.
Pull that mic a little closer, Chris. I can barely hear you.
Major League Baseball's All-Star festivities begin.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight's the Ken Griffey Jr. Swingman Classic, the HBCU Classic, and they've asked me, I want to say shout out to Chuck Morgan and Ray Casas at the Rangers. They asked me, can you MC the game for us? Talk to the Mavericks. Says, yeah, we'll loan him out. So I'll be MCing tonight's game. It starts at 7, and air-conditioned Globe Life Field.
Ooh.
It's going to be all the different All-Stars from the HBCUs, but more importantly, it's going to be like Grambling Prairie View game. If you ever been to the Cotton Bowl, see that?
Dude.
You got the marching band.
Yes, sir.
You got the step shows with the Divine Nine Greeks, talking about the sororities and fraternities all together.
Giannis, yeah.
And guess what? Arlington's own 20-time Grammy Award winner, Kirk Franklin, your favorite gospel artist.
Oh, Kirk Franklin.
He will be doing the national anthem.
I love Kirk.
GP, are you with me?
I grew up with some Kirk Franklin. I saw Kirk Franklin at Texas Stadium.
Look out.
That's crazy. I thought you were more of a Kurt Cobain's guy.
I was a Kurt Cobain's. Drank in my cup. Yeah. Grip the grain, roll up. Yeah.
So that's all going down starting tonight, CA.
Yes, 7 o'clock.
It's All-Star Week. We're here.
It's here.
The All-Star Weekend is beginning.
Yeah, they got the Futures game, tomorrow, right?
Yep, they got a whole weekend worth of, it goes all the way up to the game itself on Tuesday. Rangers, of course, in Houston, so the building is completely open. They got all the festivities across the street at Globe Life Park, so this is going to be great.
So, like you said, that game, the HBCU game today, and then the Futures tomorrow, and then the draft is Sunday.
Yes, and they also have a softball All-Star.
Celebrity softball game.
Did you hear who's going to be in the softball
game? Jenny Finch. Jenny Finch will be in it.
Jenny Finch, Deion Sanders. They've just been added to it. It's going to be a lot of fun leading up to it. And they're going to have a walk the blue carpet or red carpet or whatever for all the players who are invited. And by the way, congratulations to Marcus Semien. He's now going to be starting. We already know that some guy named Smith should be on that roster, but I'm not going to go there.
Some guy should. Some guy named Josh Smith should be on that roster.
Boy, Jared Sandler.
Willie Castro, though, man. Willie Castro making it from all 780 OPS or whatever, making it in there.
That 230 batting average.
And you mentioned Jared. Shout out to Jared because he had the social media campaign. If Josh Smith was not going to be on the All-Star roster, he should have been at least taking the place of Kawhi Leonard on the Olympic team.
At
least they could have
more deserving than Jason Tatum, who is a trash basketball player.
But thanks for letting me pop on. And again, I'm gonna hang around for a little bit because, like I said, I just live right down the street.
I mean, look, this is what a crowd. This is a bit. I know, dude. It has been like this they have been great. It has been like this since basically 5:30 on. It was this big at 5:30, and it's not just like people hanging around since 5:30. This has been a constant rotation of just people coming out. We are south of downtown Dallas. Like I said, this is they are showing up big time. Glen Heights.
This is a great fire station.
Dude, look! We got them. We even got them a G-bag flag that they've already hung up
there. Represent with all the other flags they've got.
So it is fantastic. Well, the Tolos, you got a real treat. Maybe you'll get some CA stories confidential out here, some off-the-air ones. You'll get them uncensored with the F-bombs and everything. It'll be good. CA,
the rest of the Sean Kemp story.
and then CA's got diss a freaking peer.
That's right, diss a freaking peer.
We had a celebrity here. My guy JP, I've known him several years.
Yeah.
He's in. He was in 1883 with the Yellowstone prequel. Now he's going to be in 1923, another of the Yellowstone prequels.
Was he in 1917 too? The war movie?
I do not think he was in 1970.
This guy looks like an actor, though, dude. This guy, I mean, this is incredible. The hair. I'm glad I cut my hair because he would just be showing me up in a huge way when it comes to the hair right now. Lean, mean machine, getting it done in a huge way. It was great to meet him. Big time Tolo, actor, superstar.
Yeah, no, he was. The flow was fantastic. It was gorgeous. And so it's a good thing you trimmed yours. By the way, we noticed during the break, Chop. Some serious gray is coming in on the back of that
I got a little gray.
No, not a little.
How old are you?
30. But I got 3 kids.
That's true.
30.
It's like
what a fetus.
Like 45 and
30.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest revelations of the hair cutting was quickly realizing, I counted at least 5, but Bobby was looking at the back of my head and seeing even more.
Yeah.
So,
but I'm starting to get it really bad on the sides. It's starting to trouble me. All right, ESPN, we did the top 10 running backs in the NFL previously. We're going to do the top 10 defensive tackles now as voted on by scouts, coaches, front office individuals.
This is going to just be frustrating because we had the Zeke snub earlier, the top 10 running backs. And if you're about to tell me that Mozzie Smith doesn't crack the top 10 defensive tackles, then I'm going to start having to watchdog these ESPN list makers.
You might just be
the disrespect.
You might just be surprised. Why don't you sit tight and stop spoiling the segment? Number 1 on this list it's easy, no doubt about it, Chris Jones from the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't know that I've ever seen a ranking on any position group that the low ranking he received was 2. Even Mahomes. No, even Mahomes had like a 3 or a 4 the other year. Like last year, somebody had him as like 3 behind Burrow and.
This year, his lowest ranking will be number 1.
We'll see. But Chris Jones,
am I wrong on that? Mahomes.
He should be number 1, but I don't know how I don't know what it'll look like. But it could be that. Chris Jones is number 1 though. Jones stamped his first number 1 in a major way. That surprised me that he's only been number 1 one time. One NFL executive said his size and consistent dominant effort is just so hard to block. He's such a mismatch because of how long and strong he is. Hey now, and he can win from every spot, edge, over center, in the B gap. Jones leads all defensive tackles with 35 sacks over the past 3 years.
All right, so let me ask you this because that is another position that has been devalued. Can you make a case, I'm not saying I am, but can you, that if you have a super elite player at that position, that is a worthwhile investment?
As a pass rusher?
In general.
No, not as a run stopper. I don't think. As a pass rusher, you can.
Absolutely as a pass rusher.
Yeah, because as a pass rusher, because of how the NFL has gone to such a quick throw, time to throw, being such an emphasis, get the ball out quick, then being able to penetrate the A-gap quickly and disrupt the quarterback is, it's become just as valuable in a lot of ways as rushing off the edge because of the, how quickly you can get
but if you're not an elite pass rushing defensive tackle, you can't make a case that you pay it.
I wouldn't pay somebody to be I wouldn't pay elite money to a one technique, for instance, or just a run stopper. I will pay them something, and I will,
sure.
but I'm not gonna. There's going to be a significant gap between what I would be willing to pay, Chris Jones versus what I'd be willing to pay Daron Payne or something like that. So that would be a big difference to me. Number 2 on this list, Quinnen Williams. Boy, has anybody had a bigger resurgence from this dude is a bust to now he's one of the best in the NFL than Quinnen Williams. Quinnen Williams was the third overall pick for the Jets, and there was talk like this guy's going to be the next Aaron Donald. And first 2 years, you remember we were talking about 3 years ago, people were trying to say, could you trade Michael Gallup for Quinnen Williams? Like, that was one of the things that people were kicking around. And now you're talking about him as just being an absolute monster. He's number 2 on this list.
Might like to go back and have that traded.
Yeah, I mean, anybody would take that. Here's the guy that if you want to talk about getting a run stuffer who could also rush the passer, number 3 on this list, Dexter Lawrence from the New York Giants. There was a stat last year, Chop, that nose tackles. PFF was listing the leaders in quarterback pressures from the nose tackle midway through last year. It was Dexter Lawrence with 31. Second was B.J. Hill with guess how many?
Probably half that.
7.
6. 31 to 6.
That was the gap from 1 to 2.
That's from first to second in terms of from that position nose guard getting pass rush pressure. He is the most unique nose guard in the NFL and the most unique one that we've seen in a long time.
I'll tell you what, the Giants' front four, I mean, the Giants are not going to be a good football team, but their front four is pretty dang lethal.
Yeah.
Trading for Brian Burns, you have Thibodeau, and then on the other side, and then you have a guy like Dexter Lawrence there in the middle. That's going to give the Cowboys' offensive line some serious fits.
Let's run through the rest of this list really quickly so we can get to Mozzie Smith's portion of it. Number 4, Jeffrey Simmons from the Titans. Number 5, Justin Madubuike, the McKinney product who just got paid a lot of money by the Ravens this year. Christian Wilkins from the Raiders. Derek Brown from the Panthers. DeForest Buckner from the Colts. Kenny Clark, number 9 for the Packers. And number 10, Javon Hargrave from the San Francisco 49ers. So I don't see, man, you even get into the honorable mentions and stuff. I'm not seeing Mozzie Smith on here. Now, I would say I'm not even kidding. I think as an also receiving votes, I don't think it's – I don't think you would be irrational to say Osa Odigizua is one of the better 3 techniques in the league. Like he's an above league average type of 3 technique. I don't know if you're going to put him in your top 10, but I think he absolutely has the ceiling to do that. So that's one that I think could eventually work his way and just not
he's
Mozzie
good.
Smith.
We keep waiting for him to like super break out, and it hasn't been that. But he's definitely a consistent, above-average starter across the sport.
And then one last note here: former Cowboys defensive coordinator Monty Kiffin. Sad news on Thursday. He passed away at the age of 84.
I saw that this morning. That was sad. That was sad to see.
The originator of the Tampa 2.
Tampa 2, I mean, he was an elite coordinator. But, we talked about this.
Eric Berry credited him with so much of his development.
Go Vols, baby.
Yeah.
We talked about this the other day, defensive coordinators who stand the test of time, right? They have to constantly evolve. Monty did it over a lot of decades, and he did it in college, too, for a little bit. He went to Tennessee. I think he went to USC with Lane.
Yeah, he did.
And then, of course, coming to he ended his career, obviously later on, and back to the NFL, came here. He was.
He kind of feels like a football forefather kind of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially defensively.
One of the more influential defensive minds of the last 30 years, for sure.
Well,
so sad news.
R.I.P. to the legend. All right, one more hour, ladies and gentlemen. The Power Hour on a Friday. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Sean back on Monday. We're live from Glen Heights Firehouse, part of the Firehouse Tour, presented by Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp, as well as Chill Boys Underwear and Firehouse Heating and Air. And let's get a little Friday news dump for you guys, featuring the Playmaker, local ammunition, and the viral office debate of the week. That's next right here on The Fan.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
9 o'clock hour. Good morning, boys and girls. It is fist pump time on a Friday on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan, live at the Glen Heights Firehouse, 1938 South Hampton Road in Glen Heights. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Eric Chiafalo of the G-Bag Nation.
Come on,
out
fist
here.
pump, Luca. There we go.
My son Luca fist pumping. He came out. He's like, I got to come out here. He wanted some Palmer's hot chicken, catfish, and shrimp today. So he wanted to come on out here and check out the festivities at the Firehouse.
It's been a party.
Yes, it has.
It's been a party all day long. It's a darty, right?
Heck yeah. Well, this is kind of like a Marty. It's a morning party.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
A little Marty with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. That needs
Right.
to be – we need to get that on a T-shirt or something. Or a
Should.
promo.
Marty time.
Marty with the boys.
Yeah,
Weekdays,
Marty with
5:30 to 10 a.m.
That's our next promo item, Marty with the boys.
Bring a margarita funnel with you.
It's true.
Only if
Good
you're
one.
going to be at the next one, Eric.
I'll bring mine next time. Never used the funnel in the hotel room, by the way.
No?
That was also on the hotel.
The funnel?
The whole I'm just joking.
Okay. All right. I got you.
Eric will bring his funnel. Come
Yes,
out
he
the next
will. Yes,
stop.
he will. Hey, a special happy National French Fry Day. I just saw this one.
Oh.
I'm going to have to partake this weekend, even though it's off soda. It's anti-soda.
Yeah.
I do think this is one of the best days. If you have food days of the National Day kind of thing on the calendar, I think National Donut Day or Bagel. I think French Fry Day is it's up top 3.
There was a time where I felt like the French fry was something that everyone in the world, like really sort of the one area where everyone could just agree together that they're
Until what?
incredible. Until Lucius Alexander said he's not really a French fry guy.
That's a lie.
And he's an onion ring 10 out of 10 dude,
Ooh.
which I love. I love that about Lucius, that he's an onion ring guy.
Onion
I
rings-
just hate that it also means that he's kind of anti-French fry.
You get some Burger House onion rings, man. There's really nothing better than that. I would take Burger House onion rings over any French fry. So,
But you also like fries.
Yes, I
though.
do.
Yeah,
I do.
I think for the most part, everyone in the world can just agree on the fact that French fries are incredible.
I think that's a really bad take
the versatility of
on
French
Lucius's
fries.
part. That's a bad take on your part as well. That the onion ring is better. I don't know.
I didn't say the onion ring was better. I said specifically Burger House's onion rings are better than any fry
Okay.
I've had.
I mean, I can get down with onion ring. I think they're good, but I mean,
Yeah.
give me a French fry any day.
I'm not going to disagree with you. I feel like our guy Paul Skenes would be a French fry and an onion ring guy. We heard about his diet yesterday. It was perfect. We did the alpha Skenes segment yesterday, and then he went on and darted on the mound and just dominated yesterday.
Man,
Chop.
he is. If he is not the favorite to start the All-Star game for the National League, they should just cancel the game. 7. I'm going to count him again. 7 hitless innings. He struck out 11, and they pulled him because of pitch count. That's it. The guy is an absolute monster. He has strikeout rate of nearly 12 per 9, a 2.12 ERA in 10 starts. And those numbers, he exited after 99 pitches. They're just monitoring his innings. He wasn't going to get the no-hitter because he wasn't going to be able to complete 2 more innings when he's already at 99.
So you got no problem pulling him?
No problem. No, I mean, look, it is what it is, man. I've accepted the way the game has changed.
Yes.
So I'm not gonna argue about back in my day. No, I've accepted the way the game has changed, and that's how you got to do it. You got to run the football guys on first down. Just accept the way the game has changed.
Nah, I'm not accepting. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not accepting running on first down.
No. I'm just saying, but the game has changed. It's a passing league.
Yes.
Just accept it. Just accept that centers don't play the low post anymore.
Yeah, and I think that for a guy like Skenes, and he's got a track record. Like when you look at his LSU days, where he had during last year's College World Series from his 4 starts, he hit 124 pitches. He hit 101, then 123, and then 120. So we've seen him be able to have that sort of caballo level stamina on the bump. But I just don't think it's something you want to risk. That is a prized possession.
It is.
And you're looking at that thing for a decade out here if you're the Pirates. Why would I do something that could risk it? Even if he's not getting hurt here, is that something that can help lead to him getting banged up down the line, whatever? Them pulling him, I have no issue with.
Here is the updated stats through his 11th start now. 5-0. His ERA, it was 2.12 going in. Now it's 1.90.
Mid.
His whip as a starter is 0.92.
Jeez.
That's elite for a closer.
Yeah. Pretty good.
As a starter, that is stupid. Whip is walks and hits to innings pitched.
Thank you.
He's got 89 strikeouts in 66 innings. Huh?
Thanks, Peyton. You're explaining what baby calf is to us.
You don't pay attention in our meetings, okay? We're told to always explain things. 12
I take notes, thank you.
strikeouts.
I'm the only one in there with a pen and paper.
I don't need notes.
You're just doing Jerry.
I have this memory. This is a lockbox.
It is.
It's a lockbox. I don't remember what I did
It
yesterday.
is. You can't get anything out of it.
I don't remember what I did yesterday, but trust me, as someone who has a cognitive disabilities in the family, top 10. It's a top 10 brain.
Slappos. You're the outlier in your own family.
I'm the outlier in my own family, man. That's why I don't eat any sugar.
Yeah.
I don't eat any sugar.
Well, just the processed sugar, right? You're down for some fruit.
Fruit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could have some fruit.
I could dang right.
Pineapple.
That's
pineapple, watermelon.
Mother Nature's sugar.
Yeah, pineapples. Of course, you go to that first.
Only the upside down ones.
Raspberries. All the things.
Cantaloupe.
Paul Skenes has to be starting the All-Star game. He's the best. He's one of there are 3 players in Major League Baseball that I think universally, like, people would stop what they're doing to see them perform their craft. And I think one is Skenes. I think Paul Skenes is one of them. I think Ohtani is one of them. I think
B.J.
Aaron Judge is
Surhoff.
one of them. And B.J. Surhoff, yeah. That's another one.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Josh Smith.
Josh Smith is another one.
Should be.
Well, I saw
But
this
in general, just the casual sports fan, they would stop down and say, all right, if they're at bat or they're started, they would stop down what they're doing just to watch the at bat. I think those are the 3 guys, whatever they in the sport. Trout obviously in his prime, Harper too. There's a lot of guys. Seager's one in the playoffs, especially. There's a lot of guys out there, Betts, but I think those are the main 3.
Yeah, and I think for me right now, I don't want to be like knee-jerk, whatever, what have you done for me lately? But in this moment, because it's so fresh and so new what he's doing, he's my 1 seed. If you told me right now, even if Ohtani was pitching, which he's obviously not
right
now,
I would stop for Skenes.
I would still seeing Skenes right now is that's the top ticket for me personally.
That is an interesting question. Then the idea of if you had like a ticket to go, like they're on at the same time, but you can go get like tickets to go sit down and watch it. Skenes probably would be number 1 right now.
Yeah, easily, because I would take a picture.
Who would be next?
Ohtani.
Is Ohtani? Well, if
he's just hitting.
He's just hitting. Then I would take Judge.
I was going to say I think I'd prefer to see Judge.
He's a better hitter.
Okay, all right, I can understand that.
But Ohtani, obviously, because he can pitch too. If he's pitching that day, then he's the number 1 because you get to see him do both.
Right.
But I would much rather see a pitcher because you get to see the pitcher so much more than a hitter. You get to see the hitter once every 40
minutes. Who's even close as a pitcher to Skenes? Or not even close. Who would be second right now? When he's healthy, DeGrom, I feel like, is a draw.
I'd pay to see DeGrom.
I like watching Spencer Strider when he's healthy.
Spencer. I mean, you pay to see, Spencer, DeGrom. Who were the Cy Youngs last year? Cole. I mean, I'd pay to see Cole. Snell. No, I wouldn't. I don't think I would just, walk 1,000 miles to go.
What
see
about
Snell.
Yamamoto?
Yes, I absolutely would. That's an intrigue factor too.
Well, here's the Paul Skenes stat of the day for you. Skenes is only the 4th pitcher since 1893 to record 0 hits and 10 strikeouts in multiple outings in a single season.
What?
And he's a rookie doing that. You had Nolan Ryan do that back in 1973.
Jarrett Wright.
Mad Max Scherzer in 2015. And then Justin Verlander did it in 2022. Multiple games, allowing no hits, and also having 10 punch-outs.
I'm surprised Sterling Hitchcock's not on that list.
That's a great callback, man, with those rosy cheeks of his. The interesting thing with Skenes is, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't believe I am because I'm never wrong, he didn't pitch until recently. He was like a first baseman at the Air Force Academy.
There's something. It's like he's relatively new, or it was like a tweak in a mechanic thing that all of a sudden he went from just being average to great. But I mean, he is absolutely.
But how much did that save his arm?
Right.
He didn't pitch. I mean, he didn't He wasn't a pitcher.
I mean, when you're throwing
only
102 every single time, though, there is going to reach a point where we have seen arm injuries. It's been tough to say. That's my biggest concern with Skenes is that he's going to wear that arm out pretty fast.
But I wonder though, because he wasn't a primary pitcher throughout his high school and college days. I mean,
That's
not like
helping
he didn't pitch, but he wasn't. That wasn't a pitcher.
The Trey
only.
Lance theory. Like, because he doesn't throw the football very much, then when he gets out there, his arm won't be worn out.
Right, he'll have a super strong arm, laser
he'll be able
rocket
to play
arm.
till he's 50.
Yeah, I do think that is good setting him up because you're right. Ultimately, the amount of when you're thrown with that much gas all the time, inevitably that tire is going to blow out on you. But that's the case with all these pitchers now. I mean, you were all understanding that at some point here you're going to go Tommy John, and we'll see you in a year and a half. But watching Paul Skenes right now is epic. Hopefully he gets the start for the NL. I saw this as we do the Friday news dump here, Sean and RJ and Bobby live from the Glen Heights Firehouse as part of the Firehouse tour on a Friday. We'll get you to the Crosstalk KNC Masterpiece here shortly. And we got Choppy doing some firefighter activities today. I'm looking forward to that coming up here in a few minutes.
Jaws of life, baby. Jaws of
So you're
life.
going to be rescuing like an actual human from a
Yeah,
car?
I'm gonna put Luca in the car and I'm gonna rescue him.
That's good.
There.
What a father-son bonding moment, man. I'm excited to get to witness that.
Yeah, I'm going to do that,
I hope I don't get too emotional.
Unless Choppy doesn't know what he's doing.
Unless Choppy doesn't save his own son, and then I will get emotional. That'll be sad. Office debate of the week.
He'll never forgive you if you don't get him out of the car.
He won't.
Office debate of the week. I don't know if you guys saw this. It went viral. I don't even think it's that. Like, I think this is a pretty obvious answer to the question.
I do too.
But Ryan Cohen tweeted out, and it went super viral. Would you rather get handed $30K right now, $30,000 right now?
Yeah.
Or play a week in the big leagues, but you don't get any pay?
This is not even close. You take $30,000.
What?
I'm with you on this.
Not even close. I had no. I read your email. And you can shake your head all you want, Mr. Duncan, Oklahoma. But listen,
are you insane?
No, I'm not insane. Who takes going and playing for free? You go to play in the major leagues for free for a week, right? A, you're probably not getting on the field. If you do, you're not getting anything.
On the field.
You're not getting anything. You're not doing well, and they're probably all hating that you're there on a charity case, and they'll ostracise you.
Oh, this is like roster resentment.
Yeah.
Would you get into reality? We're not talking about how they would treat you like you're Garth Brooks taking a bat in spring training.
You have to think about these.
Okay.
Russell Wilson.
Like you're a member of the team. They love you. They've called you up for the week. You're not getting any pay.
No, I'm not playing for free.
Oh, dude.
And
the memory alone. The memory alone is worth $500,000 easily.
This is not even
easily. And by the way, now you get to call yourself a major leaguer. You get to give lessons. You get to go on talk radio and act as an expert. You make that $30,000 back in a week.
Okay, now
speaking engagements.
This
come on, man. You're not thinking fourth dimensionally. You would have been terrible in Back to the Future.
That's a new spin. I like that choppy spin on this because I was with Bobby right up until that last part. Like, how much can I parlay my 1 week in the bigs?
You can't.
Into,
what 1 week?
Into some type of
1 week player.
Mike Bassick basically has done that.
Mike did, Mike gave up a home run to Barry Bonds, who's part of history. You telling me you're gonna what are you gonna do? You gonna give up Judge's 62?
Sure, if I have to.
Who did that, by the way? Who gave it up? Exactly. Jesus did not give up that. No. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it was Jesus something.
Luzardo.
This is like when Peyton wrote down the call screen name.
Jesus.
I think the thing that would suck, though, because in the hypothetical, it doesn't say you get to play for the bigs and choppy as yourself right now, going out there and trying to perform, and you're obviously not going to.
It doesn't
perform
matter
well.
how you perform.
So
it's the memory of being on a major league or NBA or NFL. You get to suit up for the Cowboys for a game.
Ooh, that would hurt physically. Just,
of course it would
hurt.
hurt.
Baseball, at least you're not hurt. What position are you playing, Chop?
Man, I played first base.
Dude, the fan text is crushing. There's like one person saying they agree with you. Everybody else is saying take $30,000.
Man, I don't care. I really don't care if people agree with me or not.
Wrong. He's gotten increasingly sassy as the week has gone along. It started yesterday with the Micah Parsons debate with you guys on the expressway, where I saw that blood vessel starting to bulge in his forehead, and now it's continued today. He's getting mad that nobody wants to play for free.
I don't care, man.
You're Mr. Anti.
I would do it. You could offer me $1 million, and I would still take the week in Major League Baseball. You could offer me retirement tomorrow, and I would take the week in Major League Baseball.
You could offer me $20, and I would take that over just a week for free in the majors.
Okay, well, I'm not.
Y'all have never dreamt. I mean, you have never dreamt. The amount of times that I've dreamt
of $30,000
about
cold hard cash.
I would play. If you told me that if you told me I would have
lifelong money, whatever, or I get to play in the Masters next year. I'm taking the Masters. The memory is so much more important.
I actually like your chances more in the Masters than I do you on the baseball diamond.
The memory's so much more important, man. Y'all got to get in touch with your ability to dream more.
This is like, I mean,
that's sad.
It doesn't do
y'all
anything for me.
Y'all are sad.
It doesn't do it. I don't know. Just
now he's lashing out at us.
Yeah, this is
y'all are sad, man.
It's just what
y'all are sad.
You've got that dream of
y'all have never
dreamt.
Y'all have never dreamt.
And that corpse Bob Shepard or whatever his name is. Nobody.
Whatever, man. I don't care who's announced for. I don't care. I could walk up there and they could play the wrong walk-up song. Doesn't matter what.
What
no
would your
walk-up
walk-up song be?
That's a good question. Am I a pitcher or am I hitting?
Hitting.
Yeah, you're a slugger, dude.
Yeah,
you're a power.
That's a tough one.
You're
That's
a power
a tough
guy.
one.
Yeah, but you're definitely getting pinch run for.
Yeah. Oh, 1,000%. They're taking me right off the field.
Hey, you don't have to be pinch runned for when you hit it out of the park, Chop.
Yeah.
Why don't you start
I am
dreaming a little
station
bit?
to
You're not
station.
a base hitter. Give me a freaking break, bro. All right, we're live here. Glen Heights Firehouse, part of the Firehouse tour, and Choppy is about to go firefighting himself, the jaws of life. Can Choppy save his son from the vehicle? We'll do that next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Chris. If you are on Twitch or YouTube right now for the fan cam, you're getting a great POV of our engineer, Ruben Portillo, as we are setting up RJ Choppy to go against the jaws of life, as he's going to try and save his son out of a hypothetically burning vehicle. Choppy's about to go full firefighter on us. I believe he kind of swung and missed at the last one, so this is a redemption opportunity here for Choppy as we broadcast live from Glen Heights Firehouse.
And this is cool if you get a look at it. They've got these cars that you're going to see. If you can look on the fan cam, they're hooking Choppy up. You've got this junkyard out there, essentially.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
Can you hear me? We've got this. I'm explaining the setup back there right now, Chop. So they're putting them in the firefighter attire right now. But if you look back there, there's just a bunch of like busted cars, right? It looks like an impound yard. Just a bunch of like beat up Ford Tauruses missing the roof, or like windshields broken out. So it's very cool. But he's going to go in there and he's going to cut those cars up. While he's getting prepared, I do want to give a shout out. This has been a great experience coming out here at Glen Heights. Glen Heights has been a fantastic host.
10 out of 10.
We just got a chance to meet the mayor. That was great. We've had a lot of the council members come out here. And so if you want to come out to Glen Heights, which I would recommend, it's a great area. They've got a couple things coming up. 55th anniversary celebration is Saturday, September 14th in Heritage Park. So there'll be a car show, live music, vendors, food trucks, a bunch of great stuff. And then they have a back-to-school bash on Saturday, August 10th at 8 a.m. in the city center. So August 10th, September 14th,
Okay.
Put those on your calendar to be in Glen Heights, because it has been a fantastic community to hang out in, and a lot of Tolos out here.
I love it. All right, thank you, Bobby Belt. We're live at the Glen Heights Firehouse as part of the Firehouse tour. And Choppy, we can hear it. We can hear some sounds. It's Choppy versus.
We've already started.
The jaws of
We're
life.
saving people's lives, Bobby.
Did you? What? That was quite a scream. Did you lose a limb already?
I did not lose a limb. We are trying to pry a door open. We're busy men over here, Bobby. We're doing hard work.
Would you say, how does this rank, cutting open steel, cutting open a car, how does this rank for you?
I got the door open!
Like a gentleman opening the passenger door like that.
Hang on a second. The windows do not work.
Oh,
I tried to say, it locks. Cool.
That is what car are you looking at there? What
This is a Toyota. Is this a Camry or a Corolla? Let me see. Oh, it's an Avalon. Okay, I haven't seen one of these in a while.
Oh, an Avalon. Wow, that door is blown out the side.
Oh, it's got really nice trunk space.
But
you can fit at least a body in
there. Well, how many bodies could you fit in there if you were to maybe try and compartmentalize?
I don't know. Okay, what we got here? We got the scissors. These are the scissors, right?
Look at that on the fan cam there, Eric. Do you see that? It's like a giant like set of pliers almost.
Yeah,
is what it looks like. Chop. So why don't you just explain to us some of what you're doing as you're
All
doing
right, so
it?
now,
play-by-play.
Now I'm about to take a roof off here, the roof off the car. We're going to tear the roof off it. Do I go, because I'm this way, do I got to go left hand back? All right, here we go.
If you were going to replace that roof after you took it off, what would you use, Chop?
Oh, open it up.
Wow,
like
dude,
that?
Look at this thing.
Boy, this is just it looks like a giant set of electric pliers, essentially.
It's got to be. I wonder how much that weighs. That's got to be at least 25,
Choppy,
30
talk
pounds.
us through some of the emotions. Talk us
Okay.
through what you're doing. Is this as good as the fire hose?
Now open it up. You know what? I got to say, I enjoyed getting the door open more than the scissors, I think.
Really?
Yeah, the scissors is just, the door open, I think takes more, I got to open it more. I think the door open takes way more, toxic masculinity than using the pair of scissors.
Dude. Do you feel like maybe it would be more intense or you'd get more of a high off of it if there was actual, human life on the line in there?
If there was more human life on the line?
Like if there was actually somebody in there that you're having
okay.
saved. Do you think you would feel
You want to
more...
watch your hand? You want to put your hand in there? All right. If there was human life on the line, yeah, that would absolutely take more.
It'd level it up?
Yeah, but, this is pretty cool. This is so powerful. I just cut 2 parts of a door off, or the hood off of this car. Holy cow. We are taking the roof right off this thing.
Let me just tell you, Chop, you look extremely badass right now.
Let me tell you something. I am sweating.
You have to be.
Oh.
You have to be. You're wearing probably 10+ pounds of gear at the moment. You got the gloves on. You're carrying around what has to be at least 25 pounds worth of giant scissor, electrical plier kind of things.
Yeah, and he's doing it with not very much muscle mass. So that's got to be taxing on his just physique in general. His core.
Yeah. There's some muscle fatigue setting in here because of the weight loss, but I do think there's a cardiovascular stamina that Choppy could have never. Handling the heat, carrying around this weight, being able to move around, and he's got spectators. Shout out to Choppy because he's got a live audience here. Thanks to the Tolos and all the folks in Glen Heights here at the Firehouse tour with us, and
yeah.
he's perforing at an extremely high level. Right
we
now.
just popped it. Heck yeah! All right, so let me tell you something. This thing is a lot more.
How many times have you said that in your life, Chop?
40, 50 pounds? All right. Wow. So now what? I go back to or are we done? Oh, yeah, we're done.
He did it. He did it.
We got it.
You opened that thing up.
Oh, we got one more spot. They lied. Where do I go?
It's taking a bit of time, Chop. Is Luka doing all right? Is he's still alive in there?
He's still alive.
That's good. I do feel like you're lacking urgency here, Chop.
Well, I'm going as fast as I can. I don't know how, the most impressive part of this entire fire thing experience is they have to do this in this suit with this heat. Oh, there it is. There it is. Got it off.
The finisher.
I'm a man.
Here's the question. Do you think if Sarah were here right now, she would pick you over Parker McCollum with this manly display?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yes,
I don't know.
Yes, I will answer on her behalf.
She loves her some Parker McCollum. I don't know if she would pick me or him.
Eric's about to pick you. He's so impressed.
She might
by
pick
you
Eric
coming
over
around.
me, for all I know.
Choppy, you got to find a way to bring that
the hood,
that outfit home with you.
Oh, I want to bring the hood of the. Can I bring the hood of the car home with me? Yeah, there we go. Throw it in this thing.
Throw it in the back of your Platinum
Look at
Ford.
that. Whoa. All right.
Gosh, that was cool.
That was awesome.
That's fantastic. And you know what? You know what's impressive though? That is a Toyota, and so it probably would still start. It'd still start and probably run another 100,000 miles like that.
Easily, dude.
You've just turned it into a
get
badass
into the Toyota here.
Yeah,
there's a bee! There's a bee! There's a bee!
You cut the thing open to save your son, but then you won't go the extra step to get around a honeybee.
I got in a car accident because of a bee one time.
Did you seriously? How did that happen?
Are you trying to start that thing up, Chop?
No, I'll tell you what. I might want to do this to my car. Just take the hood off and just make myself a convertible.
He's going
That's pretty cool.
California now. Okay, so hold on. Now we got to hear this. Eric, how did you get in a car accident because of a honeybee?
Oh, huffing and puffing Chop over there.
Yeah. It's hot in this thing.
This was.
Oh, man.
I was driving home from high school. I was actually in the passenger seat. My older brother was driving, and it was an old 87 Chevy. It was my brother's first car. It was really all me and my brother's first car that my dad got for us some years ago. And it was, when we got it, it was beautiful. And then after we've all taken turns with it being our first car,
Thing's
It's like
torn
cars.
up now.
That's like a lot of things, not just cars.
It looks like the car that Choppy just did some sawing into.
Sure.
But the very first accident we ever got in, my brother was driving. We're driving home from school, and all of a sudden a bee is in the truck, and I start kind of freaking out. And my brother's making fun of me because of how much I'm freaking out that there's a bee in here. So I get the window rolled down. We think the bee has left. Get the window back up. Shortly there, about 30 seconds later, I look over and I see the bee is on my brother's neck, and he doesn't know it. He's driving. And I go, oh, my gosh, dude, the bee is on you. And then he proceeds to freak out. His hands go off the wheel. He kind of sinks back down. He is now not worried about driving at all. And the truck wheels off into the ditch here, takes out a speed sign, and then our buddy has to come and tow us out of where we're at. Nobody was hurt in the making of this. We didn't get stung by the bee, but the bee is the reason why we ultimately flew off the road. And that was wreck number 1 in the truck that's probably seen at least 5.
Is the truck still alive and running?
It is. It still has a heartbeat. It's in my
What?
dad's driveway.
How many miles are on that now?
Oh, I would say it's got to be in the 300s, I would think. It was an 87 Chevy, man.
I'm curious. Given how many gentlemen, young Chiafalo men, have had that truck.
I don't know that I'm going to answer this question.
I'm just saying, well, never mind. The children are back. Hello, kids.
Yeah, that's right. Perfect timing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The kiddos are here, and they're waving.
I was going to ask
This
how many
is
times
beautiful.
you've had ice cream. How many times you guys stopped for ice cream?
Oh my gosh, so much frozen custard up in there. Big time custard, guys. Is Chop done now?
Choppy's done.
He's probably sweating and he's exhausted. He did a fantastic job. There he is. Bravo, Choppy. Look at that. He's drenched. He looks like a Rangers player at the old Globe Life Park in the summer.
Dripping
We're going to
wet
need a
with
uni
sweat.
change. Nice work, yeah.
Dripping wet with sweat, man. It's on and
Look
popping.
at the veins coming out of your forearms right now, dude. Just
I am not a
very
veiny
impressive.
guy. I have no veins. I'm dying. That was so hot.
Oh my gosh, your face is pink.
How do you power rank really quickly the 3 that you've done? The smoke-filled room that you had to rescue a person from, the breaking down the door, and then this. How do you power rank them in terms of difficulty?
Well, I mean, breaking down the door was hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
This was the most taxing because that thing is heavy. It's 40. You're holding it up like
Is
this.
it the most enjoyable of the 3?
It's the most enjoyable, yeah. The first one was the most psychologically difficult because I had the gas mask on and I was getting claustrophobic.
Yeah, you just started laying down on the beds instead of looking.
Yeah,
for
this one I sweat way more in this one. This was I don't need to go to a sauna for a month.
Are you going to work out today, or was that?
No. It's Hawaiian Falls Day.
Yeah,
man.
it's Water Park Day.
Oh,
Water Park
that's
Day.
true.
Yeah, it's Hawaiian Falls Day. So
Yeah,
we're gonna
went back to that already.
We're gonna go get out there.
You
That's
know
good.
You know what day it also is today?
Friday.
So you know what that means we're getting next?
We're getting a Mike Bassick
Yeah, buddy.
As if this hasn't been wheels off enough already.
We will see. Will Baskey be leading Crosstalk, the final segment of our Firehouse tour today? Glen Heights Firehouse. We'll be back with the KNC Masterpiece next right here on The Fan.
Navient tankless.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Hey, it's Mike Bassick. Thanks a lot, Chris Summers, for bringing me in here.
It's not Chris Summers.
I don't believe it's Chris Summers.
Yes, sir.
It's Chris Strong.
Who's Chris Summers?
He's on
KRLD AM.
Okay. So, Corey, what's coming up on the show?
Guys, Mike's favorite segment of the entire week at 1:30 today. Masterpiece of the week.
Yeah.
Did you want more?
The fastest segment.
I guess.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Is that all that we're doing?
Which NFC team is facing the most pressure this season at 10:20?
Man, that was a positive review there, Corey. Good job.
And at noon, is there anything in particular the Rangers have to do in this Astros series to keep you believing? If they sweep, I believe.
I'd say win games, hit home runs, don't give up home runs.
Yeah,
I'd say all
those are all
those
good
things would make me believe.
Pitch like Paul Skenes and hit like Shohei.
Eric,
Yes.
who have you missed the most and who have you missed the least out of your show?
Ooh, that is a great question. Well, I've definitely missed the Wooly Bully the most. And honestly, Dawson was on his summer vacation for a couple of weeks, so it's been a while since I've seen Dawson.
So you hate Broadus.
I guess it's Broadus. Yeah, I guess
missed the least?
Probably that I've missed the least. Yeah.
Wow, even after he spent a whole segment basically dogging RJ and I for not letting you talk enough, you still are just like, I don't miss him at all.
Oh, I mean, there was nothing but bad options for me there. Anybody I chose, it was going to be picked apart. So I'm just going to throw it to Broadus because Broadus will spit it back at me. Like when I throw something his way that is a little bit maybe disrespectful, he will pop off back at me. So I look forward to his rebuttal.
It's awesome. You guys sound like Chuck Morgan announcing a lineup right now.
What does that mean? It's echoey?
Your attention, please, please, please.
All right.
Really?
Like hen.
Bobby, this question is for you, and you can take as much time as you need on this. Right now, Medvedev is playing Alcaraz in the semifinals of Wimbledon.
Dmitry Medvedev?
How come women haven't demanded to play 5 sets overtime and only play 3?
Pass.
Nope. You have to answer.
Answer the damn question.
Sean, this is Sean's question. Sean's not here right now.
How can you answer question for women, though, if you're not a woman?
Yeah, in your face, Mike.
When
That'd be like telling them what to do
they
with their
got
body.
all over John McEnroe about a month ago, I'm going to guess, because he said that Serena wouldn't have been a top 300 player in the world if she competed on the men's circuit. How come that they didn't bring up that if she's in a close match, it only goes 3 sets?
I don't know. I think that I think there's a lot of points, Mike, that you would raise that I don't know if the general population would raise. So but I mean, I love your points. I would choose to pass.
John
on.
McEnroe couldn't have hosted the ESPYs last night.
Yeah, Eric, you take it. Why don't you take it?
Did anybody watch that?
No, I didn't know it was even happening until this morning.
Yeah, Eric Chiafalo broke the news to me this morning.
Yes. that it had already happened.
It went down.
By the way,
oh, go ahead. Good answer. Go.
Just no, not do that. Just really quickly, because the reason why we are echoing Mike is because we are out here in Glen Heights for the Firehouse tour, and really quickly, I know we were going to have the mayor of Glen Heights wanted to say a little something to our listeners and to our folks here, and we've got the mayor of Glen Heights here, and Eric's turning around right now,
What's
and
up,
so
Mayor?
she just hello, Mayor.
How are you?
Great. We're so grateful to be here in Glen Heights. It's
Listen,
awesome.
we are grateful for you to be here.
Love
I know
your
I
shirt.
said it earlier to you. Thank you. Go Rangers. I said it to you earlier, but I wanted to say it on air. Thank you so much for including Glen Heights on your Firehouse tour. We definitely welcome you here anytime. We have events going on. You mentioned earlier our back to school bash. You mentioned our 55th anniversary celebration. You all are more than welcome to come out and celebrate with us anytime. We're going to consider you all honorary Glen Heights residents.
Yes.
And we'd love to hear you. It was a great crowd here earlier this morning, so thank you for everything that you've done. And just thank you for the shout outs. You know, it does a lot for a city when we have a radio station like yourself, 105.3 The Fan, come out and the public can see, the public can hear. And so we just really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for coming out.
We were so excited to come out here because we had not been down to Glen Heights as a show before. And just getting off the highway, and there's the sign, the police, the traffic sign that was put up there that broadcast that we were going to be here.
Yeah.
It was really cool to see. One question.
Yes.
If you were so, what is the process to maybe getting a key to the city? Because I've always wanted one.
Oh my gosh!
You got to start in Yellowstone.
Well, we will see.
It's just one of those things that you ask for it, you'll never get it. Like getting you're done.
So I've only given out one. I've only given out one so far, and that was to the DeSoto Eagles football coach, head football coach.
Okay.
Yeah, on that championship. I've given out a key to the city. But, we'll see what we can do.
Okay.
We'll see.
Mike
We'll
Bassick
see.
is a Duncanville legend.
Yeah.
Maybe he's key to the city material. Mike, do you think you're key to the city material?
I don't know. I'm one of 9 major leaguers from Duncanville High School. So
Who's your favorite? What's your football squad? Who do you root for?
Duncanville, City of Champions.
Let's see. In the NFL, who are you rooting for in the NFL?
Oh man, you're screwed.
Jacksonville Jaguars, Kansas City Chiefs. I'm a big Patrick Mahomes from Mount Pleasant, right? That's where he went to high school.
Yeah.
He's
So
an
did you watch
emotionally gay man.
Seinfeld when it was on? Do you watch Seinfeld?
Yeah.
Okay, no key for you.
Wow. I'm still a fan of Glen Heights. You're kind of in that right. They're in the Tri-City. I always root for Duncanville, DeSoto, and Cedar Hill. Red Oak is kind of now. Red Oak wasn't. I mean, I hate saying it wasn't a city. It was a city, but back in the '90s, I didn't even know of Red Oak. But Red Oak has grown a lot over time, and they have a really nice high school there too. So.
Okay. Well, hey, it's okay. I'll give you a pass on those teams. It's okay.
Yeah. Does the key to the city actually open all the doors in Glen Heights?
It does not.
Most of them?
Nah, it doesn't really open any door.
I like
it's
how
more
you're doing
of a
this.
symbolic gesture. It's more of a symbolic
It symbolically
gesture.
opens doors.
Yeah,
Like, you can open
basically,
the door.
it lets you know that you're welcome in the city anywhere, anytime.
I like how she's like hiding it. She's like, no, we don't want to give it away. We don't want everybody knowing this. I'm like, I see what you're doing. I see what's going on here.
They should make it though that it opens at least the door to the restroom if it's after hours.
Well, how about this?
City Hall.
But guess what? The door to the restroom is always open.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's all.
Hey, I maybe have a stupid question. I'm sorry if this is a stupid question. If you live in Glen Heights, is there Glen Heights High School? What high school do you go to?
No, so great question. We are actually in two different cities.
Okay.
We have two different counties. We're in Dallas County and Ellis County, right? So our Dallas County students are actually zoned for DeSoto ISD.
Okay.
Our Ellis County students are zoned for Red Oak ISD.
Okay.
And big shout out to both of those superintendents, Dr. Rogers in DeSoto and Mrs. Sanford in Red Oak. They're doing phenomenal things for the scholars, and both of the school districts are definitely thriving. So yeah, we're 7 square miles geographically as far as our size is concerned. So we don't have our own independent school district, but we partner with 2 phenomenal school districts in DeSoto and Red Oak.
Okay, well, thank you. That's good to know. I know my son practices basketball at DeSoto West, I believe, middle school.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, tell them, hey, we have a brand new community center here, first ever, state of the art. Tell them to come on over here. Bring the team over here.
Mikey, they've got a basketball court here at the new just
The
behind us
community
here at
center,
the by the fire station. So I think there's already been a lot of trash talking this morning. We need to do the game of horse that we've been talking about doing.
Yeah, bring that here, and we'll see if
Mike.
those keys can get you here.
Okay, well,
That's one key to the city.
I played in 1994-95 for Hall of Fame Coach McNeely at Duncanville High School. So
Wonderful.
yeah,
wonderful.
Coach Bacon, who used to coach at Lincoln. Yeah, I used to go to his
so
camps.
I'm a graduate of Lincoln. I went to Lincoln. I graduated from Lincoln in 1989.
Okay.
Yeah,
Look
yeah.
at that.
I remember
Mike,
Coach Bacon.
Mike, this is your community too. We've had so many Duncanville folks come out here today. This is right down the road.
Well, she's probably a big fan of growing up around that area when Greg Ostertag won a state championship for Duncanville.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Remember it. Yeah. Those were great times. I'm not that they aren't now, but back then it was like, wow. It's really cool also to kind of come full circle and be a servant in the community. I didn't grow up in Glen Heights, grew up in Dallas. So still being a part of the Best Southwest is amazing. You know, Glen Heights is one of the 13 associate cities of the Best Southwest. So we enjoy working with Duncanville, DeSoto, Lancaster, Cedar Hill, and the other associate cities to, just really make our mark and make people aware of what's going on south of downtown Dallas.
Awesome. All right. Well, guys, do you have anything else, or Mayor, do you have anything else before we get going?
I don't. Just again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys so much for being here, and I look forward to partnering with you and furthering this collaboration in the future.
That's awesome.
I like it.
Yeah. Thank you. And, hey, go Cowboys.
Yes. In your face again, Mike. Go Cowboys.
I'll vote for that mayor every day.
Right now they have a lot of energy, Mayor. They're not going to burn out until January.
But you know what? So I have to say it is somewhat of a toxic relationship to be such a diehard Cowboys fan, because we always look great on the roster and on paper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But then it's just something happens, and I don't know what it is. But as always, I'm going to hold out faith, and I'm going to say, this is our year.
There we go.
This is our year.
It's our year.
There we go.
All right. Well, thanks to Glen Heights.
Over on that city.
Glen Heights, thank you so much for hosting Sean and RJ, even though Sean refused to be there. RJ, Bobby, and Eric, great job. You guys did great. The Jaws of Life have been defeated by RJ Choppy. You guys have a great weekend. Coming up
Jaws
next.
of Life lost to Choppy?
Yeah, they lost.
Yeah, defeated it.
It's the KNC masterpiece, and it's going to be a positive show.
Hell yeah! Shout out Friday, Mike.
And where we shout out. Coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
Mike's From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You get one whole bonus minute of the KNC Masterpiece today. Thank you very much to Sean and RJ for helping facilitate that. Or I guess realistically, RJ, Bobby, and Chiafalo for
It's really me
facilitating
who
it.
did it.
That's true. You know what? Good job, Mike. You're the best.
Thanks.
Corey will be with us in about 31 seconds. In the meantime, it is also a Shout-Out Friday, 877-881-1053. If you want to get involved in the show or throw a shout-out on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, also can hit us up on the YouTube, on the Twitch. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, the soon-to-be-heard from Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and Reginald Atatula. Gentlemen, welcome to the show today.
3,
you don't have
2, 1.
What up, Corey?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How we doing today? This is awesome. Can't wait. It's Free Fun Friday, Shout Out Friday. All these things are in action, and I'm very excited to be here, Kevin.
It is
Thanks
confusing
for having me.
that you would participate in the crosstalk, which is before 10, but not in
our show. Our show does not start until 10. All right, that is sometimes a few minutes after. And you know what? Maybe I should have given that minute back this time. You're right, Kevin, because it's not very frequent that our show starts a minute early.
Exactly.
Famous.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt whenever I was holding out there.
So it is a Shout-Out Friday. If you want to get involved,
deadlines make deals. You know?
Obviously, Mike is super invested in tennis, but I think I am as well. Djokovic is after this too.
Who does he play?
Some guy whose name I can't remember.
He's
who's
the
ranked like 30th.
underdog?
Yeah.
So we're Alcaraz and Medvedev are playing right now. Alcaraz is up 2-1 as they're starting the fourth set.
And he's
which
trying to
you
break
told me
to kick
women
it off.
have never played a fourth set in the history of tennis.
I don't know about in the history of tennis, but yes, consistently they play best out of 3. I'm surely there's been matches somewhere.
How come they haven't changed that over time?
You know, Mike, I don't know.
I have a stupid question.
Okay.
Does the WNBA play 12-minute quarters?
Oh, that's a good question for Reggie, who watches as much WNBA as he does MNBA.
I don't remember.
It's still weird.
Is it 10 minutes or is it 12?
Look, man, I got this. I got this. When it comes to Googles,
You know what's funny is everybody's having all these conversations based off of Caitlin Clark entering the WNBA, and yet I just asked a basic question.
10 minutes.
We don't even know.
10 minutes.
Don't know.
Games are 40 minutes long, divided into 4 quarters. And the WNBA has had 10-minute quarters since 2006, a rule change that was intended to speed up the game and increase offense.
Huh. Okay. From the, we're coming out of the gates hot with the shout-outs. From the 214, shout out to my daughter, Avalie, who just got out of the hospital after fighting off a round of kidney transplant rejection.
Oh, man.
Holy moly. Well, your daughter sounds
So what do you do now?
Tough. She won. She said, you will accept this kidney.
Just got out of the hospital
For
after
now.
fight. Like, what happens after that? It's rejected. So then what's the next step? How does your body fight that from there on? I need more answers. But yes, she's a badass.
We could follow up.
She's a badass.
Yeah. From the
shout out to her.
From the 972, shout out to Kevin. I tried gassing my car up Kevin's way and my car exploded.
Oh,
Thanks a lot,
no.
Kevin.
How did it
I don't know if I
explode?
believe that. I will tell you this. I need to get gas today, and I will try it the way y'all and apparently most of society does it.
So hold on, you're giving in to peer pressure?
Yeah.
You're giving up. and
Bullying
giving in-
works.
You never stand next to the pump. You get back in the car. I'm confused.
Oh no, yeah. Like if I ever go in the shop, I will stand next
But
to
you
the
don't
car.
go in the shop, but what, maybe 10% or 5% of the time?
That's a fair point. So I guess it's not really that much of a big deal, but I will now, no matter what, stand. Corey just, never mind. If you're watching on the fan cam, you probably saw what Corey just did, but I will make a better effort to be there at all times.
I was wondering if Gorbachev was there for Medvedev at this tennis match, but he died August 30th, 2022.
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing about his death.
Your history lesson of the day brought to you by Mike Bassick.
Just his attention span.
Mike, do you smell that?
Yeah, 100%.
What happened?
I think he tooted.
No.
No, I do. I smell burnt paper.
Yeah.
That's why your son
Corey Majors.
Wait, is that mine? Are you messing with my candle lighter?
Is this a candle lighter? That's what this is?
Yes.
This is a candle lighter?
Yes, because I light candles when I'm in the
Yeah, I was
studio.
trying to make steak at school, Dad. Yeah, right. The thing you forgot was the steak.
This is a lighter that you light candles with?
Yes, that is in the indication and the implication by the name candle lighter.
You should not. It doesn't say candle lighter. It says Arctech
When
on
you
it.
get mad at your son, just realize he's 50% of you, and he's just then exercising 100% of you.
Yeah, your little pyro.
Yeah, probably so.
Now,
do that.
It's already been a spirited start to the show. Let me get cut number one because I want to ask a question about the Texas Rangers. Can they avoid this dubious fate?
The 0-2, and this one is slugged up the alley in right center field. This one will hit high off the wall. That's a home run. It hit the top portion of the wall, bounces back into center field, but as has been the case for the last few years, you just need to get it above that front wall.
I read something that, I don't know, it really irritated me. And it was a discussion about, first half grades. I realize we're past the first half part of the season.
Yeah.
And when we talked about the Rangers a week and a half or so ago, yeah. But the thing I read that is really irritating.
I saw a new one that gave him a D or a D-.
Yes, that was the ESPN one. It was a D. One of the things it said on there, will the Rangers end up going down as one of the all-time fluke World Series champions? And I know your response can be, well, it doesn't matter because we still won it. But, I have to tell you, that was the lead sentence off of the Rangers grade for ESPN. And that just really, really irritated me. But do you think that's going to be the perception if year before, obviously they were under 500, way under 500. Right now, they're on pace to be below 500. They're on pace to go 77-85. So not way, way below 500, but not a good record. Do you think that's how it would be classified if wedged between your World Series on either side was losing seasons?
Yes, pretty much. Now, if they miss the playoffs this year, and right now, they only have maybe it's gone up, but it's about a 10% chance to make the playoffs. The record where they're at, it's not good. We're hoping, and there is a chance because of their division, but if they play under 500 the rest of this season and then they don't make the playoffs next year, it becomes very fluky. Out of nowhere, this team who couldn't win then all of a sudden won, and then they went right back to being 2022 Texas Rangers. It doesn't matter, as in you still won it, but it's super fluky. I guess you look at Washington, at least they were kind of making the playoffs pretty consistently, but then afterwards, everything went really bad really quick, and they went into a rebuild.
The Rangers were in the midst of their longest consecutive string of losing seasons in franchise history, and this is not the most accomplished franchise to begin with.
Yeah.
Then they win the World Series, and that's something I really want to avoid. Corey, I don't know if it actually matters because you're who cares? That year, we were the best and won the World Series, but that statement just really bothered me.
I can eat one. But here's the deal, Kevin. I looked at the list of the top 10 worst MLB teams to ever win the World Series, and the number 2 team is the 1945 Detroit Tigers. And obviously, when we were watching what they were doing at the time, we were really caught off guard by how all that went down.
I had no idea where that came from.
Yeah.
But I was looking at the Cardinals are the number 1 from 2006.
Okay.
And I'm hold on, they're the worst team to ever win a fluky World Series, what they call it. 2 years before that, they lost in the World Series. The next year, they lost in the NLCS. The next year, they won 83 games and won the World Series. And so they're it was a big fluke.
So are they just going off of wins?
Yeah, they were you can't be an 83 win team and win the World Series. But no, man, they were a great baseball team last year. Now, if you're going to say it's fluky, very rare to do it the way they did it with 2 pitchers, essentially.
Yeah.
That was it. That was really all you had was 2 pitchers and a prayer on your bullpen. Yeah, that was kind of everything went right. And we've discussed at length, Kevin, that maybe last year was career years for a lot of these guys. And all of it happened just in that one time. You caught lightning in a bottle and moved on. But I think that this team still has better talent than just a fluke.
Even the scouts who were scouting were like, I can't believe this is happening.
Yeah.
During the run,
Yeah.
they were like, I can't believe that this team is doing what they're doing. But they are. You can't take it away. They won the World Series. They got hot at the right time. They played, I mean, literally, it's very easy math. They were 50-52 the last 102 games of the season. And then they went on an unbelievable run that just didn't make sense.
Yeah.
And now they're back to struggling to try to get to 500 baseball. I hope it changes this year. I hope it changes next year. But if you go, like you said, 6 years under 500.
Yeah. Win the World Series and then go right back.
Yeah. Then, like, how in the world did that happen? It will be the craziest, to me, it will be the craziest World Series champion of all time.
And that's what I was hoping you wouldn't say, but I definitely understand why you would say that. The Rangers had the sixth least wins ever by a World Series team. But then I saw this was pretty fascinating to me. Since 2000, essentially half the time, the team that wins the World Series misses the playoffs the next year. Now, I realize we've been on a strong run right now to help even that out. But for a while, if you won the World Series, you were more likely to miss the playoffs the next season than you were to make the playoffs. Expanded playoffs surely helps that, but with the Dodgers, the Astros, the Braves, you've seen some really strong defending world champions, and I don't think anybody viewed the Rangers as that. And unfortunately, and the frustrating part is they're kind of proving some people right so far.
How often and I'd love to see the teams that were not, the Yankees.
Yeah.
That didn't add to their team the next year. They just were like, no, we're just going to roll the exact same roster out. Usually, doesn't it feel like you've won it and you're like, hey, let's go beef this thing up a little, unless you're the Marlins, where you win it and then you're like, yeah, break it back down. But usually it felt like those teams were like, we're going to try and chase the run.
The Marlins of 97, yes. The Marlins of 03, no. I was in the major leagues then. That was not a free agent team so much. That was Josh Beckett, Dontrell Willis, Brad Penny, A.J. Burnett. Like, they had a lot of guys that they had over time. Brad Penny, I guess I should take him out. But they had a lot of guys. Like, their fifth starter, yeah, they got from somewhere else, but not for a lot of money. Then he was more famous for dating the girl who's Carl Pavano, who dated was the girl on Who's the Boss, or is that
Alyssa Milano?
Yeah, he was dating Alyssa Milano
maybe
at
I
the time.
didn't know that.
But like Juan Pierre Castro, like they were not the Cuban president or whatever dictator, but yeah, I mean, they had players that they were.
That's Fidel Castro.
I'm listening.
Miguel Cabrera, who was 20 years old, I believe, on that team. Obviously, yeah, they traded or bought Pudge, but I mean, they did not have a whole bunch of players that were like, oh, they bought a team and then broke it down type of deal. They actually developed a team in 03 and then added a few pieces to make it work. In fact, the Rangers were very much a bought team for last year.
Yeah.
For the most part. Now, they weren't on 1 or 2 year contracts, and they didn't get rid of any of them besides trading for Montgomery and letting him walk.
But they also didn't add anything in the offseason. Right. Like you could say, aside from, I guess, Kirby Yates and Robertson, where you're like, well, they added.
But nobody looked at that and was like, look out,
we were still
everybody.
very scared of it. By the way, Reggie just came in and took that lighter from me. Thanks a lot.
Is that
Kevin.
what he was doing?
Yeah, he came
I thought
in.
he brought you a piece of paper.
Oh, he wanted to light his candle in the studio over there.
And look, this is a fair point. I'm just explaining like some of the thoughts that popped through my head from the 972. Who cares how they did it? They won. End of story.
Hell
we
yeah.
are world champions.
I've never been a world champion in baseball before until last year, this year.
You're absolutely right. And that run, I'll never forget it as long as I live. The night we won the World Series and everyone just came up to the station and we partied all night. And don't go back and watch the video during G-Bag about what happened with that one call. But we were all having so much fun. The parade those are all things I will never, ever forget. And that's why I think it bothers me, even when it probably shouldn't, when the first blurb is, will the Rangers go down as one of the all-time fluke world champions?
Were the Mavericks? Was that a fluke?
No, because they were making the playoffs year in and year out.
They just couldn't break through.
If this year the Houston Rockets win the world championship and then they go back to being a lottery team, you'd be like, how the crap did that happen?
Okay. And that's what happened with the Rockets back then. Whenever they won it, Rudy that year, the next year was like, let's go prove this wasn't a fluke, guys. Like, everybody's saying that we got lucky winning this championship.
Basketball's almost impossible to be a fluke because you have to have a top 5, if not top 10 player in the league on your team. And so to get a top 10 player or a top 5 player on your team for 1 year and then the next year he leaves again, like the flukiest thing we probably ever saw was Toronto Raptors.
Yes.
I could see that.
They got a healthy Kawhi Leonard, and then he left to go to the Clippers. That's our lifetime.
His health was a fluke.
That's the flukiest thing we've ever seen in basketball. But basketball's almost impossible to be fluky.
Now, it is a shout-out Friday from the 972. Shout-out to my wife, Lana, for putting up with me for 40 years. Woo! Man, I love it. And then from the 972, shout out to my sons, Gavin, 14, and Cruz, 11. They know this is the best show on the best station in all of the universe.
On the best planet.
I mean, yeah.
What other planet?
I'm pretty partial to Earth.
Name another planet that you'd be like, I'd be all right with that
Unless you're streaming. If you're streaming, you have not been counted for a while.
Always feel free to let us know.
All right, thanks for streaming, y'all.
Streaming the show. Thank you very, very much. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, which NFC team is facing the most pressure this season? It's not the Cowboys. And the likelihood of these 6 as the new NFL playoff teams and who they'll replace. Next, right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Ayuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Ayuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Ayuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, my question to start, got a couple of different parts to this segment. My question to start, which NFC team do you think is facing the most pressure this season? I don't know if that highlight totally tipped my hand or not. I think it is the 49ers, and I think it is the 49ers by a wide margin.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
That perhaps means disagreement. What say you, gentlemen?
Chiefs.
They're in the NFC?
What?
Yeah. I mean, to dominate the NFC again. That's what they
in
do,
the playoffs.
right? So
Or in the
they're
postseason, in the Super Bowl.
Every
the
year,
big game, rather.
when they win the Super Bowl, they beat an NFC team, right?
That's how it works.
What?
Yeah.
In order to win the
Which
Super Bowl, you
team
have to
that
beat
is
NFC
currently
teams.
in the NFC?
Oh, not currently owns the NFC? I got
Correct.
you. All right. I appreciate what you're saying here now. I
Is
appreciate it.
under the most pressure this season.
Now that you've clarified, I go with the Jacksonville Jaguars, honestly.
No, they don't ever own the
It is
NFC.
10. You know what? I'm going to let you guys gather your thoughts, and I'm going to do some shout-outs from the 817. Shout out to my amazing wife, Brandy, who's graduating from Texas Tech with her master's degree in a few weeks. I'm so proud of you, as you should be. I do not have any postgraduate degrees. My wife does. From the 210, shout out to my wife.
I don't think that's a name, is it?
So I'm in a tough spot here.
Okay.
It says shout out to my wife.
Is she doing something tonight?
For roadie with me today.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's. I think.
You think her
it's-
name's Ferroti?
No, I think it's shout out to my wife for riding with me today. So this is her first time listening. She has no idea what she's in for.
It is a free fun Friday.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
you know what he's saying?
Hey, just as long as Corey doesn't say the word and it has to get dumped like that one time.
Yeah, Corey
say,
tends to do that.
Say
Yeah.
the 2 words. Well, congratulations. Hope you enjoy the ride.
All right. Pressure, Kevin.
In the NFC.
In the NFC.
Why'd you do air quotes in there?
That is what it is. That's the NFC.
They're my rankings.
Tell me.
Are the Cowboys.
Sure.
1?
Yes.
What?
The Eagles.
That's where I was going to land.
Then the Niners. Then Detroit. And then the Bears. Because I know you got a rookie quarterback, but the whole world is like, hold on, you just traded a quarterback for this guy. And so you're saying that you got to he's the one that's saving the team. You better be a better team this year than you were last year. If you're saying that he's going to save
terrible.
Nope, they were 7-10 last year.
Good. But...
They were 7-10, but they're saying that he's going to save the franchise, and that was the difference. So I don't know how much more time that buys everybody at the Bears. But they went all in on that guy.
You've put Kevin on the defensive, not naming the 49ers as high, so I need Kevin to defend himself.
I don't know that's what this is.
I will gladly do so.
This is just more of a table conversation here.
I really do like Mike as the moderator, and he's like, hey, Corey kind of made you look like a chump. Your response.
I feel like now you're in trouble with your 49ers take.
All right, here's why I think it's the 49ers. And I'll tell you this. I've got it 49ers 1, Eagles 2, Cowboys 3. I think it's the 49ers by quite a good bit, and I'll tell you why. In 2021, they made it to the NFC Conference Championship, lost. Same thing the next year. This past year, they made it to the Super Bowl and lost. They have gone 30 years without winning a Super Bowl. So for as long as we lament the Cowboys coming up on 29 years, at least, I guess you won it 1 year more recently, but the 49ers have all the success to make you think it's possible. Like, when we talk about the Cowboys' pressure, and we'll get back into that in a second, there has been nothing I have seen in recent playoffs that leads me to believe they're on the brink. Whereas the 49ers, they've been on the brink for the last 3 years. And then you've got 2 years left of cheap Brock Purdy. And that is something that makes life a lot easier.
You think it's just 1 year? Before next year, he goes, you know what, guys?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because you'd still be on your 4th year.
Yeah.
He could get an extension for sure, but he'd still be on $1 million in 2025.
Exactly. And even if you try to fudge some of the numbers around, it won't go up more than until
and
like
maybe they try to get,
$8 million.
honestly, I would try to get like an extra $9 million or so on that 4th year just so it makes the next couple years a little bit less.
I have always, that's one of the biggest things that agitates me about the Dak deal. I know we talked about that the other day, is like you can massage the numbers around if you do it early enough. So you have 2 more years of the 49ers, and I just think there's an immense amount of pressure on them for one of the last 4 teams, one of the last 4 teams, one of the last 2 teams. Like, this is the 49ers' time. It feels like they've been really good for a really long time, and they have nothing to show for it, just in terms of championships.
Yeah. And it's really weird. Even in this list, you won't make the Cowboys 1. That's wild.
That's hold on. That feels like a positive thing.
But here's the thing, though, is like, who from that franchise is going to be removed if they don't win it all? And everybody expects they're a good team. Like, everybody expects they're going to be the best team. And you know what? Most likely they are, because they play a certain style of football that nobody else can match. The Cowboys might lose their coach. They might lose their quarterback. They might lose a lot of players on this team.
Here's my bold take. I think the 49ers would consider moving on from their quarterback in the next 2 years if
their coach.
If he could not. Yeah, that's an interesting question, too, because we just laid it up yesterday that Kyle Shanahan will never win a Super Bowl. Like, we broke down the numbers. History says it won't do. But I'm not saying Brock Purdy by any stretch of the imagination is a bad quarterback, but we have seen other teams, whether it was Kansas City in the past, whether it was the Rams, that are like, no, you're good, and I appreciate what you've done to get us here, but you're not good enough, and we need to move on. And I don't know what that scenario looks like for the 49ers without being a quarterback that costs a crap ton of money, and that just really hampers what you're doing. And you're right. The Cowboys could lose their quarterback. They could lose their head coach. They're in a lot of trouble salary cap-wise either way.
Yeah.
I don't see as much room for upward mobility for them.
I don't see their ownership saying, hey, this is your last chance. Good luck. And we're also giving you less talent to do it. So that's where I feel that pressure is. And with I know this is an NFC topic, Kevin.
Yeah.
The Mavs have any pressure on them? They went to the Western Conference Finals. They lost in the finals, and we're excited about them. Maybe it's because there was a time of really bad, too.
This might be a conversation for another day. I actually think there is a ton of pressure on the Mavs next year just because of how top-heavy that West is. And it kind of feels like, hey, you made it to the finals, and that's cool.
How do you make it back?
But are you about to fall back into the second-round club? Like, I realize it's a different conference, but are you about to sit back with Philly or with the Clippers or
the
whatever?
two and done boys?
Yeah, yes, maybe. we'll have to come up with something a little catchier.
Okay, all right. I'll
but like, are you about to fall back in that category? And I think Luka will view it as a lot of pressure because he's like, I'm not here for little accolades. Like, I'm here to build my legacy.
So, Kevin, I think that you're right about setting these expectations or talking about the expectations. I think with the thing that pushed the Niners below the Eagles for me in this question about pressure is I feel that they are more than capable of meeting those expectations. Where you look over at the Eagles, and they have a lot of talent, but their pass rushing that they usually had a wealth of pass rushing. That's kind of diminished this coming season. Plus, they changed not one but two coordinators when we talk about decision making. And I don't know how strongly you feel about Nick Sirianni over top of all of that. Like, I think that
he's a lot of people were surprised he kept his job to begin with. So when Corey mentions maybe losing your coach, I absolutely think the Eagles are in that same.
So vein. I think of all of those things in addition to the idea that they have a good roster. They've definitely added some talent. They tried to address their linebacker spot, but I do think that the road to actually meet the expectations of being good in the postseason for the Eagles and maybe going deep into the postseason is a little bit further. It's a little bit tougher to hold compared to what the San Francisco 49ers have as proven by the last, 2-3 years of experience from them. So I think that the pressure is a little bit higher or more over there because the expectations are high, but then they also have in the more recent history shown their capability of getting there. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. Now, Mike, I know you were moderating our discussion. How do you feel about the hierarchy of pressure?
Who won this argument?
I feel
and why
like
was it me?
The most pressure is on the Cowboys based off of their coach and quarterback could get.
That means you won.
I don't know, fired or not brought back. I think the Eagles have a little bit more pressure because I think that they're screwed if Jalen Hurts goes back to the Jalen Hurts that I thought he was.
Oh my God!
Then they're screwed because. So I think there's a lot of pressure there to show that they didn't make a mistake on Jalen Hurts. That Nick Sirianni was supposed to be brought back. I understand your arguments. You have good arguments on the 49ers because they are up there. But if it doesn't work out, to your point, because you made this point too, they might not extend Brock Purdy into a $50+ million
So you
contract.
like the idea that they could still bail out?
They could actually bail out. Not with their coach. I don't think they're bailing out on Shanahan, but they could actually make some drastic moves to change where the Cowboys would go into almost a rebuilding state, not like go down to 3-14 or whatever, but they could go into like, we're actually maybe going to be bad the next couple of years to try to reset our team. And then the Eagles would be like, we're a little bit screwed here that Jalen Hurts is the guy. We don't really have the money to change much. And then we're going to change our coach. And now the Cowboys could do the same. They could, which I think they will. They'll just give Dak a 3-year, $180 million contract, I think is coming up. And then they're in the same situation as the Eagles. It's like, we have this nice quarterback who we know actually can't win the big games, and then you're in that situation. So I would say that there's also, I think they're below those three teams. I do like your Bears situation, but I do think what the Lions did, they're under pressure to prove that wasn't fluky.
Yeah, I get
because
that too.
if they get overtaken by the Packers in their division, if they look like they're a 10-7 team next year and they just committed to Jared Goff, you'd go, oh, crap.
You know what's interesting? So I'm sorry, Corey, about that. The Lions seem to more openly discuss and embrace that pressure than any team I've seen in a while. Like, you've heard their coach talk about it, their quarterback.
Nick Campbell's been like, we've sucked for a long time, and we're tired of it, and we don't plan on doing that again. I with the Lions, I had them 5th, I think, in my grouping there. Maybe it was 4th, I can't remember. But it was that I agree with their pressure of being like, hey, are you really this team? And in that division, can you own it for a while? Because like that's what they've kind of built up to. It's the Andrew Luck thing. You built up to the Super Bowl. You're not there yet.
Right.
And then they said, hey, you know what? We're going to go add to it. They did this offseason. They said, how do we add to what we're bad at? And they got better at it in the secondary because that's a place that they were pretty miserable at. So they added to that. With the Niners, one other thing, too, is they are so talented, Kevin. Their roster is so full of talent. I think they could be 1 or 2 trades away from being in the top 10 if they needed to be. for a draft to get a quarterback.
Okay.
If they really
By
wanted
shedding
to,
some of
they
the
can make a
actual
couple
players.
trades, and then
I
they're just
gotcha.
like, hey, we continue to draft well, but now we finally got a top 10 quarterback that isn't Trey Lance.
Now, I read this article a little while back.
That's no shade to Trey Lance.
I gotcha. On Sports Illustrated, and I just wanted to kick these out for you and get your thoughts because it kind of fits in on this. There's essentially 6 new playoff teams and who they'll replace. All right? The New York Jets. Could you see the New York Jets as a playoff team this year? And what do you think about the idea of them replacing Miami?
I could 100% see them being a team in the playoffs because
replacing Buffalo.
Okay,
you're really down on Buffalo this year because
man, they had to make some cuts.
I think that's what happens when you go all in.
Yeah,
that's why Jerry and Steven never will. They'll just lie to us and say certain things.
I think,
but like when you go all in, you go $58 million over a cap situation where you have to cut $60 million worth of players on your team without replacing them, and it really stinks. You know, when you don't win. The Rams did it, but they won. There's no guarantee you'll win, and that's why Jerry and Steven will never actually go all in.
The only thing with the Jets, Kevin, is they need quarterback play.
The Chargers at the expense of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Russell Wilson.
Yeah, you don't believe in that?
No, not at all. But I do believe that the Steelers find a way to win. I can see
they
that.
do.
The Steelers have an unbelievable organization led by great ownership. And so I could see them getting back into the playoffs, but not being a Super Bowl contender.
I'm going to skip a couple of these and get to the one you probably really care about. The Chicago Bears at the expense of the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, replacing the Cowboys? That's tough, man, to get 3 out of that division.
I'll eat my words if it happens. I just am not. I think the Cowboys have a good chance to make the playoffs because they beat all the average to bad teams for the most part. They'll have one Arizona game for sure, but they'll beat all the others, and that's what Dak is great at. And Caleb Williams just doesn't seem like a man to me, and maybe that'll change. But I think he has a lot of childish immaturity in him to really lead a team.
I get the sense you're not buying the Bears.
Now, I still think the Cowboys roster is good enough. Now, it could implode.
Tell me Washington
it could implode.
Replaces Dallas. I'll say I think that could happen.
Interesting. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The
Or
Fan.
Philly.
Coming up next, Mike gives an in-depth breakdown of Carlos Alcaraz making it to the Wimbledon final. Or baseball nuggets.
Well, sounds like I'm talking about tennis.
I'm just kidding.
I can't believe they made him play 4 sets. All right, next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Shout out to my daughter Jordan, who signed up for a softball camp at Duke, but it was full. But then Duke pushed it through anyway and let her into the camp. Awesome. It is indeed a shout-out Friday from the 903. Can my daughter Emery get a shout-out? She turned 1 yesterday, and it's been my favorite year of my life yet.
Did you skip her birthday party?
1-year-old's
not going to remember. All right, just remember
but
that.
You'll remember.
Yeah, that party's for the parents, man.
It definitely is in the photo ops and
I don't
everything.
need any parties.
I get the distinct feeling they were there. It feels like they were pretty pumped about this birthday. And what people are always pumped about, C-Block at 1 o'clock and baseball nuggets right now.
All right, so a little bit of breaking news. We don't need to read that whole thingy. Is Paul Skenes is going to start the All-Star game for the National League, and that is well-deserved and should be. This is a game for the fans, and this is going to be remembered now. So all of a sudden, we went over yesterday the great highlights of All-Star games that we can remember, or All-Star games that we weren't alive for. Now this one becomes important in the history of baseball. And maybe 10 years from now, it won't, because I'm going to bring up another name in a second that had the exact same start to their career, but we will probably not remember much of his career.
Was it Dontrell Willis?
No.
Oh.
In fact, honestly, a way bigger name.
Oh.
But
I just remember there was a time
it was.
That was the
But
biggest baseball
yesterday, if you're a baseball fan, this catches your attention every time he starts. Paul Skenes is starting yesterday, and I call up my son who's in Oklahoma City, and I'm like, dude, 5 innings, Skenes has a no-hitter, and his pitch count is low enough that maybe they'll push him. But this is the third time he's thrown a no-hitter this year. He just is not allowed to try to get the no-hitter.
Yeah.
So he has
which is the smart way to go. It would be
does.
amazing if somehow Paul Skenes had 3 no-hitters this year. That'd be one of the most amazing things I've ever comprehended in my life. But you would be potentially damaging your long-term investment.
He has 11 starts this year, and he is dominating baseball. He is 6-0 with a 1.9 ERA. He has a whip under 1 at .92.
Yes, that's very good.
66 and a third strikeouts. 66 and a third innings, 89 strikeouts. Now, in his second start of his career, against a team that had already seen him, so he pitches against the Cubs in his first start. His second start is against the Cubs. So 6 days later, he's pitching at Wrigley Field and throws 6 innings of no-hit ball, 1 walk, 11 Ks. Then in the month of June, on June 11th, against St. Louis. St. Louis is a good team this year. They're not bad.
Yeah.
Now, Chicago is underperforming, but St. Louis is a solid team that has a chance to make the playoffs. He goes 6 1/3. Sorry, this was not a no-hitter. This was no runs. Sorry, I messed that one up. So this is his second time. And then yesterday against Milwaukee, we just saw Milwaukee. They've been playing great baseball this year. They have a great chance to make the playoffs, I think, for 3 years in a row. 7 innings, no hits, 1 walk, 11 strikeouts. He had thrown 99 pitches through 7 innings, and they said it was a 1-run game. It was 1-0, and they said that's enough. And in his other no-hit attempt, he had thrown 100 pitches early on in the year, and they said that is enough. His most pitches was his start before, where this would be considered one of his worst starts of the year. He went 7 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, 8 Ks. That's how good he's been. Like, that's like, oh, okay, if we look at all of his starts. He's given up more than 1 run in his 11 starts 1, 2, 3, 4 times. 4 times he's given up more than 1 run in his 11 starts.
But you said when you saw him pitch live, you were like, no, he's going to go dominate. He's going to be a great MLB
I couldn't
pitcher.
believe what I was seeing. I just didn't know, because Jake asked me yesterday, my son, he said, would he have been an all-star last year in the major leagues if he would have just pitched in the majors instead of LSU? And I said, yeah, probably.
Probably so.
Now, I will say this, the likelihood that he stays healthy his whole career and never has Tommy John surgery a few times is probably very low. Or the new surgery that Jacob deGrom had. Maybe Tommy John surgery is a thing of the past by the time Paul Skenes blows out his elbow, but he probably will. Because in fantasy baseball, everybody's like, gosh, man, you are so lucky that you took him, when you took him and this and that. And I was like, I get it. And we have a keeper league, and I'm going to try to keep him his whole career.
Sure.
But I'm going to have to decide, am I going to keep him for a season where he's not going to pitch? Because one of the last guys that came onto the scene and did this, but without the fanfare, was Spencer Strider for Atlanta. He pitched a game and a half this year, and he's out for the rest of this year and probably will miss the first month or 2 of next year. And Spencer Strider was striking out like 2 guys per inning. He was striking out more guys than Paul Skenes, but immediately in his second full season in the major leagues blew out. So I'm hoping that that's not the case, because there's a lot of money being put into Paul Skenes stuff right now, and I'm not putting a dime into it, even though I want to. I hope that he doesn't blow out. I hope that he is the next Nolan Ryan. That would be great for the game of baseball.
You just don't trust pitchers.
But the likelihood is in the next 3 years he's going to blow out his arm.
Yeah, that sucks, because otherwise you could see something magical. Like, if you could just count on these players over and over and over again, it'd be so cool to see.
Now, the guy that he was getting compared to this morning, which I didn't realize how great of a start he got off to, but it's the same numbers. And everybody thought he was going to be the next Nolan Ryan, possibly. He was built up in the draft as you got to take him number 1, because this is one of the greatest pitchers we've seen in college baseball in the last 30 years, is Steven Strasburg.
Yes.
So that
because
was,
I remember, Mike, sorry to jump
go
in there.
ahead.
I remember the second he got drafted, people were like, I think he's ready now. To y'all's point about asking if Skenes
put him on the field.
Yeah, if Skenes could have been an all-star last year. People were like, is he ready to go straight away?
So let me pull up Steven Strasburg's overall numbers in his rookie year. He had 12 starts. He had a 2.91 ERA. So his ERA is right now a whole point higher. Now, he had 1 bad game that brought that up. He had 68 innings. Remember, I said 66 and a third, 89 strikeouts. He pitched 68 innings, 92 strikeouts, 17 walks.
Wow.
For his first season in 2010. Now, he immediately got hurt the next year. So I'm hoping this doesn't happen.
Right.
I really thought
this is the hope that we're seeing Paul Skenes do Steven Strasburg-like stuff, but immediately Strasburg ran into a little bit of injury situation.
I thought you were going to say Kerry Wood or Mark Pryor, one of those 2 guys.
Yeah, those are
a lot of
two
hype.
good
And
ones.
Wood was the 4th overall pick,
Out
I think.
of Grand Prairie.
Pryor was 2nd, maybe another year.
But like even his numbers, like his strikeout. I was looking at strikeout numbers, and those numbers were out there. And it just did seem like they pitched a lot more than Strasburg, but. Because it always felt like they were trying to hold Strasburg back for every reason. They were just like, well, I mean,
like
when
maybe
he's
they were
35,
right.
we want him to be able to pitch still and all those things. But those are like these types of power pitchers. You have these kinds of fears that go along with them, but they have dominating numbers immediately.
In Strasburg's debut against Pittsburgh, who Paul Skenes pitches for, 7 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, no walks, 14 Ks.
Oh.
That was his first ever game. And so you look at what he was able to do.
Were you there with him?
No, he had my number. So I figured that 37, I was like, obviously, I'm not getting it retired. But I was like, man, kind of in a cool way, there won't be that many Washington Nationals with the number 37 because Strasburg is going to retire it. They could still do it.
Yeah,
I mean, it
like
would
Rick
be.
Carlisle has his number retired because it's Paul Pierce's number.
Is it any less likely to be retired because then they gave him the worst contract maybe in the history of sports?
Well, I would say that if he was with a historic franchise, there's no doubt he would not. But I mean, nothing against Brad Davis, but
right
when you play for an organization that hasn't been around a long time and you're looking to celebrate something, if I'm looking to celebrate the Washington Nationals, who are we celebrating? Because I'll tell you the one person that they probably will, because he's the Michael Young of their organization, is Ryan Zimmerman.
Okay.
I
so,
can see
like,
that.
Michael Young obviously was on the Hall of Fame ballot. Nothing against Michael Young. Unbelievably great player. But he was immediately taken off the Hall of Fame ballot because nobody saw him as a Hall of Famer. And Ryan Zimmerman's not going to make the Hall of Fame of Major League Baseball. But if you want to celebrate a time in your history, you celebrate Ryan Zimmerman. He was Mr. Washington National. He never played for another organization. He was drafted by you.
Bryce Harper's gone.
Right.
Juan Soto's gone. So
Max
all those guys
Scherzer was there for a little bit.
Man, I got a lot of people that were there for a minute, yeah.
And so you look at it and you go, well, Ryan Zimmerman will 100% be celebrated. And then if you look at Steven Strasburg, to your point, there's a lot of, I won't say a lot of negative, but there is some negative with Steven Strasburg. But there is the positive that he led you to a World Series championship. And unfortunately, after that, you gave him a huge contract and he pretty much never pitched again.
Yeah.
But Paul Skenes, if you're going to the game Tuesday night, we get the biggest treat of all. He's only going to pitch one inning.
It's still awesome.
But you get the Paul Skenes start, which now makes this special because if he is able to stay healthy for the majority of his career, he's going to blow out his elbow. It's just how everybody does it now. But if he can stay healthy and have a nice 15-plus year career, you can always say his rookie year and the first ever number one pick the next year to be in the All-Star game.
Dude, I don't believe they would do this at all. I think you're 100% right. But since you brought up Pedro Martinez yesterday, getting the 2 innings and striking out 5 of the 6, if he just like struck out the side in the first inning, do you think there's any chance they'd be like, yeah, dude, good. Go back out there.
Pittsburgh has probably
told
them,
give him
like,
MVP.
give him his 1 inning.
Okay, yeah. That would be so cool, though, if they send him back
Because they still have to worry about, remember, he didn't pitch in the minor leagues last year because they were like, he just pitched a whole bunch for LSU, and we do not want to send him back out there. And so last year, he only got his college numbers. He did not do what Wyatt Langford did and then pitch a month or 2 in the minor leagues to build up his arm. There's also, because he could be going for the Cy Young, and he really could be, is how much in September Pittsburgh probably won't be in a position to make the playoffs. How much do you push Paul Skenes to get a Cy Young his rookie year, knowing that you could be putting more pressure on his arm for 2025?
Yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying there. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, and what has been a really tough offseason, what's the best move the Cowboys made? You're going to have to think harder about this one. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is a shout-out Friday from the 972, a unique shout-out from your friendly neighborhood math tutor. Shout-out to my three dogs, Izzy, Abby, and Harley. They're my little best friends, always by my side, and for their unconditional love. Also, you guys always kick ass.
How many dogs is too many dogs?
It just depends on what kind of dog it is, right? Because our first dog, who I love her to death, she's doing great. The second dog, because he's a puppy at this moment, he's not my favorite because he's like, all Noah's things are my things, and I'm going to destroy things. So having more than two dogs at the moment feels like a nightmare, but I'm sure you can get to a point where you're like, that's fine.
Okay, all right. We have one, and I'm like, that's enough for me. But my kids are like, hey, we need more dogs. My wife wants more dogs. I'm like, no, one's good enough.
Yeah.
We have 3 kids. That's enough.
Needs a strong word. And also from the 956, shout out to my daughter Haley on her 17th birthday. Happy birthday to Haley. Yesterday, we talked about what was the one thing you most regretted from the Cowboys offseason. That seemed to be a very easy question for people to answer. Now, the answers weren't all the same, but they came in with their answers really, really quickly. So my question for y'all on the flip side is, it has undoubtedly been a really tough offseason. You could use the word woeful. You can use the word lazy, whatever word that you want to use. Personally, I might.
Intentional?
Yeah, well, actually, I think intentionally lazy. That is probably how I would describe it. What is the best move that the Cowboys have made? Because the Cowboys rank last in spending. Fan frustration is growing. You kind of feel like you know where the season's going to end before it even starts. Was there a good move they made this offseason?
I have 3
good
moves. I have 3 good moves.
Okay.
But I'm not saying that these are Klay Thompson moves by any means. Like, Klay Thompson's a great move for the Mavs.
By the way,
there's nothing like that happened this offseason for the Cowboys.
Update for you, Corey. I don't know how much this will help. You have 1 dog. Your kids want more. This person said, we have 7. That's too many.
Okay.
So somewhere between 1 and 7.
All right. Because I've always heard the idea of, have 2 dogs so that each one has somebody to be with, when you're not around.
That makes sense.
But then
oh, my
3,
God. These
it feels
2 dogs
like
are together all the time.
Yeah. So there you go. Releasing Leighton Vander Esch. For Leighton Vander Esch, good move, because he needs to be done with his football like playing career. He needs to be done with that, like physically. So again, not a Klay Thompson move. Good move though. Releasing Michael Gallup was a good move.
Ooh, yeah.
Financially, Kevin, did it benefit the Cowboys?
Yes, it did.
It didn't benefit them to sign him to the contract they signed him to.
Again, we don't want to be Captain Hindsight here. We said the same thing with the Tim Hardaway Jr. deal. When this Michael Gallup deal got signed, don't understand it.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
But releasing him, while he wasn't living up to the contract for one, and he wasn't your second receiver, let alone your third receiver. But I would say the addition that I think was a good addition this offseason was Eric Kendricks. I think he understands Zimmer's defense. He understands what he's supposed to do in the defense, and I think he's going to be a good linebacker in this defense. Now, how quickly he can gain the respect of the rest of the guys on the team and the trust of those guys, that's something that we'll have to see. But he's got to step in as one of those kind of guys that can be the middle linebacker that can run the show there.
From the 817 and from the 214, this is where I immediately went to. Hiring Mike Zimmer as the defensive coordinator. Obviously, he's been the defensive coordinator here before. He fell off in his last 2 seasons as also the defensive coordinator. But before that, his defenses were consistently in the top 10. And I don't know, man. It kind of sounds like he'll try. He might fail, but he's going to try to bring a different level of accountability to the defense and maybe push certain
buttons
players to
he might piss
better.
somebody off.
Oh,
he might piss somebody off so much that they're just like, F this, I'm done. I'm a pouty baby. I'm not going to even perform for you. Like that, you see that happen sometimes. Sometimes people with that kind of skill, that kind of talent, they just turn into the biggest babies because they don't want to be pushed or motivated. And maybe that could be the case whenever Zimmer comes in, because he doesn't sugarcoat things. He comes in and says, this is how I want it done. You need to do it this way, and that's the way we're going to win. And I don't know if there are certain players on this team that I don't know if it's going to rub them the right way.
You might be talking about a whole bunch of other players. I want to make that clear. But I'm only interested, or I am most interested in Mike Zimmer and Micah Parsons.
Yes.
Because Micah Parsons, he didn't rank high enough, he thought, in his edge rusher, and he's like, those are fake stats and blah, blah, blah.
And Micah Parsons has talked a big game about being the best.
Yes.
And if there's a coach out there that has a track record of doing it and can make you one of the best players on the field, then it does benefit you to listen to him.
Yeah, because if not, then a question becomes, but do you want to be the best or as good as you can be as long as it falls under your own terms?
Right.
Which is probably not going to cut it. But I can't wait to see how those two work together, because I'm hoping it's going to be freaking amazing. So I'm probably going to go to Mike Zimmer as the defensive coordinator. Now, Corey, this is probably the fact that my first two that I think of are not actual player moves is probably gives you a reflection about how little, although I hear you about Eric Kendricks, about how little the Cowboys accomplished this offseason, not extending Mike McCarthy. Now, I know you might be like, well, hold on. They didn't fire him either. True. But at least they didn't draw it out longer than it needs to be, because I do believe they'll cut bait with Mike McCarthy.
No, if they don't win the Super Bowl?
Or if they don't make it to the NFC Championship game.
Okay, so that's the cut line.
I really do, and I might be a chump for that.
You think they'd cut him if they won the Super Bowl?
Yeah. I don't think if they make it to the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl, make it to the NFC Championship game, there's no way, because at least you can show progress,
He
right?
wins the Super Bowl, you sign him to a lifetime contract. Just coach for the rest of your life.
I think you might be being sarcastic, but I absolutely could see that.
Really?
Because what are they going to do? He's the first coach in the history of the NFL that's won Super Bowls with 2 different franchises.
And he did it with the laziest offseason ever.
Yes, and I hope that's in the press release. But I'm glad they didn't re-sign him, because unlike Dak, who I do not believe they have any intention of moving on from, I can see how they would be like, okay, you can go ahead and walk. So I at least appreciate that they didn't tie their money up in that. I'm sure some people would say not extending Dak was the best move of the offseason. Personally, I hate that move because you don't plan on trading him either. At this point, I don't think that Dak is... You're not using him correctly as an asset. If you're like, it's a now or never deal, well, not really, because you owe him $40 million off the cap after this year.
So after this year, it's now or never.
But he can walk. So he can absolutely just be like, I'm not re-signing. You still owe him $40 million off the cap next year if that happens.
What about the year after that?
I think you're free and clear once you pay this one penalty of $40 million. don't forget you also have a hefty bill coming due on Zach Martin. If for some reason he were to retire, I can wipe out about $58 million of your salary cap with those two.
And that might be it. Like that might be their whole cause on this is we gotta eat it on this one.
And neither one of them might be on the team.
And the ownership has not shown the desire to eat it whenever that time comes.
You're right. And that's the thing that's agitating. If you think Dak is the best quarterback of all time, if you think he's the worst quarterback of all time, you think he's anywhere in between.
He's still behind Mahomes in the NFC.
I mean, okay, I'm not engaging with that. You should either re-sign him now or you should be looking to trade him. And I know people are like, he's got a no-trade clause. I've said this a million times. I guarantee you he would approve a trade if some team was like, oh, yeah, we'll give you all the money.
Mm-hmm.
And I could find several teams that, like, right now, Raiders, Giants, Jets, Saints, Steelers, Titans, Rams, Seahawks. I think like all of those teams would at least consider, if not be outright like, oh, please, God, let it happen.
I'm interested to know if Dak was to go to another team, what team would it be for whatever amount of money that you wouldn't go, oh, he just went there for the money? Every team seems to be close because of parity, right? Like if something could change for any team. But most of the time you're like, oh, see, that one's just about the money right there, rather than, oh, he went there to win. Because ultimately Dak needs to win for his overarching legacy. Or stay a Cowboy. Because if you stay a Cowboy, you can Tony Romo.
I agree with you, but I always wonder, like, how much is that really worth? You know, like, hey, let's just say this is not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's just say it was the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions are like, oh, man, we think you're an upgrade. You're the piece to take us over the top, $40 million a year. Or you can go to the Cowboys or whatever, or a garbage team that's going to pay you $60 million. Dude, I care about my legacy and stuff a lot, but $20 million a year, I don't know if I care that much.
And you probably believe in yourself enough that you would take
that's true.
that team to a championship.
That's a good point.
Dak probably believes in himself that whether he signs with Tampa or New Orleans or whoever, that he's like, yeah, I'm going to go there and win a championship. He believes he's going to win the championship this year. It's the right attitude to have.
Absolutely.
It might change. You could be 6 weeks into a season and go, we are not good enough to win. They're also human, too, to realize at some point that this team, this unit, this group isn't good enough.
From the 682 Raiders fan here, we don't want Dak. And that makes sense. They had a lower end version of him for like the last 8 years or whatever.
True.
And
they
Derek
got
Carr.
Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah. Now they got it. Yeah, they got
So
O'Connell.
they're pretty
now.
set.
I think the move to get rid of the guy who wasn't good at cornerback and his friends killed somebody at the West End is a good move.
Kelvin Joseph.
Wasn't that the beginning of last year that they did that though?
So not quite
they
the
traded
offseason.
for the guy that made the great play at the beginning of the year against.
They didn't re-sign him.
Yeah. That is still another reason, though. I think the justice system is, I'm going to choose the word fascinating. Kelvin Joseph showed up with the cops and he's like, yeah, no, I knew about that person getting murdered for like a month, but I'll tell you some stuff now. And they're like, you're good to go, buddy. Like, maybe I know that's just how the system works. One more thing I was going to throw out there, and I think some people might disagree with this. I'm curious where y'all stand, especially since we talked about them yesterday or the day before. Trying to fortify the offensive line. Now, it could fail, but the Cowboys clearly made the distinct decision that Tyler Biadasz is not good enough, and we don't think we can get this from Tyron Smith again. And then so they're like, we're going with Guyton. We're going with whether it's Beebe, whether it's Hoffman. It does seem like they're taking a look, and they're like, let's plan for now and the future.
I like what you're saying. I agree. I want to say that, yes, working on the offensive line, especially probably because Zach Martin's retiring, good deal. Hopefully the two guys that they drafted, Guyton and Beebe, end up working out long term. But something caught my eye, and I'm distracted.
Is it tennis? Yes.
How come they're playing a semifinal? Djokovic is a very popular player. The guy that he's...
There's like nobody there.
Yeah. It's like only a third full. Like, it's like they didn't sell any tickets to this event.
And right now in England, it's 5:14 on a Friday, 5:14 p.m. on a Friday.
So I was asking you a question. Why is nobody at this event?
I have no idea. It was the same thing. There was a lot of empty seats before, and Alcaraz has become a huge deal as well. Like, you're on the precipice of setting up the dream men's final that everyone would want to see. And both of those semifinals have been pretty empty.
They just showed 20 seats and 2 people were in the 20 seats. And they didn't fill up the 20 seats. They weren't that big of a person.
I don't.
I'm just confused. I'm looking up here and I'm like, this is huge semifinal. And yet I'm like, could we have gone to this for $50?
Yeah, okay. And see, that's an interesting point because I'm going to oddly tie this back into the Cowboys, Mike.
No way.
I bet those tickets weren't available for that price. They were either like put up there for $600 or the people were like, I'm just not going to go. Because I know that's how a lot of Cowboys or DFW sports fans feel in general. They're like, those people aren't going to go, but they won't put their tickets up for $25 so I can go. And this person's probably like, I'm the most diehard Djokovic fan there is. I've been going crazy out there. And they're like, now it's just an empty seat.
Somebody said, I think it has to do with Novak's press conference after he won his last match. Maybe they're testing him a little.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened.
He was out here just admonishing.
He was a little
audience.
baby about it too, because in the quarterfinals he had a walkover, but in the round before, people dared chant the other name of the other player, and it sounded similar to a boo. And he was like, I've been in this game a long time. I know what you're doing.
Can't believe y'all booed me.
You can't freak me out.
So you're saying people paid the money to go to a semifinal and are refusing to go because they don't like the person?
No, see, that's what that person is saying. That's not what I'm saying. I think rich, fancy people have like the, I don't know, Wimbledon season pass or whatever, and they're like, I'm busy today.
Season pass.
Or they went to the last match and were like, we're good. We don't want to watch any more tennis today.
I guess.
Let's go drink.
I guess so.
Wow.
And
Okay,
like, why you wouldn't give your tickets to somebody else?
Can you imagine, like, I guess if it was played in the same building and somebody went to the NFC championship game here in Arlington, but it was like a ticket for both championship games. Like, I already saw one championship game. And then on television, only a third of the stands were full for the AFC championship game.
Maybe they're all exhausted from the Euros.
Oh, yeah, they're prepping for Sunday.
Yeah,
right.
They're all just like, we're worn out, man. We had a lot of stuff going on.
I don't know. I do think it is very strange. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Get the killers on that court.
Coming up next, they can make it work. The Dallas Stars, Kevin Durant, and Georgia football. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? Or maybe my wife. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Semien Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That is Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Kept alive by the Stars. Here's Robertson, looks to bank it in. He scores! A hat trick and a 4-3 lead for the Dallas Stars.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Dallas Stars will need forgiveness Friday for their just dreadful offseason. But in the meantime, in the 903, I need forgiveness because I keep skipping lunch with my wife to do my DoorDash shifts in the morning so I can Tolo with the KNC Masterpiece.
Good enunciation, Kevin.
I saw a guy the other day. He DoorDashed, and he was the employee, so he picked up his own order and tipped himself $1.
He kind of got paid to eat lunch.
And so he kind of got paid to eat lunch.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, and I don't know how much. Like, I was like, hold on, how much do you get paid for that? Because, Kevin, couldn't you just become an employee and go pick it up every time? Then you're saving money.
That's a great, or always end your shifts by picking up your own food.
You're always dumbly going out there and picking up and paying full price.
True.
Why not get paid to go and pick up your food?
Man, that is
like Mike could be getting paid right now to go pick up his
I went
McDonald's.
and picked up my own food. I used the app.
Yeah.
He could have gotten paid for that.
He could have gotten paid for it.
Now,
in a way, he did.
That's true. In Forgiveness Friday, I feel bad for this, but does my wife need to ask for Forgiveness Friday? Because this morning...
Never.
Oh, is this about the picture again and Noah at the lake?
No, I've tried to forget about that. No, this is because this morning on ESPN, they had the lead up to the semifinals for Wimbledon, and it said the gentlemen's semifinals. And she goes, why did they call it the gentlemen's semifinals? What does that mean? And I go, what? It's the semifinals for the men.
Right.
And then she just looked at me and she goes, right.
Yeah, but why not men's?
That makes sense.
Why not
because
men's?
it's the championships of Wimbledon. They're fancy. It's the ladies' final and then the gentlemen's final.
Oh, Okay, whatever. That's why nobody's showing up to your event.
Wow.
Don't worry, they got the TV money.
That's a good point.
They don't care about the seats.
That is a good point.
Is it because they have a dress code? Look at there's a stadium. What's wrong with these people?
Gosh.
Good question.
You could be sitting there right now.
Is it because they're wearing all white? And it's like, oh, they're gentlemen today because we've made them have a dress code.
Maybe everybody's stuck in traffic.
Could be.
In Britain.
It's rush hour, I guess, in Britain. I don't know if all rush hours
Never
are the
driven
same
there
in every
before,
country.
so-
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
The Dallas Stars. Do the Dallas Stars need forgiveness for what is being described as a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad offseason? There are 32 teams in the NHL. And The Athletic decided to go across all the teams in free agency and kind of give you a metric for the net rating that they added. That doesn't necessarily mean number of wins, but I'm going to give you an example.
Number of nets?
Yes. For the purposes of speeding this along, I'm going to say yes. The Chicago Blackhawks added a net rating of 51.
Wow.
They're the top team in free agency.
That's a lot of net.
The Dallas Stars, they added a 27. Except I'm kidding. They got a negative 27.
What? They gave away, they owe nets?
That's right.
Whoa, they're in debt net.
Where are they going to get all these nets from?
Net debt.
They added negative $1 million in salary, and the net rating that they added was a negative 27, which is third worst in all of the NHL. I'll read you this. Because they felt okay about hopefully the growth of Wyatt Johnson, Logan Stankoven. On defense, that's a different story. Matt Dumba is an incredibly worrying replacement for Chris Tanev and provides nowhere close to the same value as a shutdown option.
Fact.
The third pair doesn't inspire much confidence either.
Fact.
The Stars are looking seriously top-heavy on the back end, and defensive depth may once again be the team's Achilles heel. Dallas once again enters the season with a clear hole on the second pair.
Second round exit, bro.
I mean, that's a pretty damning indictment of your offseason. It's like, hey, you took something you fixed and then you broke it again.
Well, and that being said, though,
we call that all in Frisco.
Okay.
Yeah.
That being said, you didn't win. And with what you have as your main core of this team, it hasn't won in a while. Jamie Benn, Tyler Seguin.
Sure.
You just keep going, or we'll keep adding to it, or at some point we got to break this thing back and reconfigure it. And that's where, but they reconfigured with Dumba, who's done. Bud.
Yeah. Whereas they had Tanev and they would have to pay him a little bit more, but everyone's like, man, he's going to be great. And then he got here and everyone's like, man, you're really great.
He's even better than we thought.
Yeah.
But still not good enough to win it all. So I guess that's where Jim Nill is he's in that place where I'm like, do I keep adding and keep as much of it together intact, or was that as far as that team was going to go?
Mike, the more and more I'm sorry that we watch this Wimbledon, the more and more I'm confused. There are a ton of people sitting outside as well.
What are they doing?
At what point in the match do you think the ushers are like, you know what? Come on in.
Yeah, how are y'all going to sell hot dogs in that place?
They don't sell
if
hot
there's
dogs.
No, what?
Strawberries
Is that
and
pink?
cream.
Is that pink at the match?
They sell
I think it might
strawberries
be.
and cream
That's
in
right.
there?
Mhm.
Yeah.
But no hot dogs?
That's correct.
They're in
crap
England.
is this?
They haven't discovered the hot dog yet.
They might have beans and toast. I don't know.
Where you take the death of the pig and then you just round up whatever on the floor and mix it up and say hot dog.
Yeah.
You ever think beans and toast is tastes like beans and toast?
What the hell did you just say?
Sure it does.
I can't say I've ever
They make
had
it sound so good. They're like, oh,
beans
I
and
just
toast.
assume maybe after the first set, they're like, all right, we'll go in now, because they were at the last semifinal and they're a little bit tired of tennis.
It is confusing to me. From the 325, woo, LeBron needs forgiveness for embarrassing his son. Did he embarrass his son by coming out and being like, he doesn't care about the effing critics, or was this something else? That was the only thing that I
Yeah, I don't know how maybe by
about.
getting him drafted and then him missing that shot.
I mean, it does fall into that category that we talk about in sports, which is your daddy or your mama talking for you.
Oh, yeah.
Or is it your teammate talking for you? Does he have to
Yeah.
specify, defending
okay.
him as a teammate?
Oh, wow. I don't think LeBron can ever talk for him. He just has to separate it and be like, I'm not going to talk for you.
I'm pretty sure LeBron speaks for us all. He told us all that we didn't actually understand the complexities of China. and we should just ease back on that.
He also told us that we would go back to our miserable lives, just like he would go back to his racing.
Yeah.
Man,
Y'all going to drive your little tiny cars and park it in your
little sad lives. Now, my question here.
I'm going to go live on the shore and be happy.
He was right.
Damn, this involves Kay Adams. She talked with Kevin Durant. Is it Kevin Durant that needs to ask for forgiveness, or is it all these lying-ass liars out there? He went down the heights for all of Team USA, and they said Kevin Durant is 6'11", and he goes, no, I'm like 6'9". And then he goes, so Bam Adebayo 6'9". He goes, probably 6'8". AD is probably 6'9". He goes, there's no way Joel Embiid is 7 feet tall. And so he just like went down the roster and started correcting everybody's height. Is it Kevin?
Don't we have it from the NBA Combine what their real height is out of shoes?
That's a good question. He says, I know better. So does he need forgiveness, or do the players need forgiveness for potentially all lying about their height?
All right, I'm looking up Kevin Durant.
KD has lied about his height for a very long time. That
but
man
now
is 7
he
foot.
chooses to tell the truth. 6'9".
That man is 7 foot. He's been saying that he's 6'9" forever. And I think it made sense when he came in the league, right? Because we had not fully embraced this, iteration of basketball where you could just play anywhere if you have the skills.
Yeah.
As a 7-footer, he would have been shoehorned to be in a center. He wanted to be a small forward, so he said he was 6'9".
Height with shoes, according to the Combine, 6'9".
They are lying.
Height without shoes, according to the Combine. I'm sorry, he was 6'9" without shoes.
Okay.
6'10" and 2/4 with shoes.
That man is 7 foot. Stop this.
So that's what the NBA Combine says.
Doubting the Combine, Reggie?
Yes.
Wow.
Then what is the point of the Combine?
Yeah.
If they're giving out false
Says
information?
Al Horford 6'8". Do you believe that?
Nah. And to be fair, basketball players do be lying about their height. Dwight Howard was not no 7 foot. He might not have been 6'10".
Dominique Jones was 5'10".
Oh my gosh.
Why was that important?
Wasn't that Dojo? Wasn't he a Mavericks
NBA
draft pick?
champion.
Yep.
That's right. Now, this one is a little...
Without his practice, I remember Rick Carlisle had to say something. It's kind of like, say something nice about everybody. And he was like, without his practice.
And then he stopped.
Without him pretending to be a basketball player, I don't know how we would have got through practice.
This one is a little bit more serious. What the hell's happening with Georgia football? Now, I know you talked about the positivity with the giant offensive linemen. Clearly, they've been winning championships, but they also just had another pair of players arrested for reckless driving charges. And this pair of arrests means there have been 20 separate incidents in which somebody involved with Georgia football has been arrested on a traffic offense since January of last year.
Do they have an Audubon there in Georgia or something? What's going on?
And like some really terrible stuff has happened.
Yes.
As a part of this. And you would think you would see it and be like, ooh, maybe we're not all invincible, and I should be a little bit more careful. By the way, this is the fourth Georgia player to be arrested on charges of reckless driving since March.
Really?
And I'm not saying get a ticket, arrested for reckless driving since March. That feels like something else bad is going to happen, and I don't want that to be the case.
If you're Kirby Smart, are you kind of having the talk with everybody? Guys, stay out of cars.
Yes, what the hell?
Don't even drive.
Well, no, not that.
Take the team bus everywhere.
Don't be dangerous. I don't know if just stay out of cars, how
only ride bicycles.
feasible.
Skateboard to class.
So they
don't even go to class.
They skateboard to, I mean, maybe.
Stay in your dorm room.
You got virtual class and then take the team bus.
Don't even come to practice.
To the plane.
Outside is dangerous.
Okay, maybe.
You have allergies.
Maybe not that far, but maybe we could have a discussion and say, like, the real world is not Grand Theft Auto.
Because it was drag racing,
Mario
right?
Kart.
Wasn't that what was going on? But like the last year, was drag racing was
or
a
a couple
big
years
deal?
ago, yeah.
I would have. You got to have a talk with everybody, and you also got to go to the car companies that are trying to give them NIL deals and be like, guys,
hey,
don't give these guys Lamborghinis. They're just going to mess it all up.
You can give them the money. Don't give them the car. And then, does Rory McIlroy need to ask for forgiveness, or is he just being charmingly not from America? He was having dinner with the European Cup captain, Luke Donald, and they started talking about the U.S. captain, Keegan Bradley, heading into the Ryder Cup. McIlroy said of the selection of Keegan Bradley, yeah, definitely I think it was a surprise for everyone. I mean, it's certainly a departure from what the U.S. has done over the last few years. And, time will tell if that's a good thing or not. And he said, I certainly think it's an interesting pick.
Oh, wow.
It felt like, now interesting can do a lot of things. It felt like in this case, interesting was code for dumb.
Or
that's just my opinion.
This could be the greatest thing or the worst thing that could happen. You don't know. Like, that's what interesting is to me. Because when I don't have a clue what's going to happen, I'm more interested. I'm like, now I want to know.
You're a lottery guy.
Yeah, I love the lottery.
From the 469, everyone in Georgia is a reckless driver. Guess y'all have never driven in Atlanta. I have. It was only
Twice.
for 2 days.
Yeah.
And one of the things I most remember is we stopped at a breakfast spot, and I was going to throw away the part of my breakfast that I didn't eat. And this dude goes, hey, I'll throw that away for you. And I knew he just wanted to eat it, and that was fine. And I was like, I would have given it to you. But I was like, sure. And then he sat back down and ate the rest of my breakfast. He seemed happy.
Well, all right.
Yeah, sounds good.
We're the KNC masterpiece. Was that not related to the roads? This is weird. I was in Atlanta.
I like your stories, Kevin.
He's like, did he take a bite and then have to go find some salt and pepper?
He might have. I
Where's
do not
the mustard
recall.
on this?
Why is this so bland? This usually has more flavor.
I do not recall that part, but I can't rule it out either. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a Shout Out Friday if you want to send those in. Coming up next, though, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the top safeties and tight ends in all of the lands. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have.
It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Gridiron Gravy coming up in just a second, but also it is a shout-out Friday from the 469. Please get a shout-out to my girlfriend, Dory. Her birthday is tomorrow. She's a new Tolo and loves the show.
Just keep swimming, Dory.
Dory.
Does that help? Don't you think she's probably heard that like 8 billion times?
You mean like Adrian, my
now
wife?
8 billion and one.
Never heard Adrian. God.
Why do you still do it to her?
I don't.
Okay, good.
I don't.
It's her parents' fault.
That's true. She was born after that movie came out, and the second one.
Her dad wanted to name her Asia, AJA.
Ah, that'd have been cool.
And
could have been a MVP, WNBA.
I think it got
I'm
vetoed.
gonna call her a jaw.
All right.
Asia.
Asia's ASIA. I've already gone to all of the hospitals around here and made sure if somebody wants to be called that, how to spell it.
I do like the idea. I would watch that documentary or reality TV show. Let's be honest. That's not a documentary. of Mike going around.
I probably would.
Dictating names.
These are the only ways your names can be spelled from now on. All right, give me some of that cut number 6, because it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Pollard to the right of Prescott in the shotgun. Play action to Pollard. There's Jake Ferguson on a slant. Now he hurdles a defender at the 30-yard line. He went over the top of Quandre Diggs. He got near the marker. They'll mark him about a yard shy. But that's the second time we've seen Jake Ferguson go airborne.
Is Jake Ferguson one of the top 10 tight ends in football?
Yes.
We found out, yesterday. Because I asked on fantasy football, and you said he was 8th.
That is true. I went through that yesterday.
Perhaps this segment will take a pretty hard turn.
Oh, no. I think he is.
This morning, ESPN, as they've been consulting with their coaches, scouts, executives, etc., for position by position, their rankings go like this. Number 1, Mushin Muhammad. No, I'm just kidding. It's George.
That dude is not a tight end for
Carolina
one.
Panthers?
Is he still in the league?
I just wanted to make sure. No, I wanted to make sure you guys were paying attention. What? Yeah. Travis Kelce.
Tell you what, man. Jimmy Smith's pretty solid with Jacksonville this year, too.
Travis Kelce is number 1.
Only because of his girlfriend.
How about Paul?
Just to be fair, he was number 1 last year, too.
Mushin Muhammad is 51 years old.
Yes, so not in the league.
I bet he can still do it.
He might be coaching.
Yeah, you don't know what he's doing.
All right, fair. Not an active player anymore. Travis Kelce 1, George Kittle 2, Mark Andrews 3, Sam Laporta 4.
He was really good last year.
Oh, you got an issue with that?
No, just surprising to see, or not surprised, but interested to see just how highly, a young tight end ranks. But you're right, he was really good last year.
Yeah, and Goff trusted him completely. It was just he got gassed
against Goff, not Coco Goff.
Right. He got gassed against San Francisco.
Know how she trusts him.
They went to him too much against San Francisco in the first half, and by the second half, San Francisco's linebackers and safeties just wore his ass out.
Number 5, T.J. Hawkinson. Number 6, David Njoku. Number 7.
What? I'm sorry.
You want to stop
there? I have
there?
zero faith in David Njoku. Like every year this is the year that David Njoku's going to put it all together. And he is a really physical specimen. Like definitely a physical specimen. But I bet last year he wasn't even in the top 15 on their list. I don't understand why that would change.
Ooh, let's see. Yeah, last year he was an honorable mention. Dallas Goedert.
He's good.
Dalton Kincaid.
I picked up in fantasy last year later in the season because Dawson Knox got hurt. And so Kincaid was the pass catcher for Josh Allen. I think Dalton Kincaid's going to benefit huge this year. He's a really good receiver.
You think Evan Ingram is better than Jake Ferguson?
They finally utilized him in a way that he should have been.
Evan Ingram?
Yes.
You mean still catching less than half the balls, probably? Let's go look at Evan Ingram's
I'd have to
numbers.
go check on that.
Evan Ingram's one of those guys where you're like, oh my gosh, we need somebody to catch the ball. Evan Ingram's wide open, and he's like, I'm dropping it.
Evan Ingram.
He did have 114 catches last year. That's impressive.
Break back. Evan Ingram is number 9 on the list.
Highest catch percentage of his career, 79 last year.
Yeah. No, not broke
Maybe
back.
he finally put it all together.
Evan Ingram 9, Dalton Schultz 10.
Makes sense.
Which means Jake Ferguson.
Dalton Schultz was really good with C.J. Stroud last year.
You think he's better than Jake Ferguson?
I think they're even.
Okay. Jake Ferguson is at the top of the honorable mention.
Good.
So he's number 11 in all of the land.
That feels right.
He's going to get a lot of targets in this offense with Dak. Dak loves the seams. So
one NFC scout said, fierce competitor, has some swag to him, and seems to have a chemistry with Dak Prescott.
Is he going to outswag the safeties?
Yes. Maybe. Remember last year, there was a moment where maybe Dak got hit, and Ferguson was the first one to step in there and say, no, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
There was the great Isaiah Stanback moment was in a preseason game when Ferguson caught like his first pass, turned and leveled a dude, and Stanback said, I lift weights for a living. You're not going to tackle me. And I was like, yes. And he does have this toughness about him. I think he also dates a Cavender sister. He also, but remember, even Chris Collinsworth made the line last year. Everybody knows that Jake Ferguson is where it starts, and you were like, nobody's ever said that, Chris Collinsworth. But that's from then on. Jake Ferguson did have that perception.
Now, it is also a shout-out Friday from the 469. Can I give a shout-out to Kevin, Corey, and Mike? I'm married, and my wife won't let me have any friends.
That's on you.
Oh, that's sad.
Just tell her, I'm going to have friends.
Also, I feel like they're not, but I need help if anybody can tell me. I watched Godzilla -1, and it was really good. And I know HBO Max now has Godzilla and Kong.
Saw that too, and I don't know what to do.
Related? And are they in the same Godzilla pantheon or not so much?
I don't know.
All right, so Jake Ferguson.
Carter says they're not, and he's the de facto.
Okay. Hey, he's the one who taught me about the Willy Wonka sequel, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Carter. Now, on the safety list, probably wouldn't surprise you that there are no Cowboys in the mix here.
Nope.
Okay.
It does not surprise me at this point.
I've been watching Cowboys from the 90s recently.
Right.
I've moved on from the 70s.
Okay.
Boy, the Cowboys had great safety play.
Hit.
They really did.
First, it was James Washington and Thomas Everett. And then as it progressed, you then had Darren Woodson enter the mix, then Brock Marion enter the mix. And it was like that whole time period, the Cowboys did have great safeties.
Sometimes I wonder if Thomas Everett gets kind of lost in the shuffle because of how good everyone was. The highest for the Cowboys was Donovan Wilson at 22. So pretty far down the list.
Wow, that is interesting.
Antoine Winfield Jr. leads off the list, followed by Kyle Hamilton, Jesse Bates, and rounding out the top 5, Minkah Fitzpatrick and Javon Holland. So you are all caught up there. They will continue to do this every single day. Over the weekend, interior offensive linemen and offensive tackles. And on Monday, you will get the quarterbacks, which I'm sure will cause a lot of discussion. Let's go from that to Jerry Jones. Got some good legal news. And this just shows how much I don't totally understand the legal process. A federal judge said yesterday that the non-disclosure agreement, or whatever we're calling it, they agreed to, him and Cynthia Davis agreed to in 1998, is legally upholdable in Texas. Now, that's the springboard of their whole case, because they've been like, hey, we stuck with this agreement. They have not. And Cynthia and her daughter, Alexandra, who's alleged to be the daughter of Jerry Jones, they've been saying bad things about us and disparaging us and everything like that. And so the judge is like, that legal argument is upheld. If you entered in this argument, you can't be saying bad things. So then the trial will dive into, like, do they actually say bad things and everything like that. But honestly, it's a win for the Jones family, and I remain confused about how Alexandra Davis could be held to an agreement that was signed by her mom when she was 1 that directly affects her.
Have you seen the whole agreement?
I haven't read the whole agreement.
That's only the reason. Like, maybe there was a stipulation that even this person can't say anything. I don't know.
I'm sure there is. That just feels unfair to the kid.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But the law has decided.
That's the precedent now, huh?
Yes, I mean, at least in Texas. I don't know
where we set precedents.
That is sometimes true. And then sad news. Monty Kiffin, the architect of the Tampa 2, also spent a couple of years with the Dallas Cowboys. He passed away at the age of 84. He definitely feels like a defensive icon right there.
Absolutely.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 214. Shout out to my daughter, Aubrey June. She turns 3 today. Happy birthday to you. I hope it's an awesome one. Coming up next, is there anything in particular the Rangers have to do in this Astros series to keep you believing?
Win.
We'll do it next right here on the
Adrian.
Fan. Full KNC.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Semien Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You want to hit us up and get involved in the conversation, we'll be on the Twitch or on the YouTube. You can also text us 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Anything in particular the Rangers have to do in this Astros series to keep you believing?
Quick update. Everybody has filled in their seats now for the second set. I don't know
did they?
Like, literally, I guess this. Maybe we just don't pay attention. Maybe the first set of the second semifinal, everybody's going to the bathroom or getting food or whatever.
That's an interesting point.
And then now it's completely full again. Now, but the Rangers need to win 2 out of 3.
Okay. And Corey, before you answer, I just want to remind you of how glorious this series can be. If we can go to cut number 10, this is as good as it gets.
And the pitch swung on, and a high fly ball hit to left field. This is deep. Back is Brantley at the wall. He's looking up, and that ball is history. It just barely makes it into the Crawford boxes. A 2-home run game for Adolis Garcia. That was a moonshot. 15 RBIs in this series for Adolis. It's 11-3 Texas.
That was after Evan Carter jumped, and you were like, no, don't jump Evan Carter.
But it was also after I saw those 2 idiots in the astronaut suits sitting there.
I think I still have a picture of that on my...
Astronaut suits? Did I say it wrong?
It sounded like you said it funny.
Oh, okay. But they looked like idiots, and they were sad. And obviously, all of the easy headlines were, Houston, we've got a problem. Yeah, look at those dummies.
I still have a screenshot
just sitting there. And that guy representing Whataburger is like, you guys are stupid. So what do the Rangers need to do? Now, you just said, Mike, win 2 out of 3. And I decided to look back because we've kind of talked about this earlier. I also agree 2 out of 3. That would get you to within 3.5 games of the Astros at the break. If you lose the series, you would either be 5.5 or 7.5 games behind just Houston, not to mention Seattle, and you're already losing the season series 4-3. We're not ahead in the season series.
We're losing.
We're losing it 4-3. And
crap! I read something wrong.
You only have one more series with Houston in the second half. You host them August 5th to August 7th. So it does feel like, I mean, and this is not fair because you still have a lot of baseball, but it feels like if you lose this series, even 2-1, man, that's going to be bad.
Well, you start going, how many times am I going to believe? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We're getting to the point where you're getting closer and closer to game 100. And by the time you get to game 100, if you need to go 50-10,
right,
you're like, we're not going 50-10, especially if you've played. I mean, I get this. I did play in 2007, and the Colorado Rockies might have gone like 25-1 to finish that year. And I'm not exaggerating that number. That's how crazy it was. That. And they got into a 1-game playoff situation and won that game. And then they went on and went to the World Series.
And then they got swept, right?
And they got swept. After sweeping, I think, in the playoffs. They didn't lose a playoff game in the National League. Then they got swept by Boston in the World Series. But I don't want to get to a point where we're going, well, if we win every game in September, I think we might make a wild card spot.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen. So at some point, you need to get back to 500 before August. And then at that point, you're asking to play 15 games over 500. You've played only 500 baseball through 100 games. And then at that point, you're like, well, maybe if you play 15 games over 500 the final 2 months, maybe you sneak into the playoffs. You just start doing the math and start seeing how your team's played through 100 games and going, it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, no, that's a really big factor is, can you do enough consistently to convince yourself that you're that good? And that's really all I need for them to make me believe, Kevin, is be consistent throughout the series and convince yourself that you're still hitting well. That you're that because again, I know Josh Young, people are like, hey man, like him not being in the lineup is definitely a factor. It's a definite huge factor. Evan Carter, virtually non-existent this year. Huge factor considering what that team was last year. And so things are definitely different. But if you can start scoring some runs, against them, you might have a stinker, dude. You might have one of those 22-1 games where you're just like, oh, God.
Can I give you real quick the 3 teams that have a better record than the Rangers? And let me ask you what you think their chances are of making the playoffs.
Okay.
Because I want to believe in these Rangers, and I still am, but it's really tough when you start looking at records that you're around. All right, a team that's just barely better than you by a half a game. These 3 teams are better barely than you by a half a game. The Detroit Tigers, what's their chances of making the playoffs?
Not great.
Probably 0%, right? But yet they have one more win than you do.
Yeah.
How about the San Francisco Giants?
Not great either, because aren't they 4th in their division, I feel like?
And then the Cincinnati Reds. They're all 45 and 49, and you're 44 and 49. You start going, gosh, I want people to hope. I want the fans to hope. Obviously, I want them to tune in tonight. I'll be on the pregame show and postgame show on Bally's for the 3 games today. So I want people to be excited about it. But then you just start looking around. You're 1 game better than the Toronto Blue Jays. And the Blue Jays are one of the major teams in the selling category.
And a huge disappointment.
Yeah, and so it's just really tough. I'm like, so this series – You look at it and you go, they're 49 and 44, you're 44 and 49, and I'm like, you have to win this series, because how much more do you want me to hope until I just start looking around? You have a similar record to the Washington Nationals, Toronto Blue Jays, Tigers, Giants, and Reds, and you want me to believe that you guys are going to end up getting close to 90 wins? Should I believe any of those teams are going to get close to 90 wins?
Yeah. And that is one benefit that the Rangers have in terms of their division specifically, because obviously if you go to the wild card, it gets bogged down a lot more. And somebody said it's not just about how far back you are, but how many teams you have to jump. That is a good part about being in this terrible division this year, and that's why the Houston series feels so important, is because you can make up some ground on them. And then it's just them and the Mariners ahead of you. So, like, if you want to get into the wild card, obviously there's more teams you'd have to jump over, but this feels like an easier path.
Do you feel like you have the pitching to make that kind of run, to make something special actually happen?
Because I just want to believe. Do you? You're 44 and 49. It's tough to believe in any of this.
Yeah.
But
None of that's been consistent.
We're just
either.
hoping, and then you're basing it on last year. Chris Young has said multiple times he's basing all of this off of last year. He's not basing any it off of this year.
Yeah.
What could you do this year? What is right now Toronto, Detroit, San Francisco, Cincinnati, and Washington? What are their GMs saying about this year? Because they didn't win the championship last year. So they're looking at it going, hey, either we're an up-and-coming team who's building towards 2025, or this is a really bad year.
You're right, because I think it was at the beginning of the week, perhaps with G-Bag, that he said this is a team that had gone 40 and 20. And you're like, no, I mean, I know that happened last year, but now you're 44 and 49. It's a way bigger sample size. You closed out the season from 40 and 20 playing sub 500 ball before being amazing in the playoffs.
Now, obviously, the perfect scenario is you sweep. That looks really tough. The way Houston has played, especially after the first 25 games of the season versus how you've played, that doesn't look possible. But if you get to 47 and 49 and put them at 49 and 47, you are feeling great about how you went into the All-Star break, giving yourself an opportunity. But if you get swept, it's over.
Yeah.
I am going to come in here on Monday for the All-Star break. If the Rangers are 44 and 52 and get swept in Houston, and I will go, it's time to, I don't know what the Rangers are willing to sell, but it's time to sell, and it's time to think about 2025.
Hit me 13 home runs this weekend. I know that sounds insane because it's like 4 home runs plus 4 home runs a game right there.
That is a lot of home runs.
But I'd love to see something like that. Take out Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman throughout the series and hit me 13 home runs.
Okay.
7 in one game if you have to. All right? Like, I get it.
That is a lot.
So you ask, Kevin. So I'm trying to give you some cold, hard numbers here.
Okay. The Astros started the season 14 and 25. Since then, they've gone 35 and 19. They have
so that's the team you're playing right now, not the 7 and 19 or the, what'd you just say the record?
14-25.
Yeah, I mean, they started off horribly bad.
And I'm with you in terms of if the Rangers get swept,
it's over.
I know. I wonder if my brain would try to convince it on Monday, but just the facts look like it would probably be over. But on the flip side, and this just shows how crazy a swing you can get with just a 3-game series. If the Rangers, I know the Astros are playing exceedingly well, but if the Rangers were to sweep, now I'm looking at a team that I feel like, man, they have been playing awesome down the stretch. I realized they lost that game to the Angels, but before that, you had won 5 in a row. You would say, I'm going into the All-Star break having won 8 of 9. And this is the closest that I've been to 500 since the beginning of June, I think, give or take. That would give me all the confidence in the world. And that's just a 3-game series. How much I could feel like, oh, here we come versus we're done.
Yeah, plus Altuve can't play this weekend, as they said from the 817, because he's not going to play in the All-Star game.
I bet he somehow
What are you
finds
talking
a
about?
way.
He's too hurt to play in the All-Star game.
Somehow.
As a player, you never do this math, but just the quick math. We're going to go on extremes here.
Okay.
If you get swept, I'm going to say you got to get to 88 wins.
Okay.
Just to feel comfortable that you're going to make it. You have to go 44-22 the rest of the way. That would be what you have to do.
Yikes.
In your final games.
And you'd be coming off of 44-52.
Yeah.
So I need to win the same amount of games with 30 less losses.
Yes. So you just look at it and go, it's impossible. It ain't happening.
Yeah.
And then if you sweep 41-25, that just sounds more doable.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying they're going to sweep, and I'm not saying they're going to get swept.
But still hard.
More than likely, they're either going 1-2 or 2-1 in this series. But you look at the extremes, and if you get swept, and then all of a sudden Seattle's playing the Angels right now, and then Houston is playing you. So you really need to win this series, because if you can be at 46 wins, you look at it and go, look, it's still going to be tough. You're going to have to play approximately 20 games over 500 the rest of the way. But that's what you've put yourself in a position to do, is you have to play the rest of the way approximately 20 to 25 games over 500.
Obviously, you can hear all of those games right here on 105 through the Fan starting tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7:10 first pitch. Can we do some more shout-outs?
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was just looking at the season and how, this is the best stretch of baseball they've played all year.
For sure.
And against bad teams, but it's the best stretch that they've played all year. And maybe it's just the right time. That's all my eyes were doing, Kevin.
Man.
Just looking at the way the season is
You don't have to worry
going.
about Kyle Tucker either. He hasn't played since June 3rd.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, Corey. I
So
desperately
one thing
want
down.
you to
Kyle
be right.
Tucker
Taken
must be a
down.
cancer to their team, because they've played better without him. So
Man, I also look back at that Rockies team, just bananas. So they finished the regular season, including the +1 game, 14-1. And then they won all 7 of their National League playoff games. So now they're up to 21-1. And then they get swept in the World Series. And I remember some people at the time where they had more than a week off or something, and they're like, "Oh, they need to keep playing." And
yeah, because they swept everybody in the playoffs. They had to wait a while for the World Series to start, and it's like they lost all their momentum because they're not that good. And I'll tell you what, they didn't win it, but you just brought up earlier in the show, hey, could the Rangers, based off this article, be the flukiest World Series champion ever? If Colorado would have won that World Series,
that probably feels like it
would have been in the history of baseball the flukiest champion of all time.
Because you literally would have had a month of games where they took over the world. It is a shout-out Friday from the 214. Shout out to my granddaughter. She made the world-famous Kilgore Rangerettes.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Inspiring offensive lines all across the country.
What?
Because when there's synchronization. I talked about this yesterday, Kevin.
Oh, that's right. That is true. I was like, do they call their offensive line that too? That makes sense. From the 253, can I get a shout-out from my son? He turns 25 today. Happy birthday, Bronco. Happy birthday to the Bronco, indeed. And then from the 214, shout out to my Garland PD brothers, Big Lee, Mario, and Coobs. I don't know if that's Gary Kubiak, if that's what you were going to ask. I'm just trying to process.
Every time I hear Mario, the only thing that pops into my head.
That's a no. I like that. And then from the 817, shout out to my daughter, Victoria. She has a job interview at 1:30, hoping she owns it and kicks some ass.
What's she interviewing for?
Okay, we'll have to follow up on that. Coming up next, though, we move into the Expressway. We got Mike Likes It, of course, but also it's National French Fry Day. So it's time for the combo platter. Give us a sports opinion. And then what is the single best place to get French fries? There can only be one. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC masterpiece?
Yes!
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V.
To get French fries.
It is weird that we're taking shots at a former Texas Ranger here. We won't even recognize the former Texas Ranger, Patrick Mahomes Sr.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are confusing to me. Why did Amazon come out with a show that's a sequel to Sausage Party where the food took out the entire human race and have tried to restart their own food civilization? Who is that for?
The food.
Okay.
It sounds like an acid trip.
Okay, great.
And who's it from?
Was that Seth Rogen?
Seth Rogen,
Yeah.
who just
I don't know if he signed off on this.
Just admittedly on like Jimmy Kimmel Live was like, yeah, I went to see Grateful Dead at the Sphere and took a whole bunch of acid.
Sensational.
I like going to Smashburger. Have you ever been to Smashburger?
I still have not.
Their smash fries are good. I think they will do some like
Potatoes.
olive oil, rosemary, that type of stuff.
Smashed potatoes, if they're smash fries.
No, there's, I guess technically you are correct in that way, but no, they're regular. I
You
guess
smash up fries,
All
Mike.
right.
It's mashed
Okay.
potatoes.
They've been fried already. So doing mashed potatoes is you take a potato and you boil them or bake them, and then you mash them up with, let's say, milk and cream and butter and stuff like that. If you just take French fries and you mash them up, those are just French fries. You fried the potato. You first
It's a
of
big
all
old pile
oiled
of
them.
mashed potato.
It's not going to be creamy at all. You have to put milk or cream and butter and all of those things in it, or sour cream.
I think that Mike is correct that it would not be what our typical definition of mashed potatoes are. But Corey, you are right in the technical sense that they would be potatoes that have been mashed.
Thank you.
I think that we bridged that gap regardless.
So smash fries.
Yeah, smash fries is
What
the
goes
name
on
of the fries. They'll put like olive oil, like rosemary, and I think another seasoning. I can't recall exactly, but they taste really good. I like them.
It's a good one right there. I have to give this some thought, Kevin.
From
Do
the
you know what rosemary tastes like, Kevin?
does it taste like thyme with an H?
I don't know, but she has a baby, and yes, a little bit like
but not a lot.
It's got a very distinct aroma to
I feel like if you've ever had like a rotisserie chicken, let's say, you might have the smell of rosemary with that chicken.
I like rotisserie chicken, so that makes sense.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Good.
From the 817, Klay Thompson breaks the single game 3-point record this year in Wingstop fries with cheese. From the another 817, the Rangers will sweep the Astros this weekend and force CY not to sell, and Burger Street curly fries, which should count as a French fry, are the best. I think curly fry counts as a
Are there
French
people that don't count curly fries as a French fry?
Yeah, I definitely.
It's a potato.
Yeah.
That's fried.
Why the hell not?
No, we're not doing this, Corey.
Tater tots are a potato that's fried.
No!
Therefore, French fry.
Ooh, but why aren't they called
Through
French
that
fry?
definition, he's kind of right.
I don't like what you're doing right now.
Thank you, Mike.
I've often
But
said we
then
never
hash
agree,
browns
Kevin.
would be a French fry too.
You just said like 5 minutes ago that you and Mike think alike.
I don't recall that. Me and Mike never agree.
You said you've often said that.
I've never said that.
I'm just saying, by Corey's definition, if you're frying a potato, that would make it a French fry. You are frying a tater tot. I guess you're pan frying hash browns.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know that like at McDonald's or places like that, they actually are frying
Yeah, they dip
their
it into
hash
the
brown.
fryer,
They're dipping it in oil. But if you go to like Norma's Cafe, which their power is out,
I think they do it on like the griddle.
yeah, they're doing it like on
Yeah.
a flat top.
Yeah,
so they're
man.
kind of pan. Would you call that pan frying it?
Yes. I don't know. I'm not the ultimate expert in cooking terms.
Hey man, if you look,
the potato.
I am so glad that you had
Oh,
that.
I was waiting.
I have said this for years and years and years. If you're gonna bring some smoke on the fan text, don't be surprised if it gets thrown back at you.
Oh no! Did you block somebody? Why did you do that? I don't even know where it is. All right. Sports opinion. Paul Skenes rolls out an immaculate inning to start the All-Star game.
That would be awesome.
And puts an exclamation point on the end of the inning at 102 miles an hour.
All right.
And it's probably best to go out like that, but wouldn't you desperately hope at that point then that he's coming back
Like
out for
first
inning
pitch,
two?
first pitch is humming in at 99. All right, and then
I think he throws 101 first pitch.
Well, and that was what I couldn't decide was how to go with that, because it does feel like the adrenaline is just going to be there. But I feel like if he's at the end of an immaculate inning, Mike, that last strike is going to be 150.
And by the way, different radar guns give you maybe a hair of a different reading. I would get the juiced gun for the All-Star game.
Okay.
Yes, get the juiced gun for sure.
And for the people asking if they're blocked, if you didn't get a specific response that said shout out to you for getting blocked, you're good.
Honestly, most of the times when people text in and ask if they're blocked, the answer is no.
No.
In fact, like 99% of the time, you
I
are
have
not blocked.
20 emails from this guy.
He's the worst.
I don't need all these emails.
About what?
Shout out to Chris Debbins for, I don't know, apparently the next 8 months, all we're doing is going to
Training.
staff meetings.
And then my French fry take. You know I love the Brahms crinkle cut fry, but I can typically make those. Rodeo Goat, whatever they put some sort of salt and parsley, and they fry the parsley also, I think.
Huh.
And those are my favorite fries. They're crispy and sometimes almost a little burnt, but they don't taste burnt.
Okay. I just want to make
I've
sure.
stuck with this for a long time. I love rodeo
They say
goat
that
fries.
I've watched enough YouTube on In-N-Out, but I'll let you say what you're going to say.
I just wanted to make sure you guys aren't slowly doing a bit, because you said thyme and now you said parsley.
Yeah, they're different.
Okay, but are we going to get sage and rosemary? And
We already did
get
rosemary.
The whole,
He did rosemary first.
Okay, so are you
Sage
guys
doesn't go great with
slowly
fries.
just doing a bit for that song?
Why would we tell you?
What's the song?
Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme.
Oh, is that that's Art and Garfunkel?
Yeah.
Right?
They have a song?
Scarborough Fair.
I
is
think
the
it's
name of the song.
Simon and Garfunkel.
Yeah, you're right. My bad. But they had Scarborough Fair. Good song too.
It's not. That's not. Do
You can
you have
call-
my rosemary? No,
Call me
that's
Al.
not the
You can
song.
call me Al.
Okay. All right. So Rodeo Goat is the best, is what you're saying, as you betray
My Brahms crinkle. Those are my best fast food fries. But I will take Rodeo Goat fries every time, as long as there's Heinz ketchup, not Hunt's.
Does that really matter that much to you?
Yes.
Like for real?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, for real.
It does.
I mean, Hunt's doesn't make me want to throw up, but I don't want it.
Ringing
on my-
endorsement.
I don't.
Baseball
I don't want
Nuggets
it.
brought to you by Hunt's Ketchup.
Doesn't make you want to throw
Yeah.
up.
From the
Like,
8-1.
I'll eat it, but I'm always disappointed.
Do you guys count, just to make sure I understand the rules here, do you count the potato wedge as a French fry?
I mean, if I count a tater tot as a French fry,
Okay,
then
maybe
sure.
I should go to somebody else. Reggie and Mike, do you count the potato wedge as a French fry?
Like at Chick-fil-A?
Or Buffalo Wild Wings?
Wait, Chick-fil-A has potato wedges?
Well, no, they don't. No, you're right. They don't have wedges. They have like the waffle fry.
The waffle fry, yeah.
So wedges as fries. Technically, I do count it as a French fry. It's a very fat French fry.
If it is one, it's not a great one.
No, I'm not crazy about it either. It's too potatoey.
I do like the potato wedge.
It tastes like a
'Cause
mashed
it's
potato
blander.
inside. Yeah.
Oh, but you're
I'm
good with
not
the tater
joking
tot, though?
because it is, because there's less fry to it, and there's more
It makes for a better
potato.
It makes for a better dip.
I want crunch.
I feel like
I want a little crunch.
Yep.
potato wedges got some crunch in them.
Sometimes.
It's
in the
more
middle
like
of 'em.
fluffy potato, though.
Yeah.
On the inside, sure.
Yeah.
Look, Kevin, you can't like what you like, bro.
What?
Without us judging you.
As long as it's like not hurting anybody, I feel like maybe you. Anyways, from the 469.
Catching on fire because you left the potatoes in the gas
I
pump.
told you I'm going to work on that. Sports opinion. The Rangers turn it around and win the division to make the playoffs. And the best French fry is the Chick-fil-A waffle fry.
When you get more than 5 of them.
You feel like they're stingy with the waffle fry?
It's
Because they
just
put,
it's
they
just
put
a
it in the box
particular
wrong.
shape.
You don't get a whole waffle fry. You get maybe 4 to 5 waffle fries and then a bunch of little pieces of waffle fry.
I can see that.
So I don't know if Chick-fil-A does this, but I think they should, because at times I think their fries, waffle fries, are not fried enough.
I agree.
But In-N-Outs are the worst fries of all time. But I haven't done this because I don't go to In-N-Out that much. There's not one near my house. And I think their burgers are solid. I like their burgers. I'm not taking a shot at their burger. Good burger.
Be better if they allowed you to have bacon.
But I'm not, I'm just not like, oh, In-N-Out's the greatest. But I hear if you ask for your fries well done at In-N-Out, they double fry them, which then makes them crispier and more tastier.
Really?
So if you ever are at In-N-Out, and they do have the worst fries ever created by a fast food restaurant.
Wow.
You ask
I think they're
You
too
ask
bland.
for double fried or well done,
Hey.
and they will then double dip them pretty much. They'll dip them for another 2 minutes in the oil, and they will have better flavor to them and a crunchier taste.
Hey, Mike, for your edification from the 817, they said you can also ask for well done at Chick-fil-A.
Okay. So you can get a little bit more crispier since there's more potato to it at Chick-fil-A.
I'm assuming this is the name of the place from the 214. The Cowboys will make the playoffs, and the one and only burgers and fries in McKinney. You have to order them extra crispy and zesty.
Zesty, huh?
Yeah. So
burgers and fries in McKinney?
Yeah.
What a name.
That's absolutely what they said. All right, Mike, you have a sports opinion for me?
Only one and only burgers and fries?
Oh, great.
Yeah,
That's a
that
great
is the
name.
place.
I love
It
that.
is. It
My
could be about
sports
tennis.
opinion, my sports opinion, because I'm struggling with this one. But I think this.
Altuve is a chump.
Week 1, Cleveland rushes for over 200 yards.
Against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
But Chubby's not back yet, right? He won't be back for the first game?
He's like 3.
I believe that is
maybe
correct.
3 weeks or so before he's really, I think. Let's go look at
So I want to put numbers on Deshaun Watson, but I'm 50-50 he's even going to play in the game.
Okay.
All right, let me ask you this question based off my opinion, and I know we're jumping already to week 1. Deshaun Watson, do you kind of want him to play because he's so bad at football now?
A little bit. Or at least I most certainly don't fear them with Deshaun Watson.
And who's their backup now?
all the backups.
Yeah, they have a couple.
That Flacco's gone, right?
That is true.
PJ Walker?
Let me see.
Dorian.
Oh yeah, they added the man who eats the W's himself, Jameis Winston.
Jameis Winston, yeah.
Dude,
Tyler
I would
Huntley.
rather face Deshaun Watson than Jameis Winston.
Tyler Huntley, Jameis Winston, Deshaun Watson, and Dorian Thompson.
That's just, I don't know, as we're getting closer to training camp opening, that is just such an interesting game to open up with.
And favorite French fry, I'm assuming, is one you make?
No, I'm not. I do not make French fries.
Okay.
I think that In-N-Out has showed you making homemade fries might be the stupidest thing ever. I do, and I haven't had them in a long time, but I remember every time I go, I really like them, but then they usually are like loaded, is Snuffers.
Snuffers is a good fry.
That's my wife's favorite place for cheese fries.
Yeah. Now, regular fries, I still think they're really good, but a lot of times when you go to Snuffers, you load them up with stuff.
Okay, let me ask you all this, because somebody brought this up.
Ask.
And I think this is my favorite, but somebody said, how has nobody brought up Wingstop?
Yeah, it's a good fry.
Oh, with the sugar on it?
Yeah.
That's got to be it,
I don't
right?
know if I've ever had them,
They're
to
good.
be honest.
Okay,
They're pretty good.
And I will tell you one thing about Wingstop fries. And the flaw I've always found with the French fry, though I'm sure people love this, is just eating it by itself is usually not that great. Like, you need some sort of dipping sauce
Like
or something.
blue cheese.
That might not be my choice, but for some people, sure. The Wingstop fries...
Or do you dip it in barbecue sauce?
Yes, barbecue sauce, sometimes buffalo sauce, but yes. The Wingstop fries, I think you can eat with nothing and you're rocking along.
I agree.
Those are the only two condiments I like. Hey, Reggie's actually on my side for once.
Yeah. What they usually
man,
say
what a
about
mistake by
Wingstop
me.
is once you pop, you can't stop, considering the fries.
Is that their logo? Or is that
Slogan.
their saying?
I don't know. Maybe it is.
Okay.
Maybe it should be.
And my sports opinion to go along with it, regardless of the outcome of this other semifinal, Carlos Alcaraz is taking it down and winning.
Who's winning right now? Is it Djokovic or
Yes.
Mussolini?
It's not. That's not his name either.
That's what Mike keeps saying. I'm just going off
I
what
know.
Mike keeps saying.
Is that who you're depending on for your
Hey,
proper pronunciation?
Sometimes I say things that is awesome off the air.
Yeah.
I wish I could say them on the air.
Corey.
It offends too many people.
Who said
Be
it?
like, well, but I mean, to me, it just is like, it's just more fun to say Mussolini. But I know he's not playing tennis right now. He's been dead for a long time.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
You think Paolini does it on the women's or the ladies' draw? I should say.
She's the one, right, who was on the cusp of losing to Madison Keys before Madison Keys got hurt and then gave up a service game. Is like, I'm out. I can't. That would be a neat story if she won, like, essentially because she stayed alive because
she's
of
so
injury.
little.
She is. How tall is she? Like 5 foot flat?
5'4"?
What? Man, she looks small. All right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 317. Shout out to my daughter who just got a scholarship to IMG Academy for volleyball. Perks of being a 5'10" 8th grader. Wow.
5'10" in the 8th grade?
That is tall as all get out.
My son's 6'2" in the 8th grade.
Well, look at that.
Wow.
Well, go ahead and say it,
that is
Kevin.
super tall.
Go ahead and say it. What are you going to say?
Nope.
He's also a boy.
From the 972.
I thought there was weight.
Can I give a shout out? For 5 years, I worked. I feel like this is from a movie. I'm going to take a pause on that and we'll revisit that. Nah, look, it's a very exciting scenario in which happened, but yeah, I do not believe that I'm going to go with that shout out. But I will say this: it's time for Mike Likes It.
Kevin, you're going to like Mike Likes It.
Can I ask you a question to start?
Yeah.
Is Mike the same off air as when he's on air? I would say yes. Sometimes he will say a few maybe dicier things off air, but I feel like that is human nature.
Yeah.
I think as a human, you're pretty much the same.
Yeah, I'm a little bit, obviously, relationships are different with different people. So my relationship with my kids and my wife are different than what I say with a microphone in front of my face and stuff like that. Sometimes it's the same and it gets me in trouble. But, yeah. You have to watch what you say on the air. I have plenty of hot takes that I don't want to say.
Yeah.
Because I know it would get me in trouble or people would, come after me or whatever.
Yeah.
So, anyways, Mike Likes It. You told me the other day about this show on Netflix called The Man with 1,000 Kids.
Yes.
I have I've watched the first episode and a hair more than the first episode.
And I think there's only 3.
Okay. So I have a couple questions for you, and I don't want to give anything away.
Yeah.
But there's a man out there who's donating a lot of his stuff, obviously, in a whole bunch of different ways. And he has probably well over 1,000 kids. Maybe thousands of kids.
I really want to say something to you.
Oh, it's going to change while I watch more?
Just keep watching, but I will let you know that guy has also filed a lawsuit over
the show?
The show. Because, first of all, he says the title is misleading, but then when you hear the rest of the lawsuit, you're like, come on, dude.
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about?
So it should be like the man with less than 1,000 kids?
Yeah, actually, pretty much his lawsuit says it should be called the man with, I don't know, like 565 kids.
All right.
And then
so what?
That was helpful.